the daily life of a secret agent in American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, The Worst Robber in History. Throw the money into the pickup truck at the back. Hurry up, the robber at the front of the car shouted loudly, pointing his rifle at his head. In the car, Dave huddled under the chair, holding a shotgun and looking at Ron nervously. Ron still couldn't figure out how he could fit such a big body into such a small space. Was it a space spell? Finally, Ron moved when the robber shouted for the second time. He walked to the back of the car and threw a bag of money into the cargo box of the pickup truck. The robber nodded with satisfaction, and it seemed that the deal was done. But unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Just as the robber was thinking about what kind of ridiculous excuse he would come up with to appreciate the desperate expressions on the faces of these escorts before killing them, something strange happened. A bag of money was accidentally thrown to the ground by Ron, and what a coincidence, this position was just next to the door of the pickup truck. The robber in the car could touch it as long as he opened the door and stretched out his hand. Damn it, this guy must be playing a trick on us. He threw the bag on the ground. The robber cursed and picked up the walkie-talkie. Listen, kid. I told you to throw the money into the cargo box. If you try to be clever again, I will smash this old guy's face. Do as they say, Morgan. These people are serious, Dave also persuaded. Sorry, men, I really just slipped my hand. Can you please come down and pick it up yourself? Anyway, it's not far away. Ron smiled apologetically. FXXK, the robber cursed secretly, opened the door and got out of the car. He first observed Ron's movements and saw that he still lowered his head to take the money and throw it on the car. Everything was normal. He was relieved and lowered his head, ready to throw the money back on the car. But when he picked up the money and just raised his head, Ron had a revolver in his hand. Under the cover of the money bag, he had already pointed the gun at him. The word "be careful" was just shouted at the beginning, and Ron had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit the forehead, and the first robber fell down. Hearing the gunshot, Dave shrank his neck nervously. He was almost scared to death, but Ron was in the mood to look back and told him not to worry too much. Be careful, look ahead, Dave shouted anxiously, because he saw the kidnappers in the pickup truck in front of him had already got off the car with weapons, ready to teach Ron a lesson and avenge their companions. What are you talking about? Ron looked back, and the two robbers had just got off the car, and before they could stand still, they were already nervously pulling the trigger while following Ron. Anyone who has shot a gun knows that the recoil of a gun is very large. Even if the gun is held in the correct posture, it is necessary to aim well, otherwise it will not hit the target at all, let alone shooting randomly like them. It is useless except wasting bullets like Uncle Hay. Bang bang, Ron rewarded them with a bullet each, and two more bodies fell to the ground, but this is not the end. 222. The four robbers who got off the pickup truck in front of the money transporter began to shoot wildly at the money transporter, but the bullets hit the bulletproof steel plate of the money transporter, and there was no other use except making some noise. Ron even had time to open the magazine and casually picked out two empty shells and replaced them with new bullets. Is there something wrong with your gun? I told you not to use this antique. Here, use mine. Dave threw the pistol to Ron for his own life. But Ron had no intention of taking it and let the Glock pistol fall to the ground. No, thank you, I still prefer this one. Ron threw the gun away, and when the magazine was thrown back into the gun with a ding sound, Ron suddenly flashed out from behind the car like an athlete who heard the starting gun. Using the box as a cover, two robbers holding rifles and one holding a submachine gun were constantly firing at the car body. Ron saw them, and of course they saw Ron. At this moment, time seemed to have pressed the pause button, and everything seemed to slow down in Ron's eyes. In his dream, Ron could even see the expressions on the robbers' faces as they were terrified, and their muscles wrinkled one by one. Bang! After a gunshot, a blood hole appeared on the three heads at the same time. It turned out that Ron fired too fast, which caused the three gunshots to sound like one. Where have these country bumpkin robbers seen such a strange gunmanship? The only robber left alive almost thought he saw a ghost. He screamed and left his companions to run to the warehouse next to him. Dave, go check the bullets. I'll go deal with the lost kitten." Ron pointed at the bullet lying on the ground and chased into the warehouse. Behind him, Dave looked at his back like a madman. This damn madman. Just now, Ron noticed something very interesting. When he took the lead and started firing at the robbers' first reaction was to fire at Ron behind the money transporter. You know, the bullets were still in their hands just now. According to the normal process, when the hostage resisted, they should kill the hostages as soon as possible, but they did not do so. The robber ran and shot at Ron in panic. He was waiting for a rubbish that he couldn't even hit when he was standing. It was a miracle to expect that he could hit someone while running so hard. Ron didn't even think about dodging the oncoming bullets. He just chased after him slowly. Bang! Ron shot the robber in the calf. The robber screamed and fell to the ground, but immediately got up in panic and continued to run for his life. Ron immediately shot him in the other leg, and the robber fell to the ground again. Now both of his legs were injured. There was no way to continue running. He could only raise his pistol to run in vain, intending to make a final resistance. But this decision was obviously not better than their decision to go out and rob today. Before he could pull the trigger, Ron raised his hand and shot a hole in his wrist. The pistol naturally fell to the ground with his weak arm. "Don't come over here, don't come over here." The robber used his only remaining intact left hand to claw at the ground and retreated backwards, shouting in fear. He didn't stop until he retreated to the wall. He stared at Ron tremblingly, like a lamb to be slaughtered. "Listen, scumbag." Ron opened the magazine and ejected the 6 empty shells inside, but only stuffed one bullet into the gun, and then turned the magazine. "Let's play an interesting game now, called What I Ask, You Answer. I will ask you 3 questions. Every time you answer, if you answer correctly, I will shoot you in the head. If you answer incorrectly or don't know, I will shoot you 3 times in a row. If you haven't been shot in the head by the end, I will let you go and call an ambulance for you. How about it? Aren't you a little impatient?" The robber looked at the black muzzle of the pistol and nodded with difficulty. Is there any point in shaking his head at this time? He had no doubt that if he shook his head here, Ron would shoot 6 times in a row there, leaving him no chance at all. "Let's take a gamble. What if it works?" "Okay, first question, who is your leader?" "Johnny, the one with the shotgun. You've killed him," the robber answered almost at the speed of a buzzer beater. "See, this isn't that hard, is it?" Ron put the pistol against the robber's head and pulled it down. Click. The first shot missed, and before the robber had time to recover from the joy of the rest of his life after the holiday, Ron immediately threw out the second question. "Congratulations on your survival. The second question is, how did you know the time and route of the money truck?" After a simple warm-up for the first question, Ron went straight to the point. "Or ask it another way, who is the traitor among us?" The robber's expression suddenly became nervous. "I don't know. It's always Johnny who has been in contact with him, and I haven't even met him. I'm telling the truth. Please don't kill me. This answer doesn't satisfy me, but since you're new to this game, I can give you another chance to reorganize your words. Do you want to change your answer?" Ron looked at the robber with a dangerous look, and the robber's nervous palms were full of cold sweat. "I really don't know. I just heard Johnny call him an old guy. Johnny has always been in direct contact with him. No one knows who gave me the information except Johnny. I'm telling the truth." "Well, it seems you don't want this opportunity anymore." Ron stood up and fired 3 shots at the robber's head. It must be said that the robber was really lucky. He failed to fire 4 shots in a row, but his pants were not so lucky. Although the bullets did not fire, the robber's urge to urinate was aroused. The robber's crotch was wet, and the fishy smell made Ron cover his nose. "Please let me go. As long as you let me go, I will do anything. I really don't know who gave me the information," the robber begged incoherently. Perhaps his tears touched Ron, and Ron changed his face to a kind one. "Okay, in that case, I won't embarrass you. I'll ask you one last question. As long as you answer it correctly, I'll let you go. How about that?" "Okay." "Great," the robber nodded frantically, fearing that Ron would change his mind if he agreed a little later. "Okay, this is a very simple question." Ron glanced at the robber's complexion and smiled gently. If it was Hobbs or someone more familiar, his people would definitely stay as far away as possible. Every time Ron smiled like this, he was brewing some bad ideas. Say there is a watermelon, cut it twice, how to share it with 5 friends to eat together. The robber was dumbfounded. Ron's question was obviously beyond the scope. A watermelon can be cut into 4 pieces at most with 2 cuts. If it is shared among 5 people, there will always be one person who can't eat the watermelon. He began to think about how to cut the watermelon, but he couldn't make the 5th piece of watermelon. Ron raised his smirk and began to count down for her answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 bang. Bullet opened the robber's head, and the red and white liquid radiated behind the wall. Morgan, Bullet muttered as soothing behind Ron. Ron turned around and smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry to let you see such an unseemly side. You won't tell on me, right? No, absolutely not. After all, you just saved me. Bullet struggled a little, and immediately answered firmly. I'm very sure that I saw him shooting at you, and you had no choice but to shoot him. Yes, it was a close call just now. Thank you so much, Bullet. I think we will be friends for life. As soon as the voice fell, the sirens outside sounded. When Ron was chasing the robber, Dave had already called the police. Ron hugged Bullet hypocritically and walked out. Originally, his last question was not such a nonsensical question, but he was going to ask, what is the contact method between the robber and the insider? But just when he was about to open his mouth, Ron keenly discovered through the broken glass on the ground that there was a blurry figure behind him, facing his back. So the words that were just on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back, and turned into a weird question and answer like a perverted murderer teasing death. It must be said that whether it is his movements, expressions or tones, Ron has grasped the temperament of a perverted murderer to death. Arthur, I think we can call it a day. I found that the bullet of the security captain of Fortis Security has a problem. Yes, that's right, it's Hank's former colleague. After taking a statement from the police station under a false identity, Ron called Arthur directly. Ron is now 100% sure that there is definitely a problem with this bullet. The next step is how to make him reveal his flaws. I know that there are absolutely no good people who are related to Hank, such as his brother-in-law. What should we do next? Boss? Arrest him directly, Arthur complained, and did not forget to retaliate. But he was not wrong. Hank's brother-in-law, Mr. White, did sell drugs before. It was ironic to think that there were relatives of drug enforcement police who sold drugs. No, that's too rough. Recently, people have been complaining about the rough law enforcement of our IRS. Why not try something new this time? Ron thought for a while. I believe they will definitely make another move. Maybe they will want to pull me into their gang. Then we will find an opportunity to catch him red-handed. Ron killed people in front of Bullet, which was equivalent to giving him a good handle. In addition to Ron's skills, if he expressed his desire for money at the right time, the other party might offer an olive branch. Even if Ron's assumptions were a bit off, he could be prepared the next time they acted. Ron felt that this robbery was more of a test, and it would not be long before they took action again. All your instructions, boss. I just hope this will all end soon. Chapter 502 Psychological Counseling and New Doubts. The next morning, Ron's second day at work, he was called to the general manager's office. The reason was of course related to his special performance yesterday. Before him, Bullet and Dave had been questioned separately. Hello, Mr. Morgan, the general manager in a suit and tie greeted with a professional fake smile on his face. In addition to him, the HR director and an assistant who interviewed Ron were also here. Hello, General Manager, if you called me here today to thank me for my outstanding performance yesterday, I would like to say, you're welcome. If possible, just give me a cash reward. Yesterday, I saved the company almost $15 million and 2 lives, so you can just reward me with tens of millions. Sorry, Mr. Morgan, if you don't have tens of millions, it's not impossible to give me a few million as a token of your appreciation. Ron looked at the manager opposite him whose expression was becoming more and more embarrassed, and his face began to become ugly. No way? You can't have even a few million, right? After Ron said that, the general manager's face became even more embarrassed. There is no precedent for this, because in the previous robbery incident, the escorts all died, so there is no precedent. Maybe the company will reward a few hundred later, huh? Ron habitually glared and touched his waist, which scared the general manager and he quickly changed his words. A few thousand, huh? $10,000. It really can't be more. Okay, 10,000 is 10,000. Let me make it clear first. This is the amount I get after tax. I will never pay a penny of tax for this bonus, Ron added. No problem, I swear. The general manager raised a hand helplessly. Okay, then there is no problem. Let me know when the bonus is distributed. I will go back first. I have a bye today and it's time to go home after get off work. Bye. Okay, take care and wait, the manager said halfway and suddenly realized something was wrong. We didn't call you here to talk to you about this. I want to talk to you about how you killed 6 robbers by yourself and you were still unscathed. Yes, I have to say, this is amazing, the fat HR manager who had been silent at the side said. He saved his partner's life. How about your experience with guns? Your shooting skills are very accurate, but your performance on the training ground is average. The general manager looked sharp, trying to see something from Ron's face. But the result disappointed him. Ron's expression was nothing. Are you kidding? Moon's psychological quality is such that he can keep calm even when facing the most vicious terrorists, not to mention this white-collar worker who sits in the office all day and has never seen blood. Maybe it's because the weapon is not convenient for me? Compared with automatic pistols, I prefer revolvers. Although Colt Python is good to use, it would be better if it was Smith & Wesson. Did he use an automatic pistol during the test before? The manager asked quietly. Yes, Glock 17. We use this kind of gun in the training ground, the general manager nodded. This statement was barely recognized by him. It is true that some people will achieve better results after holding a more convenient weapon. Okay, I'll report your request to the company. I believe we'll be able to equip you with a more convenient weapon soon, but now, we'd like you to take a look at this video. The general manager turned the laptop screen around. This is the surveillance video of the previous raid on Fortis Security, the one where the guard was killed. We hope you can tell us if there is any connection between this robbery and the previous raid. On the computer screen, a group of slim people in cleaners' clothes killed the guards of the money transporter one by one, and then threw bags of money into the cargo box of the pickup truck. 2 robbers in the middle looked up at the camera. Mr. Morgan, what do you think of this group of people? I'm very sure that this group of people has nothing to do with this attack. They are much more powerful than the idiots this time. If I run into them, it will be very troublesome, Ron said with a frown. He noticed that the whole process of this group of people from the beginning of the robbery to the loading of the money into the car and transporting it away was extremely smooth, as if they had rehearsed many times in advance. What's more interesting is that the group's offensive formation and the hand gestures they use to communicate with each other are very similar to those commonly used by the US military, which means that these people are likely to be from the military. The general manager asked worriedly, are you sure? Are they really not involved in this attack? Yes, I'm sure, Ron nodded. If before watching this video, Ron had almost determined that Zidane was the insider, but after watching this video, he began to waver in his previous guess. If Zidane was really the insider, why didn't he ask this group to continue? The fewer people who know about robbing a money transporter, the better. From all angles, he has no reason to find a bunch of completely amateurs to do this. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Morgan. Today's conversation ends here. We'll talk another day. Have a good day. That's it, Ron said in surprise. Yes, we're done. The general manager was relieved. Do you have anything else to say? Shouldn't you tell me when the bonus will be paid? Well, someone will communicate with you later. Our conversation today ends here. The general manager put away his computer and left the office with his assistant without looking back. Only Ron and the fat man in charge of personnel were left in the room. So you are the one he said will give me the bonus. Ron stared at the fat man and asked curiously. No, I'm looking for you for something else. The fat man shook his head quickly. I don't have any regulations. Psychologists suggest that employees who have just experienced violent incidents need to be transferred away from the front line for a week. If there are deaths, the time will be longer, so I will temporarily change your job, but don't worry, the time will not be long. Because of your performance, the boss appreciates you very much. I promise you that you can come back in a week at most, as long as you pay me as usual. I don't mind even if I go home to rest. Can I know what the new job assigned to me is? Ron asked. A robbery just happened. As long as the brain is not stupid, you will not choose to start working immediately, so Ron doesn't mind taking a temporary break for a few days. Don't worry, it's definitely a good job, the fat man said temptingly. How do you feel about being a bodyguard? Bodyguard? Yes, that's a bodyguard. Our Futong Security Company's business is not just about transporting money. In fact, we also undertake private security business, the fat man said with a proud look. The target is a beautiful woman, and she is of noble status. I remember that you filled in single in your information. If you can seize the opportunity, you know, the fat man winked at him obscenely. took out a box of medicine from the drawer and handed it to Ron, showing an expression that all men understand. There are large doses of blue pills in it, which can be called the fighting brother of Viagra. Seize the opportunity, men. At the same time, on the other side of Los Angeles, in an abandoned unknown library. Is it in the grain pile? Little Bear, Finch pushed away the big dog that jumped on him in authentic Kennan dialect. That skilled look was heartbreaking. Thanks to Ron, the dog had completely forgotten its original Dutch language since it was brought back from Ron, so Finch and Reese had to learn the Henan dialect of the Chinese language by themselves. Mr. Reese, can you tell me why you have to keep the dog here? The little bear is very well behaved. You will definitely like it. If anyone dares to provoke you again, he will help you eat them alive. Reese took advantage of Finch's inattention and secretly hid the information that had just been placed on the table. We have a new number again. Sofia Campos, 21 years old, daughter of Herbert Campos. He is a Brazilian diplomat, working in the consulate in Los Angeles. As a family member of the diplomat, she has a temporary social security number. Reese stood up and gave up the seat next to the computer. Everyone has their own expertise, and Finch is better at finding information. Let me see. Finch's fingers tapped on the keyboard, and Sofia's information immediately appeared on the computer screen. Sofia was born in Sao Paulo and educated in Switzerland. She speaks 6 languages. Her mother died of cancer 5 years ago, so she postponed her plans to go to Oxford for further studies and accompanied her father to 3 different places for office. Her father's party was criticized for fraud in the last election. There is no shortage of kidnappings for political purposes in their home country, so it is not surprising that she is in danger. There is news that her father will run for the presidency of Brazil this year. If anyone wants to deal with her father, starting with her daughter may be a good choice. In Brazil, being a politician is a high-risk job because the country's economy is deeply tied to the drug trade, resulting in gangs having the final say in almost half of the neighborhoods in Brazil, and these politicians have to compromise with the gangs. Well, it's another damn political conspiracy. No wonder she has a bodyguard, Reese complained, using another computer to take over the camera that was monitoring Sofia. Immediately, he saw a familiar figure on the screen. Finch, do you want to guess who her bodyguard is? I can directly see the information of her bodyguard, Arthur Morgan, an outstanding security guard of Fortis Security Company. He just subdued 6 gangsters and a cash transport robbery, etc. Is this face Ron? Finch was surprised to find Ron's face in the column of Mr. Morgan's photos. Reese asked, what should we do now? First, we need to confirm whether Ron wants the life of this poor girl. If not, then I believe this girl will be the safest person in the world. Your last name is Morgan, right? What's the relationship with a Morgan on Wall Street? Sofia leaned over Ron's ear and breathed sweetly, almost hanging her whole body on Ron. On the first day of his bodyguard job, Ron's employer was fascinated by his outstanding appearance. In Sofia's words, she fell in love with Ron at first sight. If someone else could be attached to a diplomat's daughter, they would probably be flattered, but Ron just felt troubled. It doesn't matter. If you think about it, if I were really the son of the Morgan family, I would never work as a bodyguard, right? Ron helplessly straightened Sofia's body, slightly distanced her and said seriously, Miss Sofia, please respect yourself. I'm just a bodyguard, a very handsome and charming bodyguard. Are you willing to take me to a nightclub? Sofia begged Ron with blinking eyes. No, this is not within the scope of my bodyguard's job, and your father has also told me. Don't let me take you to any indecent places to avoid being taken bad photos by competitors and used. What a man who doesn't understand romance. Sofia rolled her eyes. Not only is she charming, but it's a good comment for a bodyguard. I'll take it as your compliment and accept it. As Ron spoke, he stretched his hand back and grabbed a strange wrist, then swung it forward and tripped him at the same time. A man's body was thrown to the floor in front of him amid Sofia's exclamation. Without waiting for the man on the ground to react, Ron grabbed his arm and flicked it upwards, pinning him to the ground with a joint technique. I don't think sneak attacks from behind are something that should happen between friends. What do you think, Mr. Reese? Reese looked a little embarrassed. You're right, Morgan. I just wanted to play a joke on you. Do you know each other? Is he also a bodyguard of your company? My God, how many bodyguards did my father hire for me? Sofia looked at the 2 people who called each other by name and asked in confusion. Of course Ron would not expose Reese at this place. It's true that we are bodyguards of a company, but he is not hired by your father for you. Instead, Our security company conducts temporary security inspections on the bodyguards at work to ensure that every customer receives the top security service. He is an inspector. Ron made up a story and gave Reese an identity. Of course, Reese took the opportunity to say, "Yes, I'm an inspector for Fortis Security Company. Your vigilance is qualified, Mr. Morgan." Reese awkwardly took out a notebook from his pocket. "Miss, can I borrow your bodyguard for 2 minutes? I need him to sign the inspection form." Of course, Reese pulled Ron to the corner of the store. "What the hell are you doing? Why did you suddenly become a bodyguard? Are you going to kill that woman? How is that possible?" "I'm just a tax officer, not a killer. Let me guess." The machine spit out a new number. "Right." Ron showed a playful expression. "Do you want to do another part-time job? There is no salary, no authorization, and you don't need it anyway, but it can help you achieve your goal and protect this woman." Chapter 503 Ron's Double Action. Do you want to do another part-time job? When Ron asked this question, it was clear that he wanted Reese to take over his job and continue to protect Sophia, so that he could get paid without working and continue his comfortable life of idling around. But unfortunately, his fantasy was ruthlessly broken by Reese. "Okay, got it," Reese communicated with Finch and showed a playful expression. "Finch just told me that I'm on vacation, and by the way, let me tell you, do your own things. I believe you can do the bodyguard job well." This was a good idea that flashed in Finch's mind after he found out the information of Fortis Security Company, where Ron was currently working under a fake identity. Every time he asked Ron for help, Ron would ask for a lot of money. Although Finch, as a local tyrant, didn't care about that little money, he still felt a little unhappy. Now that he found the opportunity to get Ron for free, how could he let it go? He decisively gave Reese a vacation, and of course the working man Reese applauded. "No, you can't do this." Ron was full of indignation. "Do you believe it? If you don't protect her, I will kill her in a minute without anyone else's help." After failing to kidnap, Ron changed to threatening. "Then please do as you please, but Finch said that he has saved a video of you protecting the diplomat's daughter Sophia. If she has any problems, this video file will be sent directly to the current interim president," Reese said with a polite smile. Although on the surface, his smile was a little stiff, but in fact, he was already very happy in his heart. If he was not afraid of not being able to beat Ron, this was the truth, and he couldn't help laughing. Ron was choked with anger. "Good luck, Ron. I'm going to enjoy my vacation now. I have always wanted to take a food tour in Los Angeles. You know, Finch is a very generous person. My salary is enough to support me to go to any restaurant I want. I don't know where to start. Ron, do you have any good suggestions?" Before leaving, Reese didn't forget to anger Ron. If Ron were to be drawn in a cartoon, he would probably look like Majin Buu, with 6 holes on his head, spewing steam. "Morgan, how do you think I look in this dress?" Sophia asked as she twisted her body in front of a fitting mirror in the store. "Very good. The tight waistline just shows the best part of your figure, but I think it would be better if it was a little tighter on the hips. What do you think?" Ron was a pervert as soon as he opened his mouth, but Sophia didn't feel offended at all, but was a little happy. After all, if a woman who had just broken up had a handsome guy like Ron to go shopping with her, she would be in a better mood even if she knew he was a paid bodyguard. "I'll listen to you. You have a good eye. I guess you must often go shopping with women, right?" Sophia tried inconspicuously, but this kind of test was no different from a clear card for an old man like Ron. "Of course, I often go shopping with my girlfriends." Ron simply stopped playing and confessed directly that he already had enough women and was gradually showing signs of kidney deficiency. Forrest Gump's perpetual motion machine skill gave him endless physical strength, but it failed to give him an indestructible kidney. This was probably the biggest drawback of this skill. "Oh, really?" Sophia narrowed her eyes cutely. For some reason, Ron was reminded of a leopard in the forest, beautiful and dangerous. "Then do you mind changing one? Or getting one more?" Sophia's performance fully demonstrated the enthusiasm and unrestrainedness of a Brazilian girl. She did not continue to delve into this topic, but picked up a set of men's clothing and gestured on Ron. "What do you think if you wear this to go to the nightclub with me?" Sophia was holding a black suit that was a bit casual. With Ron's figure, he could wear anything, of course, but the price of this suit is almost equal to my monthly salary. "I can't afford it. Waiter, please pack this up for me and swipe the card," Sophia said generously, waving the credit card in her hand to the waiter. "I'll treat you, But the condition is that you can't tell my dad about going to the nightclub. No way, going to the nightclub is at night, after I get off work, so this should be considered overtime, and I want overtime pay. Ron refused righteously. A big cross appeared above Sophia's head. I'll make up for your overtime pay. Just tell me whether you agree or not. That's fine. The night shrouded Los Angeles in a mysterious veil, just like a sexy belly dancer, wanting people to uncover her true face to see how beautiful she is. Of course, this is only relative to ordinary people. Ron doesn't have this worry, because the girls will line up and wait for him to uncover the clothes that hinder their freedom. Arthur, how is your investigation going? After dancing with Sophia for a while on the dance floor, Ron took the opportunity to go to the bathroom, skillfully found a corner, and called Arthur. Although the company arranged his job as a bodyguard, Ron did not give up the company's investigation. Fortunately, there were two of them who came at the same time. If Ron was not investigating, Arthur could still complete it. There is no progress, boss. I checked the accounts of Bullet and his wife, and there has been no large-scale inflow of funds recently. Please, will you deposit the stolen money into your own bank account after the robbery? What's the difference between that and going directly to the police to surrender? Ron rolled his eyes. What you need to pay attention to is the cash. Cash. Understand, he may not hide the cash somewhere, but a person who suddenly becomes rich will inevitably make some retaliatory consumption. As long as his consumption is abnormal, we have sufficient reason to suspect him. Ron has begun to regret it. Things like investigating people should be left to Hank. He is a policeman and is more skilled in this. Arthur, who is a killer, seems to know nothing about it. Of course I will pay attention to this aspect. Arthur was slightly dissatisfied with Ron's questioning. I checked his consumption records. Recently, apart from eating more beef than before, this consumption is completely affordable with his salary. There is no abnormality in other consumption records compared with the usual. Well, I blamed you wrongly. Ron frowned. This is a bit troublesome. If your consumption has not increased suddenly recently, and she has not purchased any large consumer goods, then why did he rob? Is it just to spread the money on the bed to sleep, or are we wrong? He just got lucky, and the robbers happened to forget to kill him that day. Ron thought for a while and shook his head. I don't think it's likely. The identities of the robbers that day have been revealed. Everyone has at least one criminal record of burglary. I don't think they will not go to this step. In that case, I have two hypotheses. Tell me about it. The first hypothesis is that we are going in the wrong direction. The bullet has nothing to do with the robbery. They are fine. It's purely because you acted too quickly and the robbers didn't have time to kill him. There is such a possibility. Ron thought about the situation at that time. It took him a total of 1 minute from firing the first shot to the last robber escaping. It seemed that the robbers did not have much time to react. What about the other one? Another hypothesis is, the group of robbers he contacted before did not give him any money, or only gave him a small part of the money, so he simply left the original group and chose another group of people to act alone. You also said before that the group of robbers you encountered that day were much worse than the ones you saw in the video. Yes. That's it. Ron's eyes lit up, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. He was about to say something, but there was a commotion in the middle of the dance floor of the nightclub. He turned his head and saw a strange man arguing with Sophia. Keep an eye on the bullets. We'll talk later. I'll take care of something else first. After giving Arthur instructions, Ron walked straight to the middle of the two people who were arguing, pushed the man away with a palm, and used his body to block Sophia behind him. I don't think it's gentlemanly to use force on a lady in public. What do you think? Get out of here. This is between me and this little bitch. It has nothing to do with you. If you want to be a hero, go back. The man roughly reached out to push Ron, but Ron grabbed his hand quickly just halfway and pinched 2 fingers hard. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. Let me go. It hurts so much? Please let me go. Ron seemed not to hear it and continued to increase his strength. I don't remember that this attitude should be used when begging people. Please. Please let me go. The man was in so much pain that tears came out, but due to the pain in his fingers, he could only apologize honestly. Look, this guy can talk. Well, Ron let go, and the man quickly covered his fingers and took a step back, looking at Ron in horror. The man was wearing a well-tailored suit, and his hair and nails were well-groomed. He must be from the upper class. Who are you? I'm Sophia's boyfriend. This is between us, and has nothing to do with you. The man looked at Ron fiercely, but he didn't dare to take a step forward. Ron leaned forward like a boxer, and the man immediately shrank back. The spectators around him laughed. Everyone could see that he was a coward. Some even whistled at him, making the man feel ashamed. Before he could even say 3 words, "I'm her bodyguard," Sophia had already spoken first. "He's my new boyfriend, a real man, not a weakling like you who doesn't keep his word." "We're done, Jack." Just after Sophia finished speaking, Ron's phone suddenly vibrated. Ron pressed the call button, and Finch's anxious voice came from the headset immediately. "Ron, be careful. There are several people with bad intentions approaching you. They have guns." Ron smiled, thinking you could hold on for a while longer, but you can't hold on any longer. Long before Ron went to his phone, he had noticed that some people around him had a few pairs of murderous eyes constantly scanning him. In order to confirm whether these murderous eyes were aimed at Sophia or himself, he deliberately found an excuse to go to the side to make a phone call. One was to confirm the current progress of the investigation with Arthur, and the other was to separate from Sophia to see whether these people were targeting her or himself. After all, his current identity was a security company guard, and he had just killed a group of robbers. Maybe they were the robbers' accomplices, and the inner ghost who stayed in the company wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of him. But it turned out that he thought too much. These people's target was Sophia. The third was to see Finch's reaction. Maybe Finch really gave Reese a holiday, but with his good character, he would never let Ron, who had not reached a cooperation agreement with him, stay with Sophia alone. "Of course I know, and their guns are still with me." Across the street, the black man hidden in the crowd reached into his arms and touched nothing. Ron smiled and took out a pistol from his arms. That pistol was his. But now, the muzzle of his pistol was pointed at himself. Ron had used his skills to steal his weapon when he was walking around on the dance floor just now. "I guess you must have lost it, right?" Ron's smile was so creepy in the eyes of the black man. He just wanted to run away, but Ron had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The black man fell to the ground. The sudden change in the nightclub made the guests scream and flee in all directions. Only the other 2 black men pushed the crowd away and continued to run towards them. One of the black men reached into his arms but couldn't find his pistol, so he simply pulled out a dagger and rushed towards Sophia, while the other man aimed his pistol at Sophia. Seeing that Sophia was about to die, Ron no longer cared about being a gentleman and kicked Sophia on the buttocks, knocking her to the ground. At this moment, the sound of gunfire rang out, and the bullet almost grazed Sophia's pretty face. She was almost unharmed except for the hot wind from the bullet that burned her face. Of course, the kick on the buttocks by Ron didn't count. Just as Sophia was about to get up from the ground and cause trouble for Ron, another gangster rushed in front of her, holding the dagger in his hand, raised it high, and was about to swing it down. At this time, Ron finally moved again. Bang! Bang! After Ron fired a shot, the muzzle of the gun shifted slightly to the left, and he fired another shot almost without a pause. The first shot hit the knife-wielding gangster's neck, and the second shot hit the gun-wielding gangster's chest. The 2 shots were not fatal, but they had a stopping effect. After all, these weapons were not what Ron was good at, and it was good to achieve such results in such a short time. Chapter 504 Sophia's Trouble. "Oh my God. What happened?" Sophia screamed in fear, but she calmed down immediately after she found that she was not injured. After all, she was a girl from Brazil and was used to gunfights. What else could it be? "Of course they killed you." Ron took a photo of the mark behind the dead man's ear and sent it to Hank. There was a snake-shaped tattoo behind the dead man's ear. Generally speaking, some gangs use this kind of tattoo as a mark of joining the gang, just like the anti-Qing and Restoration Ming on the feet of the Cheyenne Dahu. Ron took Sophia to a safe place. "Can you recognize the people who attacked you just now?" "I've never seen them before." Sophia shook her head. Could they be Gabby's friends? Ron suddenly had an idea and remembered that Sophia had said that in addition to the 2 of them tonight, she also had a friend named Gabby who was going to play together. Oh my God. Gabby. Sophia seemed to have remembered something and started to make calls frantically, but every call fell on deaf ears without exception. She began to have a very bad feeling in her heart. No one answered. "Morgan, what should I do now? Did you hear that? Finch, we're in trouble. Now tell me where the person this beauty just called is." Sophia looked at Ron strangely. "Who are you talking to?" "Of course someone who can help you find your good friend." Ron took out his earphones and showed them to Sophia, then put them back in, took out his cell phone and changed it to external sound. "I found this signal." She's at the intersection of 5th Avenue and Crane Street. I'll send the location to your cell phone now. No need. Why? Sophia and Finch on the phone asked in unison. Because I know this place, Ron sighed helplessly. This is a morgue of the Los Angeles Police Department. Sorry, Sophia, I think your friend is dead. How is that possible? We were on the phone yesterday, Sophia muttered in disbelief. I think if she was just drunk, the police would not have sent her there. Now the key is to find out why the gang was chasing you? Have you contacted any special people recently? I remember you said that she would take us to another place to play today. Where is that? Wait, why are you sure that the attack must be related to her friends? Why couldn't it be a killer sent by her father's political enemies to give him a warning? Finch questioned on the phone. Please, I guess you have never come into contact with South American gangs. If it is a Brazilian gang, how could they use such childish means? Ron spread his hands and said, they will definitely send more people and have more firepower. At least they will use a few AK rifles, not pistols that are like toys in their eyes. Thanks to a certain V who did not want to reveal his name, Brazilian gangs have been tormented by the anti-government guerrillas. Those gangster drug dealers who usually act arrogantly are often taken away by a sudden rocket while driving on the road, and then they are attacked by a group of guerrillas with rifles. Before they can react, the guerrillas disappear like ghosts in the forest. This makes the gangs suspicious all day long. They even have to keep their guns beside them when they sleep. They have a serious phobia of insufficient heavy firepower and are crazy about heavy firepower. Recently, in Brazil, several attacks on politicians have involved heavy firepower, so there is no reason for this time to be an exception. Sophia began to speak. Gabby came to me mainly to talk about Paul. Who is he? I think his name is Paul Romano. We met him at the party on Saturday. Jack felt unwell and left early that day. I was very angry, so when Paul invited us to his apartment, we went, as if she was afraid that Ron would misunderstand something. Sophia finished speaking and quickly added, nothing happened between him and me. Even if it did, it doesn't matter. It's normal for young people to seek pleasure, Ron said with a smile. Finch, if I want to talk to this Paul, where should I find him? That might be a little difficult, unless you are willing to go to hell. I'm not kidding. Just yesterday, Paul jumped from the roof of his apartment building and was smashed into pulp. The police determined it to be suicide, which might be caused by an overdose of drugs. He himself sells psychedelic drugs. In the library, Finch sat on a swivel chair, thinking and turning around. I'm beginning to agree with your idea now. I think Sophia's preview has nothing to do with her father's college, but is due to his drinking buddy. The clues were cut off here again. Ron asked somewhat frustratedly, Sophia, were there any other people besides you and Paul that day? Me, Gabby, Paul, and then someone came. The atmosphere was a bit weird when he came, so Gabby and I went out. Can you describe the appearance of that person? Ron's eyes lit up. Wait, here. Sophia took out her mobile phone and played a video for Ron. In the video, he was playing weird things with another girl, and behind them, not far away, a white man was chatting with a black man. Yes, it's him. It seems that everything is connected. Ron found that the black man who was chatting with the dead Paul was one of the people who attacked Sophia in the nightclub just now, but because he was too far away and saw that the situation was not good, he ran away by himself. Do you think the attack was related to Paul? But why did those people choose me? Paul died on the day you were playing together. You said that there was no fifth person besides you. So guess, if he didn't die of suicide, who did it? Ron put his phone in front of Sophia. The reason they chose you is of course because you were at the scene and could identify him. At this point, Ron's logic was all straightened out. Sophia and Gabby were accidentally involved in a gang vendetta. In order to silence them, the other party had to kill them one by one. At this moment, Ron's phone lit up again and the caller ID showed that the number was from Hank. Sorry, Finch, I think I may have found the gangster. As he said that, Ron answered another call. I think you must have good news, right? Yes, boss. I found that the symbol is the symbol of the 14K gang. This gang has been entrenched in Compton. The boss is called Good Horse. Do I need to take people to deal with them now? No, it's just a gang. I can do it alone. It just happens that it's not far from us. Ron turned around and smiled gently at Sophia. I'm going to buy some oranges. You stay here and don't move around. I promise there are few places in the world safer than here. The place where Ron took Sophia was to Andy's apartment. Because of his relationship, Andy usually didn't come back, But Andy was not the only one living in this apartment. There were 3 households on the first floor of this apartment building. Mason and Hannibal lived on the left and right sides of Andy's apartment. Frank Moses and his girlfriend lived upstairs, and Marvin Boggs and Gwen Ewing lived downstairs. Ron believed that even the most elite Navy SEALs would not be able to break into the apartment for a while. "No, please let me go with you," Sophia held Ron's hand and said firmly, "Gabby is my best friend, and I am not as weak as you think. I am Brazilian and have seen many corpses." Ron pondered for a moment, and finally nodded and agreed, "Okay, but you must follow my command in all your actions." After that, Ron tore off a piece of note paper, wrote the 2 words "borrow a car" and slipped it into Marvin's apartment through the crack of the door while going downstairs. He also took the key hidden under the garbage bag at the door. The whole operation made Sophia stunned, but Ron was too lazy to explain to him Marvin's extraordinary persecution delusion. Then they found the modified pickup truck that Ron gave to Marvin in the underground garage, that is, the pickup truck that Ron modified with a 107 rocket launcher when he first came to Los Angeles. "Are you going to war?" Sophia was shocked by the exaggerated weapons behind the pickup truck, and her 3 views were shattered. In a big city like Los Angeles, can this thing be used? In his hometown, only guerrillas would use this thing. How is that possible? Fighting is the military's business. I'm just going to collect some interest from the gangsters who don't pay taxes properly. If you were to select the most chaotic place in Los Angeles, then Compton would definitely be on the list. Almost all the gangs gathered here, and violent crimes occurred almost every day. In Ron's original world, there were 3,733 violent crimes a year at the peak, an average of more than 10 a day. Not to mention at night, even if someone passed by here during the day, they would be very careful. But tonight was a little different. A shabby pickup truck that obviously didn't belong here drove through the street with music playing. The high-decibel music made several gangsters frown and habitually put their hands on their waists, intending to teach that madman a lesson. But he was immediately slapped to the ground by the boss, who saw the people in the car. "FXXK. That's the living Satan of the IRS. Are you crazy? Go. I heard that even ants will have their legs taken away if they pass by." Different versions of the above lesson were simultaneously said by different bosses nearby, rendering the harmless Ron as a devil on earth. This devil on earth, after parking the car not far from a tavern, handed Sophia a remote control and a helmet. "Do you want to personally avenge your good friend? How should I do it?" Sophia looked at the things in her hand and asked in confusion. "Have you ever played with a drone? Put on the helmet, there is a screen inside, use the remote control to control the drone to fly to the door, and then press the red button. It's that simple." A moment later, a drone rose from the back of the pickup truck. "Do you know that because of your wrong intelligence, the bodyguard killed 2 of my men today?" Inside the tavern, next to the bar, a big black man grabbed the collar of a white boy and said viciously. If Sophia was here, he would definitely recognize that the white boy was her ex-boyfriend Jack, and the big black man was the one who killed Paul. "Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know she had changed her bodyguard. I thought it was her boyfriend. That bitch told me so herself. Please give me another chance. I promise to find a way to trick her to a place where no one is around so you can kill her." "Listen," the black man almost put his face close to Jack's, "I'm telling you again, don't play any tricks with me. Only one of you can survive. If you want to be a love succeed, tell me now and I promise to do it immediately." "No. Absolutely not. I choose to let that bitch die, tomorrow. If you can't get him out again, I'll kill you," the black man said dissatisfiedly, and then looked at the door belatedly. "Why is it so quiet outside today? Aren't those crazy people fighting or racing on the street?" "I don't know. It seems to have suddenly become quiet since just now," a subordinate answered. "Wait, what's that sound?" The black man's ears moved and heard something strange. There was a high-frequency buzzing sound outside the silence, which was slowly approaching from far away. "You, go outside and take a look." He casually pointed a gun at one of his men, but when the man just walked to the door, something strange happened. Boom! The drone directly blew up the door of the tavern, and the fragments of the door swept the man who just walked to the door, and flew into the tavern together, scratching several men. "Someone is looking for trouble with us, brothers, pick up your guns. Kill them," the black man shouted while finding a table and crawling under it. However, at this time, the men had no time to observe their boss's reaction. The wounds scratched by the fragments of the door aroused their bloodiness. One by one, They screamed and rushed to the door with various guns, intending to teach the blind guys outside a profound lesson. However, when they walked to the door, they found that there was no one outside. What was waiting for them was a pickup truck and 9 dark gun barrels behind the pickup truck. You want to avenge your friend yourself, right? Ron grabbed Sophia's delicate hand and pressed the launch button. It's showtime. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rockets with long tails flew out of the launch tube with a set angle. They grew bigger and bigger in the horrified eyes of the gangsters, and finally hit them hard. The fuse detonated the warhead, and the flames engulfed the gangsters huddled at the door like a beast that chose its prey. Boom! The explosion, which was 10 times more violent than the previous one, turned the entire tavern door into ruins. Sophia stared at it all in a daze. Did I do all this? Of course. How does it feel? It feels so good. Sophia quietly clamped her legs together, feeling as if she had awakened some extraordinary strange attribute. Chapter 505, Entering Brazil. Although Sophia was born into a political family in Brazil, she was actually raised in her grandfather's house in the countryside by her parents because of the unique chaos of Brazilian politics. Therefore, she is not a traditional rich girl. When she was a teenager, she often wandered around the dilapidated streets with the boys and girls in the slums next door. She had touched guns early on, so she had the confidence to avenge her good friend with Ron. However, when she really started to take revenge, she found that the way of revenge was far from what she had imagined. In simple terms, if in Brazil, people would at most take an assault rifle when taking revenge, and if it was more exaggerated, they would just take a few grenades, but when it came to Ron, he actually used a drone as a bomb. That's not all, he even opened a multiple rocket launcher. Not a rocket launcher, but a multiple rocket launcher. In an international metropolis like Los Angeles, is it really okay to use multiple rocket launchers? Sophia felt like she was running wildly on the road of complaining. Ron's appearance reminded her of the legendary Brazilian V-shaped gorillas, the guys wearing strange smiley masks. The only difference was that those guys used Cassin rockets modified from steel pipes, while Ron used 107 rocket launchers, which was the name Ron just told her. What are you thinking about? Ron pushed Sophia and woke her up from her thoughts. Why don't you fly the second drone quickly? Do you want them to escape from the back door? I'll take off now. Sophia chose the second drone, took off quickly, flew over the roof and flew from the sky to the back door of the tavern, while Ron picked up an AA-12 shotgun with a drum magazine from the back seat of the pickup truck, put on night vision goggles and walked towards the door. From the perspective of the night vision goggles, there was still some residual heat floating at the door of the tavern because of the explosion just now, but it can be clearly seen that their thermal images are slowly fading along with the remains on the ground. In addition, there were 3 other people in the pub, lying together behind the long bar table. Ron couldn't help but smile, because on one of them, a red dot representing heat was spreading from the crotch. If Ron was right, this person should be scared to death. What should we do now, boss? The firepower outside is so fierce. Danny and the others have all been killed. The only remaining subordinate beside the black man said in panic. What else can we do? God knows how many people are outside. Let's go out the back door, go quickly. The black man pushed his subordinates back hard. He was careful and didn't go in first. Facts have proved that his decision was extremely correct. The subordinate just ran to open the back door, and outside, the drone controlled by Sophia had been waiting for a long time. Boom! The airflow of the explosion blew back the fragments of the subordinates' parts, and some even hung on the 2 of them. Jack, who was standing next to the black man, screamed, because just now, a piece of bloody internal organs of unknown origin was washed onto him by the shock wave and hung on his neck. He didn't even have the courage to take it off with his hands. Sophia, do you want to meet someone you know? Ron immediately recognized the owner of the scream. No, I just feel disgusted now. How could I have dated such a person in the first place? Ron could recognize her, and of course Sophia could recognize her even more. Can we end this quickly? Of course. Did I tell you that drones can also choose multi-machine AI mode? Ron smiled knowingly. If he had disliked Sophia's eldest daughter's temper at the beginning, now he had begun to appreciate this girl. Thinking of the other party's identity as a political family, Ron suddenly had a good idea. Is that so? Without Ron's instruction, Sophia turned on the AI mode according to the instructions of the tablet remote control. Suddenly, a secret compartment was opened in the pickup truck's cargo box, and 6 smaller drones took off from it. Under Sophia's operation, they were divided into 2 teams, one in front and one behind, and rushed into the tavern from the front door and the back door. Boom! The explosion illuminated the night in an instant, and then a big fire and billowing smoke rose. Sophia jumped up in surprise at first, but then she started crying again. How is it? How does revenge feel? Ron patted Sophia's twitching shoulder. Sophia said blankly like a wooden man, I don't know, I thought I would be very happy, but I just realized that even if I avenge Gabby, I won't let her live. Sophie's behavior is very normal. After all, a few hours ago, she was just a rich girl. Even with such a childhood experience, in essence, she is still an outsider who does not belong to the slums. That's right. Except for God, no one can bring the dead back to life, but that doesn't mean we can't do something else, Ron said in a guiding tone. As soon as this was said, it really worked. Sophia turned around and said, but she's already dead. What else can I do? But you can save more people like her from death, right? Ron switched to the form of a life mentor and said patiently, why did Gabby die? Because the drug trade is rampant and the gangs are too arrogant. Today it's Gabby who died, and tomorrow it may be Debbie, Annie, or someone else. As long as the gangs and drug trade still exist, innocent people will die every day. Sophia shook her head in fear, but the Brazilian gangs are too powerful. What can I do? Even my father has to cooperate with them, otherwise, our family will be killed by the gangs. Although she had just killed the gangs that killed her best friend, the deep-rooted fear of gangs in Brazil since childhood still overcame the idea of doing something for others. She was still young and didn't want to die. Besides, Sophia is not stupid. She knows that the reason why she can easily get rid of the gangsters is mainly because of Ron's help, his prestige, and equipment. Indeed, it is really difficult if you or your family rely on yourself. Excuse me, your family is very influential in Brazilian politics, but as far as I know, it is no different from other political families controlled by gangs. With Ron's caution, how could he not investigate before being sent by the company to be Sophia's bodyguard? Although the Campos family has a good reputation, it is only better than those notorious families. In the Brazilian political arena where gangs are terrifying, it is good to be less affected by gangs. It is like a dream to let them fight against the gangs. Then why do you tell me that you can do something else? Do you want to see me die? Sophia stared at Ron pitifully. Of course not. If I ask you to confront the gangs head-on, it would be like asking you to die. But if I arrange a strong ally for you, that may not be the case. Strong ally? Haha. Sophia showed a complex and sarcastic smile on her face. In Brazil, this hopeless land, who else has the courage to confront the gangs head-on? Even other politicians who are under the banner of so-called gang eradication are just using this gimmick to win votes. Once they come online, they will turn a deaf ear to what I said. Some of them are even secretly supported by the gangs. There is no way. The gangs are too powerful in Brazil. What if I tell you that this ally is the rebels? As he said this, Ron conjured up a mask with a weird smile from somewhere and put it on his face. Oh my god. You are talking about the V-shaped rebels. I should have thought that you are one of them, Sophia exclaimed with her hands covering her mouth. To be precise, it should not be said that Ron is one of them, but that they are Ron's people. In the Brazil incident, Ron wanted to make some money and leave, so he gave the image of the savior V that he created to the guerrillas, letting them take over as V, which was equivalent to handing over this IP to others and letting them do whatever they wanted. But what Ron didn't expect was that this move actually earned him a good reputation among the guerrillas for not being greedy for power. In addition, there were 2 books that Ron left for the guerrillas. You know, the guerrillas in South America are relatively left-leaning, and with the spread of liberation theology, if it weren't for the suppression of the United States in the North, they would have turned to the Red Camp as early as the Soviet era. So after seeing Ron's 2 books, he was directly cited as a spiritual leader. Out of a sense of identity from the soul, Ron was full of sympathy for the rebels, and often sponsored some equipment through Yuri from time to time. Ron had a lot of say in the rebels. In addition to the sense of identity in his heart, Ron also had the idea of using the rebels to fight against the CIA's South American countries. With the death of President Shimoki, the power struggle in the White House has become increasingly intense. The CIA, which represents the military and the military-industrial complex, is increasingly out of control, which is not a good thing for the entire United States. Today, they dared to watch the president die and let the mercenaries hunt down the president in the Capitol. Tomorrow, They may dare to personally go out and kill the president who is not in their interests. In this regard, several other political forces in the United States have already had the idea of jointly suppressing the development of the CIA. The forces represented by Ron are naturally one of them. Ron can control the military funds given to the Pentagon, but it doesn't mean that he has no way to deal with the CIA. He can use the hands of the rebels to kill the CIA's forces in South America. As we all know, in addition to the military funding from the Pentagon, most of the CIA's funds come from the income obtained from the monopoly of the drug trade. This is already an open secret. Therefore, Ron has long had a plan to get involved in Brazil and cooperate deeply with the rebels, and now, Sofia just appeared in front of him like an angel sent by God. No, I just happen to be familiar with some people in the resistance, Ron denied. It was one thing to do something secretly, and it was another to confront openly. He didn't want to be caught by them and label him a communist. If you are willing to promise them that after being elected you will not oppress ordinary people, support drug prohibition, and let everyone live with dignity, then I promise you that they will do their best to ensure your safety. Sofia was silent. She was still young. Unlike her father, she had become a corrupt politician. She still had dreams, and Ron's words just now had successfully ignited the flame in her heart. Ron didn't force her, and drove quietly. After a long time, Sofia touched the strange cross on her chest, which was the same as the one Ron gave to her mother, and finally spoke again. I agree. Okay, take this to the Rio Cathedral to find the presiding priest. He will ask you what kind of person Jesus would be if he were alive. Ron took out a cross and put it in Sofia's hand. Just tell him, he must be a gorilla, and then you will get the full support of the resistance. Wish you a good dream. The car stopped next to Sofia's temporary residence, and Ron took the initiative to open the door for her. Sofia hesitated for a moment and wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing, just nodded firmly. Ron nodded and walked into the apartment. Ron knew that his entire layout in Brazil had been completed. The seeds have been planted, and the rest is to see how Sofia and the resistance will bear fruit. I asked you to help me save her, but you let her fall into a bigger abyss. Is that really okay? Mr. Cooper, after Sofia left, Finch limped out of the shadows with a cane. Ron did not turn off the phone during the conversation with Sofia. It didn't make any difference whether he turned it off or not. Finch heard the whole conversation. Everything is your own choice, isn't it? Ron shrugged his shoulders. Some people want to live in disgrace. As long as they live peacefully, their life will be over. Some people want to become a kind of fire and illuminate others. I don't think you have any right to blame me, Mr. Finch. Is what you did to Reese more noble than me? Finch got a machine to send out the numbers of people who might be in danger and wanted to save them, but he didn't have the ability to save people, so he hired Reese. From this point of view, he is no different from Ron. Finch's face flushed. No, we did it to save people, me too, and to save more people. Ron turned around and looked into Finch's eyes. You save people one by one according to their social security numbers, but sometimes you just save people from danger temporarily. One day in the future, they may encounter the same danger again, because the world that forces them to fall into danger has not changed, but Sofia wants to do something different from you. She chooses to change the world and create a world where more people can live safely, thereby saving more people. From this point of view, I think she is much nobler than you. Ron walked to Finch, because you save people out of guilt, and she does it out of a dream. After that, without waiting for Finch to react, Ron got on the car and left without looking back. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Changing Homes and New Developments. The next morning, when Ron was about to go to Sheldon's apartment for breakfast, he opened the door and found that Leonard and Penny, and Sheldon and Amy were already sitting on the sofa, as if they were waiting for him. Okay, let's get it straight. Who died? Do you need me to change my clothes now and go to the funeral with you? No, no one died, Ron. We're just waiting for you to discuss some serious business. Leonard spoke first. Amy's apartment has a broken water pipe and needs to be moved out for a few weeks. We are thinking of letting her live here with Sheldon. Is it necessary to tell me about this? As long as it doesn't affect my free breakfast, you can live here however you want. Ron shrugged indifferently. took the sandwich reserved for him from the kitchen and took a big bite. "Today's sandwich is good. I want to ask, will this cause any inconvenience to you?" Amy stood up and asked nervously. "Of course not, you just live across the street with Sheldon." At this point, Ron suddenly thought of something and his face changed. "Wait, you are not planning to live with me?" "Yes, that's what we think," Leonard said a little embarrassedly. "After all, Penny and I have never had a world of our own since we got married, and Sheldon just doesn't need a world of our own." "Wait, when did we agree that I would live in Penny's apartment?" Sheldon was also stunned. "It's only 5 weeks, Sheldon, and we live across the street from each other," Penny also said. "Please, Ron, I promise, I will continue to prepare your breakfast." "Okay, as long as there is free breakfast, then I agree. Anyway, Sheldon and Amy definitely make less noise than you two. They only have sex once a year, unlike you, who can hear Penny's night performance almost every time you come back." Ron smiled and agreed. "Anyway, no matter who he lives with, it will not affect him. He usually lives in a confidant's house most of the time at night, and only comes back in the morning to change clothes, eat breakfast and go to work." In addition, Leonard and Penny have been married for a while. As they said, there is almost no opportunity for them to be alone. Even if it is regarded as compensation for Leonard to take care of Sheldon for so long, he will not have any objection. Then it's settled. Leonard was just about to shake hands with Ron in joy, when Sheldon stood up angrily. "Hey, I haven't decided to live with Amy yet. This is a big deal. What if the spark of passion fades after we live together? If you two really had that thing, Mary would have a grandson by now," Ron complained while drinking milk. "Sheldon, I understand your filial piety, but please allow me to convince you in a scientist's way. We will live together for 5 weeks. This length is just right for us to experiment with our compatibility and collect data, isn't it?" Amy's persuasion was obviously effective. Ron noticed that Sheldon's little finger moved twice, which was a sign that Sheldon was getting excited, but at this time Sheldon still pretended not to care. "Stop using these flirting words to trick me." Leonard couldn't stand it any longer. In order to enrich his nightlife, he finally started to use his big move, just like your favorite TV series Star Trek. After entering, you start a 5th-year mission to explore the new world. How about imagining this as your own 5-week mission? "Okay, I agree," Sheldon patted Amy. "See, if you want to use flirting words to trick me, you have to be like him." Leonard turned his head and smiled smugly at Ron and Penny. "Penny, do you understand? Sheldon is the biggest crisis in your marriage. If Leonard cheats one day, don't worry that it's any other woman who did it. It must be because of Sheldon." Everyone looked at him in surprise, because everyone knew that Ron never went to work on time. Ron spread his hands helplessly. "Even I will go to work on time once in a while, okay, especially when someone is cheating on you," Ron added in his heart. When she went out and answered the phone, she heard Arthur's excited voice. "Boss, you really should come here today. Something big happened. Has there been another armored car robbery? Or have you found the mole?" "Neither, but I believe that if that group of people still intend to take action, it must be today," Arthur said in an unquestionable tone. As a killer, she always leaves herself some wiggle room when she speaks. If she ever speaks in an affirmative tone, then this thing will 100% happen as she said. Ron showed some interest. "What's the reason?" Arthur took a deep breath. "The company has received a new business. A full ton of gold is placed in the company's safe. People are going to be arranged to transport it away in 3 batches. The first batch of gold will leave tomorrow. If they want to take action, they must do it before the gold is shipped out, which is today, boss. This is a full ton of gold. If it is converted into money, no matter how many people they have, it will be enough for them to spend the rest of their lives. Oh my God, if I hadn't cleaned myself up now, I would have wanted to take action on it," Ron thought to himself. So much gold should be the work of those jewelry giants. This gold is indeed valuable. Let alone Arthur. If Ron didn't have shares in this security company, he would have wanted to rob the gold, not to mention that group of robbers with very good professional qualities. "You're right. I also think they will take action today. Wait, I'll go there now." At the same time, in a shabby warehouse on the other side of the city, a group of sturdy men surrounded a birthday cake and sang the birthday song. The strange thing is that there was no birthday atmosphere here, except for the birthday cake in the middle. Everyone was fully armed and wearing masks. The weapons were not far from them. After the birthday song was finished, the man wearing the paper crown began to speak. "I know it's my birthday today, but I have a gift for you," Don't keep me in suspense, old man. The person next to him laughed and scolded. It's different from before. This time it's a big business. Of course, it will be more difficult. It's another money transport truck. This time there is a whole ton of gold in the car. What? So much money, my blood is boiling. The men began to make noises. The man wearing the paper crown pressed his hands down, and everyone immediately quieted down. It can be seen that he is the boss of this group. Yes, that's right. The man with the paper crown looked around and continued. The public information released internally is that the gold will be shipped out in 3 vehicles tomorrow. But you know, our insider is far more reliable than you think. He is one of our own. He served under me in the past and is now one of the managers of the security company. He told me that the so-called 3 vehicles to transport the gold one by one is just a cover. In fact, at the end of get off work today, one of the armored trucks will be driven out for maintenance on the grounds of vehicle breakdown, but the car will not be driven to the repair shop, but directly to the bank's large vault. The car is loaded with the gold. I'll join. Me too. And me. The men expressed their opinions one after another, and the man with the crown nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then let this operation be our last one. I guarantee that after this one is done, each of us will be a millionaire, but the premise is that you will listen to my command as before. I have a rigorous plan. I seriously doubt whether that gang has completely quit. Why haven't they done it yet? There is not even any sign of doing it. Ron, who had spent a whole day at the company, complained to Arthur beside him, saying that he was too busy to go back to the company for training. I spent the whole day at the shooting range today. Do you know how much I could have done if I had been outside? I don't know how much I could have done, but I know you would have ruined a lot of girls. Another taco? I'll treat you, of course. I want a double portion of beef. Ron decided to turn his grief into appetite. Taco, also known as Mexican roll, is a tortilla originated from Mexico. After being coated with sauce, beef, tomatoes, lettuce and other ingredients are added. It looks very colorful and is a very popular snack in the United States. But in Ron's opinion, it is just an upgraded version of omelette, except that the eggs are replaced with beef, and a few more leaves are given. Although it seems to be more substantial in terms of quantity, the sauce is far less fragrant than the omelette. Boss, don't be anxious. Have you ever heard of a weight loss company robbing in broad daylight when the security is the most strict? Arthur took a bite of his tortilla and said very experiencedly, the real action has just begun. I am sure that group of people will definitely start after get off work to take the company's gold. Ron was very upset. Since you already knew why you didn't wait until after get off work to call me over, I can still sleep at home. I have decided. Your bonus this month will be waiting. Is that our company's car? Ron was halfway through his words when he suddenly noticed a money transport truck slowly approaching from where they had just passed. This taco fast food truck is about 800 meters away from the Fortis security company. It turns a corner from the company gate and passes through a culvert. It is next to the road. Because he can't see whether the car comes out of the company, Ron is not sure. Yes, I heard from Zidane today that a car had some problems, and they were going to take it to repair after get off work. It should be this car, Arthur said indifferently, but the speaker was unintentional, and the listener took it to heart. Ron's expression became more and more solemn. Did you bring a gun? What? Arthur scratched his ears, suspecting that he was hallucinating. I mean the gun. Ron's face became very ugly. He pointed at the construction workers who were smoking together across the street. Can't you see that there is something wrong with that group of people? They have very heavy training marks on them. I suspect they are all from the military, especially that one. Arthur followed Ron's gaze and stopped at a white man with some gray hair. This person gave him a familiar feeling. But he couldn't remember where he had seen this person. Fortunately, Ron gave an answer immediately. Do you remember the photo on Hank's desk? It's the photo of him and his former superior in the army. That's the guy. Damn it. The robbers were the combat squad that Hank belonged to before. The whole squad participated in the robbery. No wonder they acted so efficiently. How could someone from a rapid response unit react so slowly? In order to avoid alerting others, Ron and Arthur were face to face while talking, and they looked at the construction workers chatting over there with the corner of their eyes. What should we do now, boss? No matter what, we can't let them succeed in the robbery. If they succeed, I will lose a lot of money. Seeing the traffic lights change color, the money transport truck restarted and began to get closer and closer to this side. Ron began to get anxious. In order to save operating costs, When the company executives proposed to the board of directors to buy insurance for each escort of the company, Ron voted against it, on the grounds that in Los Angeles, no one dared to mess with his things. So this also means that once these robbers get their hands on the gold, the lost gold will be paid by Fortis Security Company, that is, Ron, which is absolutely unacceptable to him. Ron quickly stuffed the tortilla into his mouth in 2 bites and swallowed it hard. Like an ordinary person, he slowly approached the construction workers. Arthur followed suit and quickly finished his meal and followed. At the same time, the money transporter had entered the culvert. The construction workers began to act. One of them walked to the front of the money transporter with a stop sign and stopped the car. As soon as the money transporter stopped, a sealed tank truck drove from the roadside and blocked the road ahead. In the back, the excavator that was originally parked suddenly started to turn and used its bucket to block the back of the money transporter. The excavator and the sealed tank truck were one in front and one behind, and the entire money transporter was stuck in the culvert and could not move. The guards in the car realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. The car could not move. Reverse, the guard in the money transporter shouted, and the driver stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, trying to use the inertia of the car to knock the excavator bucket off. But how could the robbers, who had been prepared, let them succeed so easily? The robber driving the excavator pulled the joystick, and the needle teeth hooked the butt of the money transporter and lifted it up. The car was tilted over, and the rear wheels were spinning, but they had left the ground and could not provide any power. The other construction workers pulled on their masks, pulled out various guns from the cement pipes under their buttocks, and surrounded them from different angles. If the guard didn't know what to do at this time, he would be an idiot. Headquarters. Headquarters. Call headquarters. We have been hijacked by a group of unidentified people. Request for support. Request for support. Chapter 507, Gold Defense War. However, there was no reply from the headquarters on the intercom. At this time, if they still didn't know that the signal was interfered, they would be really stupid. What should we do? Our contact with the headquarters has been cut off. No way. Stay calm. We have to stay in the car. Don't open the door. They can't do anything to us. Our car body is bulletproof. We can withstand it. Before the guard finished speaking, a sharp sizzle sound came from the door. He looked out and saw that the robbers outside were burning the car door with a welding torch. And they had already burned a small hole in the car door and were spreading downwards little by little, and immediately cut a small square hole in the door. Then, a tear gas was thrown in. Boom, cough cough. The tear gas bomb exploded in the armored car with a lot of smoke, which made the 3 guards cough constantly, and their snot and tears flowed together. There was nothing they could do. In a panic, someone opened the door, and then they all rushed out. All of you, get down on the ground. Don't raise your head if you don't want to die, the robber shouted, pinning down a guard. 2 people came out from behind and got down on the ground without him having to do anything. From the beginning of the operation to now, in less than a minute, he has completely controlled the money transporter. Everything is as perfect as they planned. However, before they could start to be happy, something unexpected happened. Ron and Arthur finally killed the robbers. Bang bang, Arthur ran and made a double combo, killing the robber who was operating the excavator immediately. The pistol was just stuffed into his hand by Ron. Ron could always suddenly produce weapons, and his men were already used to it. Just when he was about to fire the 3rd shot, the robber who reacted immediately turned the gun around and fired at him. 2 assault rifles fired a burst of shots. Arthur saw that the situation was not good, and quickly slid under a car on the side of the road to avoid the bullets. But this trick was only useful temporarily. The tactical quality of this gang of robbers was too high. 2 robbers, one on the left and one on the right, had already blocked all of Arthur's escape routes with rifles. Arthur would be killed as soon as he showed his head. Boss, it's up to you now. Arthur covered his ears with his hands and leaned back against the tires of the car, praying silently in his heart. Of course, Ron would not let him down. Just as the 2 robbers, one on the left and one on the right, carefully took tactical steps and approached the car where he was hiding, 5 black spots suddenly flew in the sky. A closer look revealed that they were grenades. There are grenades. Everyone lie down, the robber boss yelled, and the alliance found a car nearby and hid behind it. The other men followed suit. With their excellent combat experience, they quickly found the most suitable bunkers around them and hid. Unexpectedly, no one exposed any part of their body to Arthur, who had just shown his head. Boom, After the faint fire, there was no shockwave and fragments of the grenade explosion as expected. Instead, a sharp buzzing sound made everyone's head split. What Ron had created was not a grenade, but a stun grenade. The huge noise and high-frequency vibrations produced by the explosion damaged the human nervous system. Unprepared, the robbers were dizzy and almost lost their fighting power. The three unlucky guards had already foamed at the mouth and fainted, but their years of combat experience and amazing perseverance allowed the robbers to barely hold their guns and continue to hide behind the temporary shelter they had just found, making it unlikely for them to attack. However, if Ron took advantage of the victory at this time, he would be shot to death as soon as he showed his head, but unfortunately Ron did not intend to do so. Now, Ron yelled, and he and Arthur jumped out of their temporary hiding place at the same time, regardless of the robbers hiding behind the shelters on all sides, and rushed towards the money transporter like crazy. To be precise, it was Ron who rushed towards the money transporter, while Arthur ducked and dodged, pulled the robber who died in the excavator down, sat on the driver's seat, and operated the excavator to move the bucket away. The road behind the money transporter suddenly became clear. Their target is the money transporter, get up. Don't let them drive away. The robber boss endured the discomfort caused by the stun grenade, raised his rifle and fired at the excavator, but because of his physical condition, the bullets were scattered and none of them hit Arthur. At this time, Ron had already started the car quickly, and the tires of the money transporter rubbed against the ground, making a squeak sound. Ron turned the steering wheel to the left, and the moving car suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Arthur took this opportunity to pull the upper edge of the excavator door and flipped over to the top of the excavator. Then, like a flexible monkey, he rushed forward a few steps along the excavator's mechanical arm, and finally put his toes on the bucket. Arthur took off, his body stretched out in the air, and even had time to hold the back of his head with one hand and make a standard fancy diving aerial turn in the air. A middle-aged bald man actually gave people a strange sense of beauty, as if he was not on the run, but participating in the diving competition in the Olympics. At this time, the door of the money transporter just passed by the bucket, and Arthur stretched out his hand and grabbed the door of the money transporter and got in. The whole action was smooth and flowing, and the robbers on the ground were stunned. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, they would all want to raise a sign to give Arthur a score. Well done, Arthur, with your set of actions. Even if you don't work as an agent and go to the circus, I guarantee that you can make a living. I say it again, this is not a circus performance. It's a standard diving action. I'm a professional diver, Arthur complained dissatisfiedly. If it weren't for special reasons, I would have been an Olympic gold medalist now. No wonder you are so bald. Ron looked at Arthur's bald head and nodded in understanding. What does this have to do with my baldness? Have you ever thought that it might be because you dived too much before and the water flow washed away your hair? Ron's voice just fell, and there was a clang sound from the rear of the car. It was the sound of bullets hitting the back door of the money transporter. Of course, the robbers couldn't just watch them perform. Just after Arthur finished his highlight moment, the robbers who had recovered their strength immediately began to fire at the money transporter. What should we do now? Where should we go? If looked at his pistol, he asked helplessly. He and Ron only had 2 small pistols in total, while the other 8 people were all equipped with assault rifles. If the strength gap was large, he and Ron could still kill the other party with their superb shooting skills. But this time it won't work. This group of people is too strong. If you are not careful, there is a possibility of a comeback. Arthur dare not be arrogant. Ron certainly has this concern. It's not that he has no way at all. There are all kinds of weapons in his system space, but it is inconvenient to take them out because Arthur is next to him. He just came out with Arthur empty-handed. It can be explained that he hid 2 pistols on his body, but if he took out a rifle from his pocket, wouldn't it be a bit far-fetched? What else can we do? Of course we have to go back to the company. Since we can't get in touch with the intercom, we can just drive the car back. Even if the guards on duty can't help, the guns in the armory are enough for us to kill them. Ron stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, the car body shook, and began to accelerate. But because the armored car was loaded with a whole ton of gold, it was fully loaded and was gradually caught up by the robber's car behind. Fortunately, the robbery was not far from the company, only more than 800 meters away. Boss, what should we do? The subordinate asked anxiously, wanting to see the armored car rushing into the company. The boss was silent for a while, picked up the intercom. Start plan B. The bullets are now yours. Understood, Bullet, who was originally chatting and laughing with a guard in the monitoring room, suddenly strangled the guard's neck. No matter how he struggled, he would not let go until the guard died. Wait, what's going on? Under Arthur's puzzled gaze, the company gate slowly closed. Just before the car was about to hit it, Ron suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply, and the tires left 4 charred marks on the ground. Finally, before hitting the gate, the front of the car drifted to another direction and continued to drive along the road. What else could it be? The insider took action. Ron rolled his eyes unhappily. He was now getting angry. Call Chris and tell him that we will pass by his door in 10 minutes, as he said. Ron stepped on the accelerator, and the car continued to accelerate and drove along the road. Chris's house was 15 kilometers ahead of this road. Arthur knew this, of course, but he didn't understand why he went to Chris's house. Although the road back to the company was cut off and it was a bit far from the IRS headquarters, Arthur remembered that there seemed to be other options. Even if it was bad, he asked those guys to come to help. With their strength, it wouldn't take long. Ron and Arthur would definitely be able to hold on until the support arrived. Why go find Chris? I think we should call everyone else in the base and teach them a lesson. No, listen to me, just call Chris. Ron smiled mysteriously, and then said arrogantly, they are indeed very powerful, but their ability is not enough to send out my elite team. The road outside the city is relatively deserted, because it is not a main road, but a small road leading to the countryside. There are only a few large farms at the end of the road, and now is not the harvest season. A money transport truck is driving in front, and 4 cars are chasing behind. From time to time, someone leans out of the window and shoots a volley of bullets at the money transport truck. Well, these bullets are useless except for a series of sparks on the sports field. The two sides chased for more than 10 minutes until a house appeared in front. Ron smiled, because he knew that it was Chris's house. When the money transport truck just passed the house, the window of the house suddenly opened. An expressionless man pulled hard, and a ferocious Gatling gun stretched out from inside, and mercilessly fired at the car behind. The muzzle sprayed a strange blue flame, and the large caliber bullets, like raindrops, easily penetrated a thin iron sheet of the car and shot into the robbers' bodies, creating a bloody massacre inside the car. Even the fuel tank of one car was ignited by the bullet, burning the car into a fireball. Boom! The burning car was blown up to the sky, and the other 3 cars were not much better. The people in the car were killed before they could understand what was going on. The car was full of broken limbs and arms, like a sheriff field. In an instant, the 4 cars behind were all paralyzed in place. Arthur opened his mouth wide. How could this happen? How could Chris install a Gatling gun at home? Is he crazy? It's just obsessive-compulsive disorder, plus paranoia. Don't make a fuss. Ron stopped the car and pulled Arthur's mouth shut. There are many freaks in my team. You have to learn to adapt, Chris, a man who lacks a sense of security due to his childhood experience. So when Ron went to Chris's house for the first time, he was shocked. In the front yard of the house, like all Americans, there was lush grass, but under the grass, there were several mines buried. The same was true in the backyard. In order to prevent accidental injuries, he built high fences in the front and backyards. In addition, next to the windows facing the front and backyards of the house, there was a Gatling gun hidden by a mechanism, with a reserve of 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Even in any inconspicuous decorative vase in the house, there might be a PPK small pistol, the one used by Agent 007. In addition, this is not to mention that under his house, there is a 10-meter deep underground safe room that can resist radiation. The canned food and water inside are enough for 2 people to live for a month. So, Chris built his house into a real fortress. Even if a nuclear war broke out outside, Ron believed that he could live safely in his house until the end of the war. Because of Chris's various strange behaviors, Ron thought of him the moment the company door was closed. It happened that the Gatling machine gun next to his window could cover the entire highway with a shooting angle. Okay, finally everything is done. The rest is up to you. Now you go and deal with the traitor. He spends my salary and wants to cheat me of my money. How can it be so good? Ron stretched, gave the driver's seat to Arthur, and got out of the car to check if there were any robbers alive in the car behind. But except for the burning car, every car was a mess of blood and flesh. It must be said that the lethality of a heavy machine gun like Gatling to vehicle is simply terrible. What about you? Where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? Thank you, but forget it. We're not going the same way. I need to go back to the city first. have a delicious cake at the Williamsburg restaurant, and then do some sports. Ron raised his eyebrows and shouted to the back, Chris, can you give me a ride? How about I treat you to a cake? No problem, Chris said sullenly. Chapter 508 Sheldon and Amy quarrel. Ron, can you please tell Amy how much you enjoy following a strict schedule to go to the bathroom? As soon as Ron opened the door to his apartment when he got home, Sheldon immediately complained to him angrily. Ron spread his hands helplessly. Yes, I really enjoy solving problems according to the fixed time on the schedule. Anyway, I don't stay in the apartment for a long time. Why don't you ask Leonard about this question? He enjoys the schedule for a longer time, so I think he must have more say. No, not at all. Leonard and Penny shook their heads together. I told you, you can't stipulate that everything in our lives must be carried out according to the schedule. Amy smiled triumphantly. If you accept the rule, there will be no problem. Sorry, I'm bringing this family scandal to you. Amy smiled apologetically at the three people eating melons on the sofa. Ron waved his hand. It's okay. This is much more interesting than the TV show. You guys continue, don't worry about us. Do you want some popcorn? Ron handed over the popcorn tube. Leonard was still a little reserved, but Penny grabbed it and ate it without hesitation, fanning the flames. Believe me, we can understand your situation very well. The most useful advice we can give you is not to compromise. Sheldon, I know you like things to be done your way, and I am willing to make some concessions, but you have to compromise as well. She's right, that's totally true, Penny shouted, watching the fun and high-fiving Ron in the air. Oh, look who made the compromise, isn't it the woman who married Leonard? Sheldon rolled his eyes. Sheldon, Penny didn't compromise, she just gave up the resistance. I have to say that Leonard's persistence is still effective. Maybe one day you can write a book to teach nerds like you how to pick up goddesses. I dare say that this book will have many more readers than your paper, Ron teased. Of course, Leonard said proudly. Sheldon, you have to know that living with others will definitely cause conflicts. Leonard was just too good-tempered before. To be honest, it will be difficult for you to find such a friend who will constantly accommodate you. Ron stood up and walked to Sheldon and said, I even discussed with Mary before that if you really come out with Leonard, it might be a good thing for you. Hey. We are not gay, Sheldon and Leonard said in unison. Don't worry, don't react so much. If you say it's not true, then it's not true. Ron waved his hand nonchalantly. I'm just assuming. There are gay people in our family anyway, like our cousin Mitchell. Maybe Sheldon just inherited this gene. Amy and Penny looked at their partners in doubt. But then again, don't you two want to compromise? I still don't know why you quarreled. Although Ron mocked Sheldon every day and Sheldon's personality was indeed unpleasant, they were brothers after all, and he would rather see him have a good ending. As far as he knew, Amy was the best girl Sheldon could find. Because I want to put our 2 toothbrushes in 1 cup, just because of this, Ron almost fainted, but thinking about it, this was Sheldon, and it seemed reasonable to quarrel because of this weird reason. Sheldon, just once, even just once, can't you give in once? Then I might as well find a new love. Sheldon was angry and sat down on his seat on the sofa. What? Ron opened his mouth in surprise. As a male animal, I have the urge to pass on my genes. It is against my nature to limit myself to only one partner. Maybe I should be like Ron, going out and partying with different women every day and every night. Stop it, okay? You only have sex once a year, and you still want to find other women. Ron rolled his eyes. Besides, you can't be like me. You are too weak and your kidneys can't take it. It's not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame Amy's major in biology. It is the big pervert who controls everything. Amy was furious. If you want to find a new love, then go ahead. Let Ron take you to pick up girls. So, everyone cast their eyes on Ron, and Ron spread his hands innocently. Please, take Sheldon to pick up girls? I'm not crazy yet. If I take him, I will definitely lose all my popularity. Leonard, you should take him to pick up girls. I think we should separate them and let them calm down first. Poor Leonard hugged Penny weakly and helplessly. That's your business. Come on, I'm rooting for you, Ron said as he opened the door. Wait, where are you going? To live in my new house, and soak in my large-sized jacuzzi. I can't stay here any longer. Ron took out a key from his pocket and showed it off. Didn't I tell you? I just bought a new house, and maybe I'll move out one day in the future. The 2 apartments Ron and his friends currently live in are large enough for them to use even after Amy moves in, but the problem is that the situation has changed now. In the past, Sheldon and Leonard lived across the street, and Ron and Penny shared a house here, and everything was fine. But now, Leonard and Penny are getting married, and the newlyweds need space. After Amy moves in, based on Ron's experience, unless they really break up, there is basically no possibility of moving out again. Although it is not certain when the couple will get married, Ron thinks it would be better to leave them some private space. Maybe one day Sheldon will suddenly get impulsive and make Amy pregnant? Given Sheldon's personality, even though the chances are slim, if she is pregnant, Sheldon will definitely get married right away without saying anything, so that Ron will have less pressure to get married. As for how to solve the breakfast problem after leaving the apartment, Ron will never cook by himself anyway, and although it sounds good to have a woman to help him take care of everything early, Ron doesn't want to miss the golden age of a bachelor. Fortunately, this problem has been solved when he bought a house. Ron found a new place to eat. Ron, on behalf of our community, I welcome you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have to be neighbors with those annoying hippies. As soon as Ron got out of the car, Claire held his hand tightly. That's right, he bought the house next to his cousin Dunphy's family. Chapter 509 Big Event. It's nothing. I just happen to need a house, and Phil's offer to me is very reasonable. Ron raised his fist and bumped it with Claire's husband Phil Dunphy. Of course, we are buddies. How could I do something to cheat my buddy? Just when Ron started to look for a house, it happened that the neighbor next door to the Dunphy family divorced and sold the house. Ron went to see the house and thought it was good, so he booked it. There is also a small episode. Just when Ron was about to pay, another marijuana dealer also took a fancy to the house and planned to raise the price to snatch it from Ron. However, just when Phil thought that Ron might start a price war with him and make a fortune, Ron suddenly took out his business card and asked, "Hello, I am a tax officer from the IRS. Have you paid taxes on the marijuana you sell?" So, Ron not only bought a house, but also part of the money was paid by the unlucky marijuana dealer. "Welcome, Uncle Cooper." Claire's children also gathered around happily. Haley looked the happiest. She stared at Ron with sparkling eyes. "Uncle Cooper, can I have a party in your house in the future?" Claire had already shaken her head at Ron behind Haley, so Ron could only shake his head with her. "Of course not," Ron whispered while Claire wasn't paying attention, "but if you can promise to clean the house afterwards, I don't mind if you have a party secretly." "Yeah," Haley waved her fist excitedly. "Hey, don't think I didn't see it." "Haley, you are not allowed to have a party at your uncle's house," Claire said unhappily. "Ron, you are too indulgent to them. Haley is still a child." "No, Claire, Haley is already an adult. In a few years, she will be able to drink with us. Think about what you are doing at her age." Although I was still in junior high school at that time, I have heard of the name of Claire who dares to do anything, etc. Ron suddenly smiled wickedly in the middle of his speech. Claire had a bad premonition. "Sure enough, I remember that you should be pregnant with Haley in another year." "What? I was pregnant when you were in college." Haley was shocked. "Okay, these are not things you should know. Kids, you should go and clean up the house. Whoever doesn't clean up the house today will not be allowed to attend Uncle Cooper's housewarming party." Seeing that the situation was not good, Claire quickly sent the children away. "You also prepared a housewarming party for me?" "Thank you, but I don't plan to move in for the time being. I'm just coming here to stay for 2 days, Ron said with a little emotion. "After all, this is an old house. I think I need to redecorate it." "Phil, can I give you this job as well?" "Of course," my buddy Phil readily agreed. Frankly speaking, Ron's attitude towards him is many times better than that of his father-in-law. "What style do you plan to decorate it in?" "Modern and simple. It's best to replace all the wooden floors with ceramic tiles, which are easier to maintain. I also need to replace a batch of furniture, the kind that looks ordinary but actually has secret compartments where you can put some small things like pistols and grenades. You know, my job is somewhat dangerous and I often offend people. It might not be surprising if a gunfight breaks out next door while you are sleeping one day." The Dunphys were stunned by Ron's special request. Claire nudged her husband with her arm. "Why do I feel that having Ron as a neighbor is worse than having that marijuana dealer before? At least we won't be involved in anything dangerous." "Haha, just a joke, don't be nervous." Ron laughed at Claire's appearance. "I won't hide weapons everywhere in my house." Before Claire could breathe a sigh of relief, Ron continued, "I will only install a Gatling machine gun next to the windows in the front and backyards. A friend of mine named Chris decorated his house like this, and the effect is very good." Claire was shocked again. but still held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked, "This is also a joke, right?" "Of course not." Ron shook his head regretfully and said, "In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Haley might sneak out through my yard to attend the party at night, I would like to bury a few more mines in the yard. Even the old-fashioned bouncing Betty will do." At this time, Claire finally gave up the last glimmer of luck and covered her head in pain. It would be better to let marijuana dealers move in. At least now that marijuana is legalized in California, marijuana dealers will not be entangled with the gangs all day long like before, right? This basement is good. The space is large enough and can be converted into a weapons room. We just need to put in a few shelves. However, the garage is a bit small and can only accommodate 2 cars. I need a garage that can accommodate 4 cars. One for daily use, one for showing off, one for when I go out to work, and the last one for escape. Over there, Ron had already pulled Phil aside and started talking about his renovation plan. Halfway through, his cell phone rang. Ron looked at the number, apologized to Phil and walked aside. "Good afternoon, Ron. My distant cousin has asked you to take care of him recently. How is he doing? I heard that he is having a hot affair with a caregiver who helps him quit drugs. John Watson, you happen to have the same last name as the man your brother shares the apartment with. When you gossip about people behind their backs, at least remember the person's name. This is basic courtesy." "Thank you," Ron said unhappily. "I don't think you are calling me across the ocean at this time to ask about your cousin's recent situation, right? You usually leave this kind of thing to your secretary, so you also asked the secretary to reply to me, right?" "Of course, that makes sense," Ron said as a matter of course. "Mickif, I heard that you have always been a very busy man. Why don't we skip this hypocritical British courtesy and get straight to the point? What do you want to talk to me about this time?" "Well, a big thing happened in the UK recently. James Wilson died in his official residence at 10 Downing Street." Mickif suddenly lowered his voice. "We are still blocking the news. The Ministry of Security will announce the news in about 2 hours. James Wilson, the current Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, died in office just 1.5 years into his term. This is a big event for the whole world. Please accept my condolences, but what does this have to do with me?" The doctor's initial diagnosis is that he died of natural causes in his sleep, but the intelligence department I am in charge of has a different opinion. They believe that James died of poisoning. I need your help, Ron. Chapter 510 London is a must-go. Please, why don't you just ask a detective for this kind of thing? Why ask me? Sherlock is not the best at this. You brothers, if you work together, you will definitely be able to solve the mystery of the Prime Minister's death. Come on, I'm optimistic about you, Ron said indifferently. He didn't care about the life or death of the British Prime Minister. This was something that those people in the White House should care about. What's more, the call was from Mickif, who is always known as a conspirator. When dealing with such people, you may be sold out at any time. Ron always tries to have as little contact with them as possible. No, I will arrange someone to investigate the Prime Minister's case, but the more important thing now is not the case, but the subsequent actions of the murderer. My intelligence department received news that this was probably done by terrorists in Syria in order to retaliate against the British military operations there. Haha, God has his way. Who can escape from the heavens? I don't think it's a loss at all. Think about it, so many people died in Syria, and you only lost a prime minister, and he was a puppet of you big guys behind the scenes. Ron continued to mock. McCovey, who was far away in London, was frowning. Don't forget, the war in Syria was launched by you Americans, and we in Britain are just part of the coalition forces. Ron was embarrassed for a moment. He was so busy talking that he almost forgot that he was now a traitor in the American camp. Well, so what if we are involved? They are targeting you, not us. I remember what the British national policy was in the past. Continental balance, right? I think it's not bad for us Americans to watch you guys having fun from the other side of the river, but according to our intelligence, this group of people's target is not just the British Prime Minister. They don't even take the British Prime Minister seriously. Then who else can their target be? It can't be our American president, right? Ron joked in an exaggerated tone. Yes, according to the intelligence we have, his target is likely to be other coalition leaders including the President of the United States, Mickif said in a deep voice. Soon, as the news is announced, high-level politicians from various countries who come to attend the funeral will become their targets, including your American president. I would like to invite you to join the temporary security team. As far as I know, among all the agents, you are an expert in raids. Even real terrorists are not as destructive as you. No one knows those guys' methods better than you. If you take action, this funeral will be foolproof. What do you mean that real terrorists are not as destructive as me? A big cross appeared on Ron's forehead. Did he put himself on the same level as terrorists? The people of the Holmes family are still speechless as always. Sorry, maybe my wording makes you a little uncomfortable, but please believe that my appreciation for you is absolutely from the heart. Forget it, you can discuss this matter with the Secret Service. This is their job. They don't give me another salary. Ron shook his head and hung up the phone without waiting for Mickiff to say anything else. Honestly, he felt that the British Prime Minister deserved what happened to him. If the United States was also attacked like this, it would also be what it deserved. The Syrian people were staying at home. Not provoking anyone, eating hot pot and singing songs, but they were robbed by the nationalist army. How could Syria seek justice? Of course, Ron could only think about such politically incorrect words by himself. He would be crazy to say such nonsense to others. Ron thought so and returned to the living room. At this time, Claire's children had finished cleaning the house and came over. When they saw Ron, they immediately surrounded him. In London, in Mickiff's gorgeous office, he sat at his desk without saying a word until the phone was hung up for a long time. McCovey was fine, but the one who was in trouble was his assistant. He had been waiting trembling with fear for a long time before he bravely spoke up. Mr. Holmes, why must Ron be involved? We in Britain also have the ace agent 007. We don't have to rely on an outsider. I understand your expectations for 007, kids who grew up listening to the legendary stories of 007, but kid, 007 is old, and our MI6 is basically no different from an ordinary IT department. Even our most proud tailor shop suffered heavy losses in the last incident. So, I can only pin my hopes on an outsider, McCovey sighed helplessly. In order to continue to maintain the glory of the old empire, at least to make it look like it was still there, he was exhausted. The biggest problem was not how to put the right person in the right position, but that there was no one available who could provide all-round services. Even his assistant was a short man, so he found a fairly useful person to replace him temporarily. However, this assistant gave him a surprise immediately. If you really want Ron to participate in the protection of dignitaries from various countries, why don't we invite him through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? That's a good idea. Mickiff's eyes lit up. Go on, I'm interested. I remember you said that Ron is also a giant in outer space and a major shareholder of Space Exploration Company. Therefore, we can use the reason of cooperation in the space field to ask them to send a shareholder with enough weight to come for inspection. In this way, it will not damage the reputation of Great Britain, and we can use diplomatic means to force him to come. And when he comes, as a member of the U.S., he will have to participate in the security work. Mickiff nodded with satisfaction. For the first time, he was looking forward to this new assistant. 10 minutes later, Ron's cell phone rang again while he was discussing the floor style with Claire. This time, when he returned to the living room after answering the call, his face was a little helpless. Sorry, Claire. Can we move the party to another day? I have something to deal with, Ron said apologetically. Of course, no problem. It's Halloween soon. We can put your housewarming party together with the Halloween party. In the White House, the president has discussed the route of the trip to the UK with his Secret Service. You seem to be very nervous. I really don't know what you are so nervous about, the president said while sitting in front of his desk. Of course it's because of your trip. You know the 3 types of travel I hate the most are last-minute planning, going abroad, and not booking in advance, the black female chief of staff said helplessly. Is there really no way I can convince you not to go? This is a state funeral, and the person is our biggest ally. You know it's impossible not to go. I spent most of the night on the phone with the advance team. The London police will be responsible for the peripheral security during the funeral. Air Force One will land at Stansted Airport. Once on the ground, everything will be taken over by Mike. The chief of staff pointed at Mike, who skillfully picked up the tablet and called up a map and began to introduce the trip route. After landing, take a 12-minute helicopter ride to Somerset House. From there, an armored vehicle will escort us via Fleet Street to the church. Mike, you look nervous. The president pinched Mike's tense muscles and said easily. Of course he'll be nervous. The chief of staff rolled her eyes while recording the plan. No one else dared to roll their eyes at the president in the White House except her. Because of the Prime Minister's matter, we received intelligence that he might have died of an assassination. The British are now too busy to handle it. Their security is full of loopholes, Mr. President. There are 40 different guards in 40 different countries. It is difficult to adjust the route, seating arrangement and exit of the funeral. Believe me, the British are already in a mess now. Can you still handle it, Mike? The president looked up and asked. Of course, there is nothing I can't handle. This time, Mike's answer did not seem so confident. It was not that he had no confidence in his ability, but from his just converse treatment with the British security personnel, Britain was in a mess. However, it might be better if I could arrange for an expert who knows the terrorists' way of thinking to assist me. Haha, your idea is exactly the same as that of a British official, so I invited the experts you wanted to come here. The president smiled with a prank, and shouted to the lounge, "Come out, Mr. Cooper." Surprise. The door of the presidential lounge opened, and Ron walked out. Long time no see, Director Mike. This morning, after the British Intelligence Department contacted me through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I called Ron. How was it? Surprised? Unexpected? The president intimately pulled Ron in front of the two of them. Mr. Cooper, you have heard the plan just now, right? What do you think about it? Or, if you are a terrorist, what do you plan to do? Hearing this, Mike and the chief of staff looked at Ron. Ron was angry. You all think I am a terrorist, right? Then I will show you a good show today. First of all, you have to understand a concept. According to the thinking of terrorists, they don't care about hurting innocent people, so it's best to abandon the naive idea of targeting only a single target. In addition, because we still don't know the specific identity of the people who intend to launch the attack, we don't know how powerful they are. So when talking about the methods they might use, we might as well think at the maximum danger level. Therefore, if I were a terrorist, there would probably be these three methods. The three people looked at Ron in shock at the same time. Before, everyone said that he was an expert in terrorists and the king of destruction. They all thought it was just talk. Unexpectedly, after just listening to the plan, Ron came up with 3 ideas for carrying out terrorist attacks in a blink of an eye. Ron took Mike's tablet and pulled up a map. First of all, let's assume that the terrorists have nuclear weapons obtained when the former Soviet Union collapsed. In this case, they only need to bribe a few policemen and drive the car loaded with nuclear weapons to a place not too far from the church and detonate it. With a bang, they can kill all the leaders participating in the funeral. This is indeed a good idea, but I am honored to tell you that all the nuclear warheads lost by the former Soviet Union are currently under the control of the CIA, so you don't have to worry too much about this. The president waved his hand nonchalantly. Please continue. Is there any other way? Please look here. This is the church where the funeral is held. Ron zoomed in on the map and drew a circle with a radius of 5 kilometers with a church as the center. At present, the range of mortars circulating in the arms market is generally about 5 kilometers. In other words, if the terrorists can get a few mortars, they don't even have to get close to the church. They just need to find a place within the circle I drew and fire a dozen shells at the church. The entire church can be blown into ruins, and no one will survive. This plan is very feasible because mortars are in direct fire. That is to say, as long as there are no high-rise buildings blocking the place chosen by the terrorists and the church, he can complete the attack. And there are countless such places in the range drawn by Mr. Cooper. Secret Service Director Mike was so scared by what Ron said that he broke out in a cold sweat. In his previous plan, he neglected to pay attention to these places. If Ron was really a terrorist, using this method, he might really succeed. Of course, because the situation in London is still relatively chaotic, it is difficult for the police to take care of all the possible points where artillery shells may be launched. So, Mike, I think the Secret Service should send more people to cooperate with the London police to patrol these places. I'll arrange for someone to do it. Mike nodded seriously. What about the last way? The last way? Ron hesitated. His eyes became deep. If their action is not a spur-of-the-moment idea, I mean, if the current speculation from the British side is true, the British Prime Minister was indeed assassinated, then things are not simple. Why is it not simple? Feeling the sudden solemn atmosphere in the room, the Chief of Staff swallowed hard. Have you ever thought about whether assassinating the British Prime Minister is also part of their plan? If so, it means that they have been planning this for not just a few days or months, but a year or even several years. If they send people to Europe little by little as refugees and then come to the UK through the undersea tunnel, how many people will they have in the UK? Maybe they will have enough manpower to fight a small-scale war. Oh my god, this is too terrible. Do you mean they will turn London into a battlefield? How many people will die? The Chief of Staff was shocked by the scene Ron imagined and covered his face in fear. It's not impossible, Mr. President. Don't forget, it was us who turned their homes into battlefields and ruins. If they want to retaliate and turn our homes into battlefields, it's understandable, isn't it? Ron looked up and looked at the president. Chapter 511, Fall of London. The chapter numbers of the previous chapters are wrong, and I can't change them. Please bear with me. In the end, the president decided to prepare for the first two worst-case plans that Ron made at the beginning, but did not prepare for the third one. Although this attack plan is feasible, it is too difficult to implement, and the terrorists are generally not well educated. They will not have the big picture like Ron to start planning for a future attack several years in advance. In this regard, Ron had to give up. At 2:30 p.m. the next day, Air Force One carrying the president and all the Secret Service members landed on time at Stansted Airport in the UK. Lefty has landed, please prepare for all departments. Mike nervously arranged the Secret Service agents to start the operation according to the established security plan as soon as he got off the plane. Hello, Director Banning, I am John Lancaster from the British Security Service. You arrived a little earlier than the scheduled time. If I wasn't used to preparing everything in advance, I would have missed you. A British reception official walked out of the black car. Yes, we decided to speed up the trip. The fewer people know about the president's whereabouts, the better, Mike replied expressionlessly. But we didn't receive any advance notice. Of course, if everyone knew, it wouldn't be a surprise. Ron took the president to the plane, and said to the British official expressionlessly, pulling Mike onto the plane, hurry up, pilot, take off. Mike could only smile apologetically to the reception official and close the helicopter door. Ron, you were a little too rude just now. You know, Britain has always been our most solid ally. It's not good to offend them like this. The Chief of Staff started to scold Ron as soon as the plane took off, but Ron sneered disdainfully, we are allies with Britain, not a British official. Don't forget, we are now on the land of another country, and we have received intelligence that someone will harm the president. So, before returning to the United States, I think we should be wary of all British officials. Who knows if they have been bribed by terrorists? You? The Chief of Staff was furious. Mike quickly came out to smooth things over. I believe Ron has no ill intentions, he is just being overly cautious. Right, I don't think I am being overly cautious. My right eyelid has been twitching since yesterday. Right eyelid twitching? Didn't you go see a doctor? No, I'm not talking about an illness, but a kind of Chinese divination. Left eye twitching means good fortune, right eye twitching means disaster. Right eye twitching means our trip is not safe, so it is better to make some preparations early. As he spoke, Ron put on a bulletproof vest. This was the second one he put on, and there was another one under his clothes. In addition to his iconic revolver that he carried wherever he went, he also carried a Scar assault rifle and an M79 grenade launcher. With this outfit, if you said he was going to war, people would believe him. Ron, we are just protecting the president to attend a funeral, not to go to war. Don't you feel tired carrying so many things? Mike pointed at the equipment on Ron's body. Ron shook his head. If you were as strong as I am, you wouldn't feel tired. The president's helicopter flew over London and landed at Westminster Abbey where the funeral was held. The president greeted the new prime minister enthusiastically. At this time, the terrorists hidden in every corner of London also began to act. Unfortunately, Ron guessed right again this time. The terrorists really had infiltrated all aspects of British society through various channels in the past few years, just as he had guessed. This was a long-planned revenge action. At Buckingham Palace, the red shirts who were conducting the defense handover suddenly shot at the German chancellor who was watching the ceremony next to them. The prime minister's bodyguards were shot to pieces before they could even react, and fell in a pool of blood with the prime minister. The terrorists who had infiltrated the police took the opportunity of security checks to stick a time bomb on the chassis of the Canadian Prime Minister's car. As soon as the car started, it was blown up into the sky with a boom. The French president, who was sitting on a small yacht and planning to go to the church from the Thames, was about to order the boat to start when a transport ship full of oil tanks exploded next to the yacht. The worst was the Japanese Prime Minister, who was stuck on a bridge not far away. The terrorists used 2 powerful bombs to blow up the bridge one after the other. The Japanese Prime Minister's car fell into the Thames along with the cars of other innocent British civilians. Of course, there was no reason to let go of the American president, who was listed as a key target by them. While the president and the new prime minister were chatting, several terrorists dressed in police uniforms who had mixed into the crowd approached quietly. "Get down." Ron saw a policeman raise his gun at the president, and without waiting for the president to react, he kicked the president in the butt and knocked him down. Bang bang, the terrorist's bullets missed, and when he was about to continue the attack, Mike had already aimed his gun at his head. Bang, the terrorist disguised as a policeman was shot on the head. Seeing this, the other accomplices in the crowd simply stopped hiding and took out their weapons to attack the president. A medical worker with a face full of flesh got out of the ambulance and reached into the back seat. What he pulled out was not a medical kit, but a grenade launcher. He pulled the trigger towards the presidential motorcade. Boom! The escort SUV of the presidential motorcade was blown up into the sky. "Protect the president," Mike commanded his men to fight back while helping the president up. He was about to retreat to the church, but the church had already closed its doors in advance. He had no choice but to lead everyone back to the car. "The president is in danger. Call the commando team. Come to support quickly." "Are you okay, Mr. President?" "No, except that I was kicked by that bastard just now and it still hurts a little." The president glared at Ron unhappily. "What can I do?" The situation just now was really too urgent. Ron raised his hand and shot dead an approaching terrorist, and said easily, "See, I told you a long time ago, right? In order to retaliate for our previous actions, these terrorists will definitely not hesitate to push London into the war. Now you still think the equipment I brought is redundant. Now is not the time to talk about this, Ron. We must find a way to evacuate quickly. Do you have any good ideas? What else can we do? Of course we can only fight our way out." Ron grabbed the president's arm. "From now on, all of you follow me." After that, Ron stuffed the president into a car next to him and asked Mike to get in the car as well. "You take the president to evacuate, and I'll cover you here." Chapter 512 London Escape. As soon as the president and his party got into the car, Mike started the car immediately. The terrorists saw that the duck they had caught was about to fly away, and they were immediately anxious. They didn't care about other Secret Service agents and jumped out of the bunker and fired wildly at the president's car. Seeing this, Ron turned on the hunting mode again, aimed at the terrorists in front of him and quickly drew his gun, quickly emptied all 5 bullets. The 5 terrorists who had just surrounded them had just run halfway, and their bodies suddenly stopped as if they were struck by lightning, and then fell to the ground. When they were lying on the ground, there was already a bloody hole on each of their heads. The terrorists were frightened by Ron's strange shooting skills. Mike took this opportunity to quickly start the car and drove away. But the good times didn't last long. The terrorists reacted immediately. Relying on the advantage in numbers, some of them sent people to suppress Ron and the remaining Secret Service agents with firepower, while the other part used various means of transportation to chase the president's car. There was a burst of gunfire, and Ron and his group were suppressed behind a temporary shelter made up of several scrapped cars and could not raise their heads. "Where are your grenades? Are you saving them for reproduction? Throw them all out. Throw them all out, leaving no one behind," Ron yelled, and with a flick of his shoulder, he threw the M79 grenade launcher forward, without even raising his head, and just pointed the muzzle of the launcher forward. His movements were quite similar to those of an African black uncle firing an AK, and then he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The grenade flew out of the muzzle with a long tail flame, and along with it, there were more than a dozen grenades as dense as sparrows, which exploded almost at the same time as if the time was precisely calculated. Boom! The gunfire from the terrorists in front paused. The Secret Service agent next to Ron was about to stick his head out, but Ron pressed his head back. "Do you want to die? Rookie, everyone, prepare the smoke bombs." Ron listened to the footsteps outside and felt that it was about time. Throw. More than a dozen smoke bombs were thrown over the bunker again, scaring the terrorists who were trying to approach outside and quickly retreated. But when they hid back in the bunker again, the long-lost explosion did not sound. At this time, someone bravely stuck his head out and looked out, only to find that the outside was already covered with white fog. "Okay, gentlemen, now prepare the grenades. You, the 2 of you, go to those 2 places and shoot in turn." "Go there and shoot? Where to shoot?" The two agents pointed by Ron looked at the two directions pointed out by Ron and asked inexplicably, "Shoot at any place ahead where you think there might be terrorists. Idiots. If you still don't know what to do, then shoot at the sky." Ron was helpless with these rookies who had almost no experience. Their tactical skills were simply amazing. I really don't know how Mike usually trains them. They are not even as good as farmers. Ron even thinks that if any party in the Battle of Maging is equipped with advanced enough weapons, it will be easy to eat up his Secret Service. After all, the American soldiers are just a group of fools who don't even know the 3-3 system. They can only rely on heavy firepower and air support to show off their power. Ron pushed them hard on their backs and pushed them out of the bunker. Then Ron's assault rifle rushed forward and fired a burst of bullets crazily, using the sound of gunfire to cover the footsteps of the two idiots. Sure enough, his trick worked. Before Ron's gunshot stopped, several bullets were fired at him from different angles. Ron quickly retracted his body back into the bunker. At 8 o'clock, 9:30, 12 o'clock, and 1 o'clock, throw 2 grenades each. When you hear my command, throw them out. Then rush out with me. Do you understand? Understood. The agent's eyes showed a desire for life. Although they were ready to sacrifice when they stayed behind to cover the rear, who would be willing to die if they could live? When you rush, don't crowd together, and don't form a tactical column. God knows how many of their people are outside. Form a group of 3 people, and every 3 groups form a tactical team. Move forward in an inverted triangle formation. Don't ask me why, just do it according to my instructions, Ron said as he stuffed another grenade into the launcher. The situation was urgent, and he could only use the magic skills that were deeply rooted in his bones. Yes, I understand. He recalled the distance of the firing point just now and adjusted the muzzle upward to 70 degrees. This is also one of the important reasons why Ron still likes to use the M79 grenade launcher, although it is an old style. It has very good projectile performance. Under certain conditions, it can be used as a mortar. Bang, bang, bang. The stupid Taiwan who moved to the back of the car shelter on both sides began to shoot randomly, and the terrorists behind the profit point immediately began to focus fire on the 2 of them. Now, throw them all, Ron yelled and pulled the trigger. The grenade and the grenade were thrown to several fire points together. The huge explosive force directly lifted the terrorists on the fire points. Follow me now. After saying that, Ron was the first to jump out of the bunker with an assault rifle. The 2 agents behind him set up their guns to cover him. After Ron rushed for a distance, he found a new human body, hid behind him with the muzzle facing outward, forming a new fire support point, and waved to the back, and the 2 agents who had just covered him followed. Other temporarily divided combat teams followed suit, covering each other and moving forward alternately. When they occasionally encountered terrorists, they immediately stopped their actions and held them in place. The combat teams on the left and right immediately interspersed next to the terrorists and attacked them from both sides at the same time. Under the triple attack, the terrorists who resisted stubbornly were quickly eliminated. For a while, Ron's small team of 18 people suppressed the more than 50 terrorists nearby and could not raise their heads. And in the subsequent battles, the terrorists were eaten up bit by bit. The strangest thing was that none of the 18 people in Ron's hands were lost, including the 2 idiots who were sent by Ron to attract firepower at the beginning. This is the power of the 3-3 system tactics. At first glance, it seems to be just a digital game that divides the combatants more scattered, but in fact, this is the strongest light infantry tactic of mankind that has been tested in war. Now Ron and his team have no air support and no long-range firepower, so they can only try this trick out. Unexpectedly, the effect is surprisingly good. Of course, this was also due to the low tactical literacy of the terrorists. They were good at shooting and could fight the Secret Service. It was obvious that the terrorists who ambushed the president were elite, but when it came to tactics, they were beaten to pieces by Ron. If the agents looked at Ron with admiration at first, now they were a bit fanatical. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513, Deliberate Deception. In less than 10 minutes, the battle in front of the church ended with Ron's victory. One of the Secret Service agents asked, Mr. Cooper, where are we going to meet up with the president now? Because of Ron's brilliant command just now, he is now regarded as the leader of this team. Ron hesitated for a moment and said, "Is the communication restored now? Can we contact others?" "No." The agent raised the walkie-talkie in his hand, and there was only a meaningless sound in the walkie-talkie. Since the terrorists took action, all communication methods have been cut off. He just shook his head helplessly. "Okay, get everyone together, we'll leave the city from that direction." Ron pointed to the opposite direction the president had just left. Immediately, the Secret Service agents began to make a commotion, and a top-level agent frowned and said to Ron, "Mr. Cooper, maybe you don't quite understand. The mission of our Secret Service is to protect the president's safety, so we must go and meet up with the president and protect him. If you're scared, just run for your life. We still have to perform our duties." "No, I don't think you understand what I mean." Ron shook his head helplessly. "It's never possible to cut off communications from only one side. In other words, the terrorists in the city have also had their communications cut off. If they wanted to pass information to each other before, they had to send someone running around. Do you understand?" The agents shook their heads together, and Ron could only explain in more detail, "What I mean is that now the terrorists don't know where the president is, and can only judge based on the delayed information sent back by their men. Imagine if a team of people desperately broke through the city at this time, what would they think?" The eyes of the agents lit up. This was something they had not expected. "Okay, do you understand? Then let's get started, gentlemen." Ron clapped his hands. "Collect weapons and ammunition. Don't despise the terrorists' guns just because they are AKs. After all, AKs are also assault rifles. Their firepower is definitely stronger than pistols. What's more, they are very durable. No matter how you mess with them, they are hard to break. Also, bring all the grenades, no matter what kind. Do you have any questions, gentlemen?" At the back, a clean-looking agent raised his hand. "You tell me, why don't we go to the embassy for help?" "Good question." Ron mocked him with a thumbs up, and the other agents laughed kindly. "If you can think of this question, I think the terrorists can think of it too. There should have been a trap there by now, just waiting for some idiot to get in." "Tell me, are you that idiot?" "Sir, I'm not." The agent blushed in embarrassment. "Okay, do you have any other questions, gentlemen?" Ron looked around at the agents. "If not, we're going to set off. Remember, the faster we act, the less pressure the president will face. By the way, you, step out." Ron pointed at a black agent, who inexplicably walked out. From the outside, the agent was almost as tall as the president. Ron nodded with satisfaction. "From now on, you walk in the middle of the team. Everyone, from now on, you have to protect him like the president. Understand?" "Understood." "How is our attack plan going?" In an unfinished building in London, a man sitting in a wheelchair asked the man next to him. Among the more than 40 national leaders who attended the funeral, more than 20 have been killed by us. "Very good. Has the President of the United States been captured?" Another Middle Eastern male figure walked out of the shadows and licked his lips excitedly. "I will broadcast a live broadcast on the internet and publicly behead the President of the United States to retaliate for the sins these hateful Americans have committed against my family and our country." The reporting subordinate froze all over, and the leader felt something was wrong and asked quickly, "What's wrong?" "Haven't caught him yet. I have sent people to catch him, but I encountered a problem. There are two groups of Americans taking action in the city now, and they are planning to leave the city from different directions. We don't know which group to arrest, because the news we received before is that both groups include the President of the United States." "How is that possible?" "There's only one president in the United States." "I know, but the fact is that the Secret Service that was originally protecting the president is now divided into two teams. One team is harassing the U.S. Rapid Response Force. It is estimated that they are preparing to take a helicopter to leave London. The other team is walking through the city on foot. Judging from the direction, they should be heading from the highway to the airport and take Air Force One back to the United States. So, now everyone is a little confused and doesn't know which team to chase. If you don't know where the president is, then chase both teams, but we have only our manpower." The subordinate showed difficulty. "Send everyone out," the leader shouted to the outside. "Everyone, go out. No matter what method you use to launch a surprise attack, encirclement or ambush, I just want you to capture the President of the United States. He must pay the price for our country. Yes, this is not over yet." The leader patted the man in the wheelchair again. "Now shut down all the power supplies in London. especially those of the internet companies. I want them to not be able to send any signals. No problem. The wheelchair man tapped on the keyboard, and all the computers of the power companies in London were controlled by the hacker program, and then the power supply units were shut down together, and all the families in London fell into darkness. On the other side, after a fierce chase, Mike finally got rid of the terrorists and escorted the president all the way to the Marine One helicopter. At this temporary helicopter airport, the Marine One helicopter and 2 other escort helicopters were parked there quietly. "Hurry, sir, let's go." President Mike and the Chief of Staff squeezed into the helicopter and rushed to the driver's seat. The helicopter flew into the sky, and the president patted Mike's arm in shock. "Are we out of danger now?" "Not yet, Mr. President." Mike shook his head solemnly. "Only when we send you on Air Force One will we be truly out of danger, my Mr. President, but please rest assured, I promise we will do our best." "Thank you, this is what we should do. You take a rest now." Mike was halfway through his words, suddenly noticed an unusual reflection below, and hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." Chapter 514, Breaking Out of the Siege. A small missile was fired from the rooftop, targeting the helicopter of the president. If Mike could see the label on the missile clearly, he would immediately recognize that it was a Stinger missile made in the United States. It was a good idea to kill the president of the United States with American weapons. If Ron knew about it, he would definitely appreciate it. Unfortunately, Ron was not on the helicopter now. Even if he was, it would be useless. Mike and his team had to face this crisis alone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The helicopter spread decoys while climbing quickly. The Stinger missile was attracted by the heat of the decoys and changed its target, hitting the building next to it. But this was not over yet. The missiles deployed by the terrorists on the rooftop could not be just one. Soon, the second and third missiles were fired from different rooftops. Their targets were the same, the 3 American helicopters in the sky. On the other side, in the darkening streets of London, the street lights that had just been lit suddenly went out, and the team that was walking along the outer wall of an old house stopped. "Wait, everyone be alert. Something seems to be wrong. Captain Cooper, the street lights are out." "Could this be a trap set by terrorists?" the older agent asked carefully. Ron looked around and shook his head. "No, I think it's just a power outage." "Power outage? But London's electricity supply has always been stable. I lived in London for 3 years when I was studying, and there has never been a power outage in London in those 3 years. Put yourself in their shoes, sir. If you were a terrorist, what would you do?" "Of course it would be a power outage. Do you understand?" Ron said helplessly. "No matter how many years they have infiltrated Britain, or how many people they have deployed in London, I think there must be more than the army. So using the panic caused by power outages to let residents run around, and then blending in is the best option, because now no matter how much a politician likes to show off his tough tactics, he can't bear the responsibility of ordering to open fire on civilians. So, from now on, I think London will be in chaos for a long time. Then what should we do? Should we get a few flashlights?" the young agent suggested, pointing to a roadside shop. Everyone's eyes lit up, and when they were about to take action, Ron stopped them. No, no, no. Do you know where we are now? This is London, the capital of the United Kingdom. Our every move represents the face of the United States. Think about it, what if the camera in that store happens to have a spare battery?" Ron said, while pretending to take out an Arab headscarf from his pocket, but actually from the system space, and put it on his head, then picked up a garbage can on the roadside and smashed it at the clothing store next to it. Crash! The glass of the clothing store window shattered all over the floor. Ron went in and came out with a bunch of women's clothes and threw them on the ground. "Now, I give you 5 minutes. No matter what method you use, dress yourself up like Arabs, and then rob him." "Yes, sir." 5 minutes later, the terrorists guarding the road from the city to the airport were attacked by a group of guys who looked more like terrorists than them. "Stop. We are brothers. Brothers. Don't shoot," the terrorists shouted loudly in Arabic, but no matter how the terrorists shouted, the group seemed to have heard nothing and continued to shoot, and soon, they were all wiped out. At this point, they had already fought their way out of London, and the airport where Air Force One was parked was right in front of them. "Great, we finally made it out. God bless you," several young agents cheered wildly, but the older ones frowned, and they all looked at Ron. "Sorry, you are too happy too early. We need to go back again," Ron said to the young people over the old agents. "Why? Didn't we get out?" Yes, we did, but the president is still in London. We have to go back and rescue the president. We haven't reached the airport yet. How do you know the president is still in London? The young agent was puzzled. Silly boy, use your brain to think about it. The president is with Mike. Mike will not forget that protecting the president is the top priority task. If he has already escorted the president here, the plane should have taken off, and there is no need to wait for us. Another old agent patted the young man on the head and said. Ron nodded. Yes, it seems that Mike has encountered some troubles. We can only go back again. Everything is voluntary. Does anyone want to stay here? Ron looked around and found that no one chose to stay. He nodded with satisfaction. Okay, since everyone has decided to follow me, let's go now. On the other side, the door of the helicopter shot down by terrorists was suddenly kicked open from the inside. Everything is safe. Are you okay, Mr. President? Mike was alert and wet, and after making sure that everything was safe, he pulled the president out of the helicopter. At the last moment of the plane crash, Mike tried his best to put the escape airbag on the president, but only he and the president survived the whole plane. Fortunately, I'm fine. What should we do now? Should we wait for someone to come and pick us up? I'm afraid no one will come. Nike showed the president the intercom that could only transmit noise. Now we can only walk. I hope you happen to wear a pair of light shoes. Do you exercise regularly? Of course, I run on the treadmill for half an hour every day. The president nodded. That's the best. Mike said nothing, and pulled the president into the grove next to him. I don't know how they did it. London has become like this. This can only mean that they have their people in the British government. These people are very professional, not country bumpkins who fight randomly. The president looked around blankly, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. We should go to the embassy now. The people in the embassy will definitely protect us. That's exactly what they want. I dare say there must be a trap there. Mike shook his head and thought for a while. There is a safe house of MI6 nearby. I know someone there. Let's hide there for a while, and then find a way to evacuate after the storm is over. How about it? Can the people there be trusted? The president asked worriedly. He was already scared by the poor performance of the London police. Mr. President, the only person you can trust now is me, understand? I believe her. Come on, let's go to the safe house quickly, and then we can have a good rest. Chapter 515 Rescue the President. What's going on? Can't we get in touch with the president? The vice president asked angrily in the White House Presidential Rescue Command room. As for whether he was happy or not, outsiders didn't know. No, the communication in that area has been completely cut off. We can only confirm that the president is safe and sound through the images obtained from military satellites. The vice president was furious. There are images from satellites? Then why don't you send people to rescue the president immediately? Because Britain is a sovereign country. Sending people to Britain without authorization is an act of aggression. We believe that this act will greatly damage our alliance relationship, the secretary next to him explained tremblingly. That means that the operation to rescue the president can only rely on the British Secret Service, right? The vice president tapped the table with his fingers. No one knew what he was thinking. Or, have you tried to ask the British government for help? No. The secretary shook his head helplessly and switched the screen. The new British Prime Minister died in the first attack. Now there is no one in the whole of Britain who can take charge. The vice president nodded silently. In fact, the bureaucratic system of all countries has made emergency plans in case of unexpected death of the leader, and stipulated how the temporary power should be replaced, but the problem is that the group of gentlemen in Downing Street do not want to take the blame. Well, it seems that we can only rely on ourselves. Is Mike the only one left in the entire Secret Service now? The secretary's voice was a little tangled, and the other people in the command room also showed embarrassed faces. The vice president felt that something was wrong and asked quickly, "What's the matter? Tell me, you should watch it yourself," the secretary said, and the picture on the big screen changed to a group of Arabs wearing turbans, swaggering on the streets of London, making a bonfire and roasting beef taken from the butcher shop next door. The vice president rubbed his eyes and almost thought he was seeing things. I remember what I asked was, where are the other Secret Service members? What do you mean by showing me these hateful terrorists? No, I'm not mistaken, Mr. Vice President. The secretary's face became even more embarrassed, and all the officers in the command room lowered their heads in shame. After our facial analysis and comparison with the big data, we are very sure that among this group of people, 17 are our Secret Service agents. And one is Ron Lee Cooper, the IRS agent who was specifically asked by the British Foreign Office to accompany the president before his trip. What? The vice president was shocked. Are you saying that Ron and the Secret Service agents have rebelled together? I'm afraid that's the case. Everyone lowered their heads in shame. But a flash of joy flashed across the vice president's eyes, but he immediately concealed it. However, before he could make any other reactions, the picture on the satellite image suddenly turned. The man in the red turban who was toasting the terrorists suddenly threw his glass at another man's face, quickly pulled out a dagger and slashed his throat. The man fell to the ground with blood foaming from his throat. At the same time, similar situations happened to other people. As if there was a sudden internal conflict. A group of turbaned men launched a sneak attack on another group of turbaned men. Before the other group could react, they were cleared out. Everyone in the command room was stunned. I think they may not have rebelled, but are just fighting in another way, although this way of fighting is not very aboveboard. In the city of London, the first turban who launched the sneak attack was able to take off his turban, revealing Ron's face. Beautiful, beautiful, guys, this is the sixth wave. If these idiots keep being so easy to bait, we can clean out all the terrorists in the city in one night. An old lady raised her hand hesitantly. But isn't our mission to rescue the president? Why haven't we seen the president until now? That's really a problem. Ron nodded. He was a little too proud of his consecutive victories. How long have we been here? 5 hours. From dawn to dusk. Ron lowered his head and began to calculate. The terrorist attack began at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The place where they were happened to be the only way from London to the airport. If there was a plane taking off from the airport, they would be able to see it here, but for 5 hours, no plane took off. And the cars passing by them were all terrorists who launched the attack. No American or British were found. That is to say, the president has not escaped yet. Guys, I need to tell you a very unfortunate news. The president may still be in the city. We need to find him now, but London is so big. Where can we find the president? Go to the embassy. Ron thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Go to the embassy? Did you say that it was a trap? Doesn't Mike know? Of course he knows, but until now, he hasn't brought the president out of the city. It means that he is in big trouble. In this case, he can only take the risk of taking the president to the embassy. Even if we don't meet Mike there, we can get some news about him. Guys, pack up and go. But before that, we need to go to another place first, as he said. Ron showed a sly smile. On the other side, on the road, 5 blocks away from the embassy, a car was driving recklessly on the street. Mr. President, I have to tell you in advance that although this car is bulletproof, it can't protect politicians with poor driving skills, Mike complained helplessly. He didn't feel dizzy when he fell to the ground with a helicopter, but he was a little dizzy after the president drove a short distance just now. I haven't driven a car for 6 years since I became vice president. What else do you want? The black president said helplessly. Where are we going now? To the embassy. Embassy. Isn't that exactly what they want? That's right, but we have no choice, Mike said with a firm look. I believe Ron must not be dead. When he can't wait for us at the airport, he will definitely think of coming to the embassy to take a look. We just need to stay here. Before Mike finished speaking, several figures holding assault rifles suddenly turned out from the corner of the street. Turn right. As soon as Mike shouted, the bullets hit the body of the bulletproof car, and a string of sparks flew. Fortunately, the president reacted in time, turned the steering wheel suddenly, and the body of the car swung sideways and immediately plunged into another road. What should we do now? The president asked while controlling the car in confusion. You drive, I shoot. Remember, no matter who stops you, don't stop. Mike opened the car door, holding the handle with one hand and the pistol with the other, leaning out. He had to lean out because there was a terrorist standing in front of them with a rocket launcher pointing at them. Now, turn right. The car made a very ugly drift at the intersection, and the front of the car was just pointing at another road. The terrorist put his finger into the trigger, but he didn't expect that because the car just turned, the muzzle of Mike's gun was facing him. He pulled the trigger first. But 0.1 milliseconds later, the terrorist also pulled the trigger. When the bullet shot through the terrorist's head, the rocket had already flown over with a long tail flame. At the critical moment, the car finally got into the alley before the rocket hit him, and the rocket, which had lost its target, could only move forward. In front of him was another group of terrorists who were chasing him. Boom! The rocket fired by the terrorists actually killed another group of terrorists. Well done. If you weren't the president, you might be a good candidate for a secret service, thank you. If I wasn't a politician, I would definitely consider your suggestion. Mike and the president high-fived each other. Are we safe now? Yes, Mike nodded happily. We succeeded. Turn right at the next intersection and you'll find the embassy. Before they could even utter the word saved, a large truck suddenly rushed out of the alley and crashed into their car, causing it to roll over several times and then land on the ground. Mike came to his senses and opened his eyes to see that the truck that had just caused the accident not only did not leave, but instead arrogantly stopped beside them. A pair of terrorists got off the truck and surrounded the car. Mike's eyes were red with anger, but he had no idea what to do. At this moment, a burst of gunfire like popping beans broke Mike's despair. Bang, bang, bang. After the crisp sound of AK-47 gunshots, a big hand took the president out of the car, and then reached out to Mike. You look like you need help, man. I knew you must not be dead. After being pulled out of the car, Mike excitedly punched Ron in the chest. This is not the place to talk. Follow me. Ron rubbed his chest and didn't waste time talking to them. He waved his hand and the Secret Service agents surrounded him. Deploy the tactical formation and move to the west. Wait. Ron, the airport is in the east. Mike grabbed Ron. Of course I know, and the terrorists know too. So, whether it is the west where we just came from or near the embassy, it is conservatively estimated that there are at least 1,000 terrorists active in this area. We can only go west first and avoid the terrorist concentration area to have the possibility of bringing the president back. Do you understand? God knows how the British Security Department let all these people in. After saying that, Ron did not forget to complain. I see. What should I do? Mike picked up a terrorist's AK rifle. Listen, I have a good idea, but the method may not be so fair. Ron looked at the president with an evasive look. As long as you can get the president out of London safely, anything is fine. Mike took the lead in expressing his opinion, and the president nodded. I promise you in the name of the President of the United States, from now on, everything you do will be for the national interest of the United States. Okay, this is what you said, then let's start. We just need to do this. In an unfinished building in the city of London, the terrorist leader paced back and forth anxiously, and all kinds of broken tableware fragments were on the ground. It was exactly what kind of quarrel had just happened here. What's going on? It's half an hour before 8 o'clock. Why hasn't the president been caught yet? I also plan to chop off his head in front of the whole world through a live broadcast on the internet. Our people have just locked the president's location. He is being taken to the embassy by a bodyguard, but when our people were about to catch him, they were attacked by another group of unidentified people wearing turbans. When the subordinate reported, he glanced at another person next to him with an angry look. Listen, we don't have time to fight now. Send everyone out. No matter what, we have to block them completely in the city. After scolding his men, the leader asked, where's this group of people now? Their whereabouts are very strange. They are heading west to the city, but the embassy and the airport are not there. I wonder what they are planning to do. The leader frowned and called up a map of London City on the computer. After observing it carefully for a long time, he finally spoke slowly. I guess they may have seen through the trap we set. Maybe they want to go west to seek help from the British military. No matter what, we must not let them leave the city. If we can't capture them alive, then kill them. Send everyone out. Go. When saying this, the leader overlooked one point, that is, to the west of London, in addition to several military barracks outside the city, there was also what was once the largest slum in the UK inside the city. After modern transformation, although it looks decent, it is still home to the vast majority of London's poor. Although the control of guns in the UK is not as lax as in the United States, ordinary people can still get a gun if they find a way. This has also led to the high crime rate in this area. It is not an exaggeration to say that all the people are evil. Imagine how big a sensation it would cause when several pickup trucks with open cargo boxes, filled with banknotes and various jewelry and gold pass through this neighborhood. Especially these pickup trucks, after Ron gave an order, opened the cargo box doors at the same time, letting all the valuables fall to the ground like garbage. After that, the pairs of eyes hidden behind the windows on the upper floors of the slums immediately turned green like the eyes of hungry wolves. Before the convoy completely passed, they could not wait to rush down from the upper floors with various weapons and plunged into the ocean of banknotes, jewelry, and gold to swim freely. But the good times did not last long, and soon another convoy caught up. Bang! Get out of my way. Don't interfere with our work. The terrorist in the car fired a shot into the sky and shouted loudly. But who knew that this shot would stir up a hornet's nest? The people who were fighting for property looked up, and their hungry wolf-like eyes made him shudder. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that everyone pointed their guns at him at the same time. Chapter 516, Aftermath. In a secret agency in London, Ron sat beside the interrogation table, facing two British agents and their boss Mycroft Holmes. You kept me here on purpose, to commend me for my outstanding contribution to the British anti-terrorist operation? Actually, you don't have to be so polite, just give me a medal weighing 1 ton, as long as it is made of gold, Ron said carelessly, as if he didn't care about the special position he was sitting in, as if he was really here to receive the commendation. In fact, he certainly had reason to think so. When he commanded the Secret Service agents to throw all the gold and jewelry on the ground, the whole slum went crazy and immediately fell into looting, which not only seriously hindered the pursuit of the terrorists, but also broke out into a large-scale conflict with them. Ron got a group of free reinforcements without any effort. Less than 20 minutes after the slum thugs and the terrorists started fighting, the nearby British military camp took the initiative to enter the city to suppress both sides, and the president was rescued. Ron should have felt lucky, but after thinking about it carefully, he found this very interesting. Before, no matter how much trouble the terrorists made in the city, all the British forces were like dead, without any reaction, but not long after Ron robbed the bank vault and the jewelry store, even the army was dispatched. Sure enough, political things don't matter no matter how they are done, but when it comes to money, capitalists and politicians controlled by capitalists can sit still? We, the British government, will certainly commend you for your actions, but now we want to talk to you about something else. You just mentioned gold, so let's start with that. Mickiff looked at the long form in his hand and felt a headache. Where did the gold in the London bank vault go? And the gold and gems in several nearby jewelry stores were all stolen. What does this have to do with me? Maybe the citizens of London took advantage of the chaos to rob? Anyway, every time there is a riot in the United States, there will be people taking advantage of the fire to rob. I suggest you prepare yourself early, as this kind of thing is not uncommon. Ron whistled inwardly. But, our camera doesn't seem to be capturing this. Please take a look. A British agent next to him showed Ron a video of a jewelry store. A group of robbers smashed the window and looted everything inside. When they left, the headscarf on their faces lifted a little, revealing Ron's face. FK, I didn't expect that Lucky Cat was actually a camera. What a mistake, Ron cursed inwardly, then quickly switched back to his calm smile. Okay, I admit that I did all these cases, but so what? They were just necessary measures for me to rescue the President of the United States. Who made some agencies that should ensure the safety of the President unable to find them at the critical moment? Bastard. Mickiff felt angry, and a big well appeared on his head. What he said was not much different from pointing at someone's nose and scolding them as trash, but he couldn't say it back, because during the entire terrorist attack, the British side's performance was really lame, and describing them as trash was a compliment. So Mickiff could only suppress his anger and continued to ask, okay, you said that this is a necessary measure to rescue the president. Then please explain why Britain's gold and jewelry are needed to rescue the American president. Of course it's because some institutions that should have taken responsibility failed to take responsibility, causing our isolated army to be surrounded by terrorists. What else can I do except spend money to find some reinforcements temporarily? You call those thugs reinforcements? An agent next to Mickiff stood up and slammed the table angrily. Do you know? Just because of the jewels you scattered on the ground, those thugs killed 3 of our agents. The best MI6 agents. Haha, Ron sneered disdainfully. Why did they kill your agents? Isn't it because you robbed their things? I think if your people can control their hands and not do anything cheap, they will definitely be willing to save the money for a few bullets. Those jewels and gold are not theirs. What's wrong with us asking them to get them back on behalf of the owners? Then what's wrong with them protecting their hard-earned windfall? If you want to blame someone, blame your overly brutal methods. Ron spread his hands, and from the beginning to the end it sounds like this is all your British business and has nothing to do with an American like me. And I think the British should treat a benefactor who just helped them restore their international reputation in this attitude. Mickiff pushed the emotional agent back to his seat, because he knew that when talking to Ron, once he got carried away, he would be tricked by Ron. He would control your emotions bit by bit, divert the topic further and further, and eventually deviate from the original track. Now he, the mainstay, had to take control of the situation. Mr. Cooper, we, the British government, will certainly express our appreciation for your outstanding performance in this operation, but before that, we want to discuss your problem clearly. McIff crossed his hands and propped up his chin, staring at Ron's face with sharp eyes. You know that whether it is the gold banknotes in the Bank of London or the jewelry in the jewelry store, they are all other people's property, but you use these properties without the permission of the original owner. From a legal point of view, this behavior can be classified as theft in any country. What do you think? In an instant, McIff's aura as a superior for a long time burst out. In the past, people who were interrogated by her would be shocked by the aura when encountering such a situation, and began to tremble, and would confess everything, but this time he miscalculated. Ron imitated him, propped up his head with both hands, and stared back unwillingly. Allowing the leaders of more than 40 countries to be assassinated in their own countries at the same time, and letting them succeed in more than half of the assassinations, this can be defined as incompetence in any country. What do you think? McIff's momentum stagnated, and he was defeated in this round of confrontation. The security operation he was responsible for had such a big loophole. Even if Ron pointed at her nose and scolded her for incompetence, she couldn't find any words to refute. I think that after such a big mistake, the British government has every reason and obligation to pay for our small rescue operation. After all, the value of a little bit of gold and jewelry is worth nothing compared to the face of the British Empire. What do you mean by a little bit of gold and jewelry? Do you know that the gold and jewelry you took away are worth £200 million? Ron's words made the two agents next to him so angry that they almost quarreled with Ron again, but McIff stopped them with a gesture. It was meaningless to discuss this issue here. Talking further would only make Britain lose more face. He planned to get back the place from other aspects. Okay, let's assume that the money you took from the bank and the jewelry store was paid by our British government for the rescue, but you should understand that for the UK, any government expenditure needs to be sufficiently transparent, and we also suspect that there is embezzlement of this money, so Mr. Cooper, please continue to cooperate with our investigation. Of course, Ron nodded easily, his whole body already in the chair behind him. She wanted to see what tricks McIff could have. Anyway, he would never admit that he stole the gold from the bank vault and packed up all the largest gems in the jewelry store. We have counted the losses of the bank and the jewelry store this time, and the total value is about £200 million, but the total value of the property we seized from the thugs is only £80 million. Can you explain why? McIff slapped a detailed form in front of Ron. If Ron was a little nervous before, he was completely relaxed now. I thought you had some trump cards, but it turned out to be just this trick? You said it yourself, those people are thugs, born thieves. Who knows where they hide their money? They must not have told the truth yet. I suggest you interrogate them carefully a few more times. I heard that you have a lot of torture instruments in the UK, such as the Iron Maiden. Use all the torture instruments. I believe someone will tell the truth. Perhaps torture is common in the United States. After all, what you did in Guantanamo is known to the whole world. But we are a humanitarian country in the UK, said McIff in a sanctimonious manner. In a country like ours, we respect everyone's rights and will never use torture to force a confession on anyone at will. By the way, the Iron Maiden was invented by the Germans. Next time you plan to give an example, please do some research beforehand. Humanitarian country? Ugh. Ron's heart rushed to his mouth and he spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Then I can't do anything about it. I wish you good luck. Ron spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. Anyway, it's just that the accounts don't match. There are so many hands on the scene, and there are plenty of people who can pass the blame. However, at this time, McIff smiled and waved his hand, asking the two agents to leave the interrogation room, leaving only him and Ron face to face. Really? I think you may not understand one thing yet. Do you know why I detained you yesterday and only came to question you today? Why? Of course it's to collect evidence. McIff leaned against the back of the chair. Just today, our intelligence officers in the United States found that someone was selling pigeon blood red rubies on the market, and the size was exactly the same as the one lost in the London jewelry store. So what? Maybe it's a coincidence. Is it strange to have two gems of the same size in the world? Ron had a vague feeling in his heart. Because there were many people and eyes during the operation, he couldn't put the things directly in the system space, and could only let the agents hide in the car. But what he didn't expect was that the Thanes of the Secret Service were so anxious that they started selling these stolen goods as soon as they returned to the United States, and were caught by British intelligence officers. Damn winery, Ron cursed in his heart. He immediately guessed who found the information, but he remained calm on the surface. Of course it's not strange, but since we are talking about gems, I will share with you another little knowledge about precious equivalents. Mycroft walked down from his seat and walked behind Ron step by step. Due to the different casting processes in various countries in the world, the gold stored in banks has some subtle differences in purity. We all know that 24K gold means that the gold content is 99.99%, but in fact, this is just for the convenience of calculation to obtain a number, and there are more than 2 decimal places. We have known each other for a long time. Ron, you are a smart man. Do you need me to continue? Of course not. Ron looked as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. However, from all indications, things don't seem to be that bad. Otherwise, Mycroft would not let the 2 men go out, which shows that he also has certain expectations for this wealth. Now the key to the problem comes back to how much blood Ron should pay to satisfy the vampire Mycroft. As you said, you are also one of the smartest people I know, so why don't we be frank with each other? How much do you want? Half. I want half of all your gains, that is 60 million pounds worth of jewelry or gold. That's not too much, my friend, that's impossible. I don't even have that much myself. Ron raised his voice several tones like a cat whose tail was stepped on. You have to know that there are many people participating in the operation with me, and they also want to share the money. I can give you 1 million pounds at most, take it or not. As he said that, Ron put on an unyielding look. To be honest, I really doubt whether you bought that degree. Have you never studied history? We British got our start as pirates, with no outsiders around. McCovey simply abandoned all hypocritical appearances, leaving only the real desire for wealth. According to the rules of pirates, all income should be divided into 30% and 70% respectively. The leader takes 70% and the others take the remaining 30%. You should have at least 84 million pounds worth of property in your hands. It's a bit too stingy to only take out 1 million. At this point, the 2 of them basically had their cards open. Ron sighed helplessly. Okay, I'll pay a little more. After all, this is your territory. According to the rules of the underworld, I have to pay you a share of the money. Is that what you mean? 500. Noticing that McCovey's face was not right, Ron gritted his teeth. 10 million pounds. In exchange for this matter turned here, no more. Otherwise I would rather return all the money to the British government. Okay, deal. Chapter 517 Ron's Revenge. Ha ha ha, little darling Ron, are you okay? I heard that you were sucked by British vampires. So pitiful, ha ha ha. On the phone, Hobbs's noisy laughter kept ringing like a broken engine. Ron rubbed his ears that were hurt by the shock. Okay, I admit that I suffered a little loss there, but at least I also made a small amount of money. But what's wrong with me? Hobbs asked curiously. Ron smiled wickedly. Don't forget, you and the Secret Service are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. Do you want to guess how much budget will be cut by the end of the year for the Secret Service after such a big incident in the UK this time? This FXXK. Hobbs was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. He didn't even notice that the phone slipped from his face. Ron didn't have time to chat with him and had already hung up the phone. Did you hear that, guys? Even that stupid big guy from the FBI laughed at me because of the British operation. Our IRS Los Angeles Special Operations Team has now become a joke in the American agent circle. So, we must do something to make those damn British guys pay the price, so that we can wash away the shame on us. Ron supported his body with both hands and shouted fiercely. The table in front of him was full of members of the Special Operations Team. You tell us, boss, we will do whatever you want us to do. I plan to sweep their intelligence agency winery in the United States. First of all, the first step is of course to start with taxation. Chris, is there any problem with the taxation of the United States winery? Although the United States winery is a branch of the British intelligence agency in the United States, it actually made a lot of money from the winery business. The money earned can not only maintain the operation of its own intelligence agency, but also feed back to the UK. If this agency is swept away by Ron, even Micklef will probably feel the pain for a long time. If we look at it purely from the perspective of tax rules, there is no problem with the company's taxation. Chris, who looked very much like Batman, answered seriously, but his answer made Ron's eyes light up. Because Ron noticed the words Chris used, simply speaking from the perspective of the rules, there is no problem. Does that mean there are problems in other aspects? Yes, Chris nodded. Their cost expenditure is very problematic. It is a bit too high. For example, in terms of fixed asset expenses, they bought a lot of vehicles, high-end luxury goods, artworks, etc. Hank frowned and said, I remember that the law doesn't seem to prohibit these. This is a reasonable and legal means of tax avoidance, and almost all companies are using it. Even Hank, an outsider, can see this problem. Ron didn't believe that Chris didn't understand it, so he turned his attention back to Chris, and Chris did not disappoint him. Of course, the law does not prohibit this, but when the companies that provide him with vehicles, luxury goods and other fixed assets have the same actual controller, we have reason to suspect that he is maliciously increasing fixed asset investment to achieve the purpose of tax avoidance. Chris projected the table on the big screen. On the table, all the companies that have had business dealings with the United States Rescue will eventually be transferred to the same company after several rounds of circulation. Ron couldn't help but smile. Yes, this is what I want. This behavior is already a serious tax fraud. We can not only make them pay the unpaid taxes, but also fine them. Chris, this matter is in your hands. Fine me. Fine me hard. After solving the problem of retaliation against the British, Ron finally returned to the Caltech campus. Although only 5 days had passed, because so many things had happened, it felt like the past month. Compared with the comfort of the campus, it was simply the difference between heaven and hell. It was lunchtime when it was his turn, so he didn't go to the laboratory and went directly to the cafeteria to find Sheldon and the others. Hi. My little geniuses, while I was away, did anything interesting happen in the scientific community? Especially something that I can use. Ron greeted them and sat next to them with his plate. Howard happily squeezed aside to make room. Welcome back, Ron. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory is working on a robotic arm that can catch an asteroid before it hits the Earth. I wonder if this is useful to you. Let me think about it. You mean, a group of scientists who can't even catch a football are going to study a robotic arm that can catch a bigger asteroid? If this is America's plan to save the world, I think it's better for us all to just wait to die. If we're all going to die, why am I eating so many healthy vegetables? Raj raised his head innocently, feeling that the vegetables in his mouth had lost their meaning. Come on, it's not like tomorrow is Night Devil's Day. Besides, even if the world is about to end, I think pretty girls would still prefer to have some fun with men with abs before dying calmly, right? Ron high-fived the 4 people one by one, but stopped when it came to Sheldon, because Sheldon had been looking down and didn't seem to notice Ron's arrival. Hi. Hilton. Ron raised his voice, scaring Sheldon. Ron? When did you come back? Last night. I didn't go back to the apartment just to make it easier for you and Amy to have a baby, and for me to have a baby. You were too quiet today. What's wrong? Is your cohabitation life with Amy not going well? Do you need me to introduce you to something? Howard and Raj have used it and both said it's good. Ron smiled a smile that all men understand, and the 2 people mentioned nodded obscenely. I don't need that little blue pill. I'm just a little worried about Amy, Sheldon said as he picked up the salad on the plate with a fork. She's been acting a little weird lately. I'm a little curious. What is weird to you? Howard interrupted, and everyone laughed. Sheldon and Amy can be said to be the strangest couple among friends at the moment. Now one of them actually said that the other one looks weird. Is there anything funnier than this? Sheldon frowned unhappily. I always feel like she's hiding something from me. Leonard patted his shoulder and comforted him. If it were me, I wouldn't worry. She may just have some troubles at work and she didn't tell you. Leonard was right. Amy didn't look like a woman who would cheat. The color of the hat on Sheldon's head was very safe. Whatever it is, I can't eat or sleep now, not to mention that my usual bowel movement schedule has been disrupted. Sheldon continued to vent his dissatisfaction. Why did he hide anything from me? I even shared my body with that woman, as well as the password to the paid video website. He even caused a bad romance movie to appear in my recommendation list. Ron was disgusted by what Sheldon said, and simply threw his fork. Listen, Sheldon, first of all, I told you a long time ago not to talk about any topics related to excretion at the dinner table. Secondly, regarding your question just now, I can tell you that she just doesn't want you to know that his apartment has been repaired. Although Ron wanted to ridicule Sheldon 10,000 times every day, he couldn't help but read all the information about his brother without missing a single detail. So he knew the news that Amy's apartment was completed a long time ago. Why is it like this? I don't understand, Sheldon asked in confusion. Of course it's because she likes living with you, idiot. Ron was simply defeated by Sheldon's low emotional intelligence. So she lied to me just to stay with me longer. Yes, Ron nodded. So what do you think? Happy and sad, just like someone said before that I look like C-3PO in Star Wars. Oh my god, I finally know who you look like, Raj shouted excitedly. C-3PO is the golden robot in Star Wars, and his neurotic look is exactly like Sheldon. Sheldon, it's no big deal, Leonard continued to try to comfort his good brother. It's just a little white lie. Everyone does this. I can't tolerate deception in a relationship. I have no choice but to confront him. Sheldon stood up and prepared to leave. Amy was also at Caltech recently because of her research project. Howard quickly stopped him. Don't do this. I tell you from my experience as a married man that this can be a trump card in your hand. Keep it for now. When it's your turn to do something wrong, you can blame her for it. Hey, why did you teach him this? Leonard said dissatisfiedly. This is a terrible suggestion. That's not necessarily the case. I support Howard's opinion, Ron said with a smirk. Leonard, don't you want to catch Penny's handle? Of course not, Leonard said calmly. Really? Ron and Howard smiled at each other, and smiled playfully at the same time. So suppose I have some evidence against him now. Hey, men, I really do. You know what my job is. Are you sure you don't want me to tell you? Oh, no, ha 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 ha. I know you must be thinking that in your heart, Ron said after laughing. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. He is just quietly collecting your collection, a little at a time, and you never miss it. What? Leonard was shocked. He really didn't notice it, or rather, if Ron didn't mention it, he didn't notice it at all. Actually, Howard and I have found out for several weeks. At first, she found out that your Darth Vader figurine was missing, but we have been waiting for a time that will shock you the most, such as now. You really should take a good look at your expression now. It's so funny. So do you still want to continue to insist on your point of view now? No, I want to go with Sheldon to confront those two women. Leonard's otaku fire was finally ignited. For every otaku, their figurines, comics, and everything related to them are sacred, and their importance is no less than the cross in the hands of the Pope. They have risen to the height of faith, so this will be a battle of faith. Brothers, do you want to come with me to have fun? Watch the confrontation between two couples, and snacks will be provided in the front row. Ron continued to watch the excitement and said. Of course, the other two otakus also had a raging fire of gossip in their eyes. Just as Ron was gossiping about Sheldon and Leonard's love life, Chris also started to act. Except for Andy, all the members of the Special Operations team were brought out by Chris, even including the elderly people in the Los Angeles Retirement Club. Together, they surrounded the United States Distillery. Who are you? What do you want to do? Get out of here immediately, or I will be rude to you. The man wearing a cowboy felt hat came out and waved his whip at Chris in a demonstrative manner. If Ron was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the tequila agent he had met once. IRS agent, on behalf of the federal government, we are investigating your tax situation. I suspect you have committed serious tax fraud, Chris said indifferently, handing him a document. This is our search warrant, IRS. Are you Ron's people? Tequila felt something was wrong and blocked the entrance of the winery with his body. It's just a document. How can I know whether it's true or false? You can't go in before we verify it, otherwise all your actions will be regarded as infringements of legal private property, and we will definitely shoot. Behind him, other special suppliers of the winery had already touched their weapons at the same time. If it was just a tax investigation, they would not be afraid, but Ron's special operations team was different. This was a top-notch agency in the world. If these people were put in, they would definitely be inserted into the huge intelligence agency facilities underground in the winery, and everything would be ugly at that time. Although they were tacitly allowed by the US government to a certain extent, they could not see the light after all. Ron's sinister character would definitely spread their propaganda all over the internet, and at that time, this agency would be completely useless. The intelligence agency of the winery was established in the United States since World War II and has been maintained to this day. The construction cost of the underground facilities is an astronomical figure. However, this is still secondary. More importantly, like all intelligence agencies, the winery also has some things that are not visible to the public. For example, Some people who are not convenient for Americans to take action were captured and interrogated by the British. Now they are still in the underground prison. Once they are exposed, even if Britain and the United States are allies, the United States will have to publicly express its position on the basis of the country. Chapter 518 Daily Fun. Sheldon's apartment, or more precisely, Leonard's apartment. Ron and the four geeks are counting Leonard's losses. Almost all of Leonard's superhero figurines in the bedroom have been put away. There are still quite a few figurines left in the living room. At least the Batman cookie jar is still standing on the table. It must be said that Penny's ant-moving decoration is very effective. If she hadn't told him, Leonard wouldn't have known what happened until he put on the pink quilt. Your Klingon calendar seems to be missing too. Is this something Penny doesn't want to see? Sheldon asked curiously. Of course, no woman would like her man to talk to her in a coughing language, Ron shrugged, not to mention that those guys called Klingons have crab-like faces. Women are visual animals, understand? I just want to curse in Klingon. FXXK, but that word is on the calendar next month, Leonard said in great frustration. Klingon is a strange language used by Klingons in Star Trek. Most of the syllables are pronounced directly from the throat, so it sounds like there is phlegm that cannot be spit out. On the sofa, Ron and two friends who were watching the fun were already laughing. So, are you going to confront Penny and Amy? Of course. Although I'm curious how long she thinks she can hide my things like this without being discovered, Leonard said indignantly. Or, you can choose not to speak and pretend not to know. Excuse me, Leonard, your situation is different from Sheldon's. Penny can change the decorations in the bedroom, so she can naturally change the man in the bedroom. I think you have already understood this experience after so many times. Ron's words not only made Raj and Howard laugh again, but also made Leonard tangled. He and Penny have been on and off for several times. It was only because of his dog-licking spirit that he caught up with Penny. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. Penny had done this more than once. Then why don't you ask Sheldon? Leonard squeezed out a few words from his teeth. But this time Ron didn't need to speak. Raj took the initiative to speak for him. Come on, man, you and Sheldon are different, right? Sheldon and Amy, in Ron's words, should be called a two-way run, and Penny is entangled by you. There is no way, she can only give up resistance. Haha. Sheldon went in and raised his head proudly, with an expression that said, this little master is so handsome. Leonard's tone unconsciously weakened a little, and he began to retreat a little. Then maybe we cannot confront them. We can see how big their web of lies can be woven. I won't. I will definitely ask clearly. Hilton raised his head proudly. Hey, guys, we brought the food back. At this time, Penny and Amy finally returned to the apartment, and pushed open the door with a normal look, as if nothing had happened. Ron and the other three screamed at the same time and entered the drama mode. You look so strange today. Are you hungry? Penny was a little confused by the expressions of the three people. Speaking of being hungry, I suddenly remembered. What's wrong with your apartment? Hilton crossed her arms and asked Amy first. Amy lowered her head guiltily. The workers are still repairing it. It's really interesting, very interesting. Sheldon dragged his chin, but his eyes glanced at Ron, as if asking, what do you think? Ron didn't react at all. Still with an expression of watching a show and not caring about it. On the contrary, Howard and Raj, the two of them, stuffed popcorn into their mouths like they were watching a movie. Yes, we went to see it when we went to buy food. It will probably take some time to repair it. Penny began to stand up and testify for her bestie. What? Sheldon showed a shocked expression. Did you go to see her apartment? Of course, it's still a long way from being repaired. Penny pretended to be nonchalant, which completely frustrates Sheldon. He looked at the audience with a shocked face. Brothers, I don't understand. Is Penny lying? Klingon, how should I know? Klingon. Raj spread his hands innocently. Howard nodded firmly. Anyway, my wife told me that Amy's apartment has been repaired a long time ago. If you still don't believe it, you can ask Ron. Klingon, of course, what else could it be? Ron also answered in Klingon. As a senior science fiction fan, how could he not understand this language? It's just that he doesn't speak it normally. Amy was confused by the strange behavior of the men's gang. Why are you chatting in Klingon? Then why are you speaking English? You are really weird. Amy felt something was wrong, and quickly ran to Penny and said in a strange language, Penny, do you remember the language I taught you before, which I invented myself? Of course I remember. Penny answered fluently in the language invented by Amy. That's great. Do you think Sheldon noticed that I was lying? How did he know? If Howard told them, then it's very likely. Bernadette is such a big mouth. Penny, looking at Howard sitting on the sofa, suddenly realized. Sheldon was confused by their strange language and shouted anxiously, "Wait, you are not allowed to speak bird language, you are not allowed to speak alien language," Amy retorted. Okay, enough. The conflict between Ron and Ron immediately escalated further. He quickly stood up to be a peacemaker. He just came to watch the fun and didn't want a real conflict between friends. Let me tell you what happened. Yes, Sheldon already knew that Amy's apartment was repaired. In addition, let me tell you, Penny, he also knew that you secretly hid Leonard's toys. I was the one who told them about these two things. How did you know? The two women asked in unison. Come on, I'm an agent after all. Is it so difficult to know these things? If I want to, I even know what the British Prime Minister eats for breakfast, Ron said with a smile, but poor Sheldon was confused by your perjury. Sheldon, how could you lie to me? Sheldon had just finished speaking when Ron slapped him on the back. She just likes living with you, silly. We humans generally call this love. You can try it, it feels great, indeed. Howard and Leonard nodded in agreement and turned their eyes to Raj. Raj pouted in dissatisfaction. Hey. I also had a girlfriend. If you call those girls you picked up with money girlfriends, I know a place where you can have a different girlfriend every day, and the price is several times cheaper, Ron said jokingly, but Raj, the fool, took it seriously. Really? Ron, you must tell me, where is that place? Howard rolled his eyes. Idiot. He's talking about women with skills. Raj lowered his head in grievance, and only his injured world was born. Okay, now is not the time to talk about those love histories. There are also our business. Leonard stared at Penny. You secretly disposed of your husband's personal belongings. What do you call this behavior? What? This is not true. Penny denied it. Bernadette told Howard, and Howard told me. Besides, I have eyes and can see that everything is gone. Oh, really? Penny said in an exaggerated tone. You would rather believe your friend's wife, and your own eyes than what your wife said. Okay, don't quarrel, okay? Let's take it one by one. Ron had to stand in the middle again to separate the two of them. Amy, do you have anything to say? Amy walked to Sheldon's side. Sorry, Sheldon, I lied to you about the apartment. It doesn't matter. Sheldon waved his hand to show that he didn't care. In fact, after being in the same car for a few days, he has adapted to life with Amy. If Amy goes back now, he will be a little uncomfortable. Okay, there is no problem between you. Then Penny, what about you? Ron turned his eyes to Penny. What does it have to do with me? I will throw away your wizard robe next. Penny rolled her eyes at Leonard. Ron, look at her. That's the woman you married yourself. I don't care. Ron shrugged, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Penny glared at him fiercely, and Leonard immediately retreated behind Ron. He had been trying it out, but he surrendered faster than anyone else. Okay, there's only one last thing left. Ron was relieved after the problem was solved. Sheldon, Amy, will you two continue to live together? Putting aside recent events, I do think our cohabitation experiment has yielded positive results. Wait? Are you saying you plan to continue living with me? Amy's voice began to tremble with excitement. Sheldon nodded. I'm open to it. It looks like you've finally grown up. Sheldon, Ron nodded with relief. For some reason, at this moment he suddenly had the same feeling as old George, that his own pigs were finally able to dig up cabbages. In that case, maybe I should give you more private space to make it easier for you to carry forward the Cooper family. Sheldon frowned. What? Are you moving out? Of course. No married brother would live with his older brother. Besides, I just said that I would give you some private space. Anyway, you don't want to live with your brother who always bullies you, right? Ron hooked his arm around Sheldon's neck and said with a smirk, I'll tell you a secret. All the checks I paid for your food expenses were bad checks. In the future, when you have financial contact with others, you'd better be more careful. This is the last lesson your brother will give you. Actually, I knew it a long time ago, Sheldon said in a low voice with his head down. When he looked up at Ron, there was a little more reluctance in his eyes. I don't mind continuing to live with you, and Amy won't mind either, right? Amy nodded in agreement. But I don't mind living with you guys. The nightlife is not exciting at all. I still want to live a happy bachelor life for a few more years. Ron felt warm in his heart when Sheldon kept to him. This selfish and willful little boy who always lived in his own world has finally grown up. But don't worry, I won't leave right away. I have to wait until my house is renovated. Speaking of this, I have good news to tell you. I plan to design a game room in my new house. You can go to my place to get together after work and play games. How about it? Long live. Several little Otacus waved their little fists and cheered together. The joyful atmosphere instantly washed away the sadness of separation. Then they started to eat while excitedly joining in the planning of Ron's new house game room. Raj also took out his laptop and started drawing a three-dimensional design, completely leaving the two women aside. A man's happiness is so simple when it is not involved with his lower body. Penny and Amy could only smile bitterly at each other. Sheldon was the first to suggest, first, we need a TV and all the game consoles available on the market, including PS4 and Xbox One. That's no problem. I already have a TV there, and we can take turns playing like we do here. Ron nodded and patted Raj on the back. Add the game console, no problem. Raj nodded. Anything else you need? We also need 4 computer tables and the most suitable gaming chairs, so that we can bring our laptops to your house to play online games, such as Overwatch or Fortnite. Leonard immediately couldn't wait to say his suggestion. Ron nodded in agreement. That's not bad, Raj. Plus, put 4 sets of tables and chairs in a row, so that it will be easier for us to communicate. Do you have any other suggestions? Howard also began to contribute his ideas. Of course, you should install a snack cabinet and a freezer for drinks at home, and build a bar next to the freezer, so that we can mix our own drinks. With everyone's suggestions, the design of the game room was finally completed on Raj's computer. Okay, done. Raj stretched and breathed a sigh of relief. Ron, do you want to see the effect demonstration? Ron sat next to Raj. Of course. Raj tapped his fingers on the keyboard, and the blueprint of Ron's game room began to appear in front of him in the form of 3D animation. But the more Ron looked at this game room, the more familiar it looked. What do you think, Ron? Raj asked excitedly. I think it's great. The only drawback is that this is not India. Otherwise I can ask a few servants to stand behind the bar and wait to serve us. After Raj's reminder, Ron finally remembered why she felt familiar. Put a network administrator at the bar. Isn't this an internet cafe? Chapter 519, How to Get Luke to College. It was a bit far-fetched to decorate the game room at home like an internet cafe, but that was an internet cafe in China after all, and this was the United States, where this style of home decoration was not uncommon, so Ron did not raise any objections and was ready to hand the drawings directly to Claire to help supervise the construction. The strange thing was that for some reason, Claire insisted on coming to get the drawings herself, especially after she knew that Ron would be staying at Caltech the next day. Hi. Ron, hi. Claire, you know that sending the drawings is just a matter of sending an email. I don't understand why you have to make another trip. Ron raised his hand to greet Claire, and Claire responded absent-mindedly, looking back and forth over Ron's shoulder with a sneaky look behind him. What are you looking at, Claire? Ron asked curiously. Claire responded with a guilty conscience. I'm looking at Sheldon. I haven't seen her for a long time. She has grown up so much. Time is really terrible, isn't it? This is the laboratory of Caltech. Behind Ron, a team of scientists led by Sheldon and their intern assistant Alex are conducting experiments on battery transformation. Come on, can't you find a better reason to lie? Sheldon has been like this since she was 18 years old. Don't worry, Alex will have no problem with me. Everyone treats her very well, especially Raj, who often teaches her hand in hand. Ron thought Claire was concerned about his daughter, but he followed Claire's gaze. Only then did he realize that Claire's eyes were on Raj. Wait, are you looking at Raj? Why are you interested in that Indian? Sure enough, he is Raj. Claire's eyes were full of excitement. Oh my god, my daughter is actually dating a foreign man who is more than 10 years older than her. What? You said they are dating? Ron stood up in surprise, his eyes full of gossip. Recently, every time Alex comes home, she will be alone with her phone and giggle beside her. Whenever I pretend to approach her, she will immediately put her phone away vigilantly. This is definitely a sign of love, so I secretly logged into her Twitter account. Oh my god, my nerdy daughter is finally in love. Claire suppressed her joy, pretended to be calm, smiled and greeted her daughter through the glass window, and whispered to Ron. Unlike the phenomenon of early love in China, European and American culture is not particularly opposed to this situation. It is even believed that if you have not had a relationship by the time you go to college, it is a very lonely behavior. Of course, being happy is happy, But Claire is a little worried about her daughter dating a foreign man who is more than 10 years older than her, which makes her mood more complicated. In particular, when Ron was chatting with Claire, Raj in the laboratory said something to Alex, which made Alex laugh. The two of them played with each other, and Sheldon rolled his eyes. Not only Claire, Ron also had a complicated mood. On one side was his good friend, and on the other side was his eldest niece, who was dating right under his nose, but he didn't know anything about it. Of course, it could also be that they did a good job of keeping it secret. Not only Ron didn't know, but it seemed that the other three people in the lab didn't know either. Is that Raj a teacher at this school? He seems to have a good relationship with you. Can you tell me more about this person? Where is he from? Rajesh Ramayana Kusipali, an Indian astrophysicist, one of the most outstanding talents at Caltech, Sheldon's colleague, and my good friend. Ron showed a hint of an ant's smile on his face that didn't match his tough guy image. Maybe he's a good option for Alex. Why do you say that? Although she was happy for her daughter, it was impossible for Claire to say that she didn't feel jealous when she saw her daughter, whom she had spoiled since she was a child, snuggling with another man. Of course it's because I know Raj well enough. He will be a good man. Ron swore that he was absolutely speaking his mind when he said this, and there was no possibility that he was bought by Raj's money offensive. Although Raj and Howard had done a lot of ridiculous things together before, the same thing still applies. The moral standards of China and the United States are different. In China, people like Raj who think about hooking up every day and having threesomes with their good friends are not different, but in Europe and the United States, it is just like home. According to the universal values of Americans, no matter how wild you play before you fall in love, as long as you can be loyal to your partner after confirming the relationship, you are a good man. Well, from this perspective, Ron himself is not a good man. Well, I hope you are right. After all, he is a university professor. He is much better than Haley's boyfriend. As long as he doesn't ask Alex to eat vegetarian food with him, it will be fine. Don't worry about that. He himself doesn't even eat vegetarian food. Ron remembered that when he first met Raj, he ate steak every day, and couldn't help laughing. Did you run all the way here just to see Alex's new boyfriend? Claire shook her head. Of course not. There is one more thing. I knew it. Ron rolled his eyes. Luke will graduate from high school in 1 year. With his grades, it's basically impossible for him to get into college. But Farah and I both think that life without college is incomplete. Do you have any ideas? For example, write a recommendation letter for Luke. Claire was calculating loudly. Ron is a well-known alumnus of Harvard University and often donates to famous schools such as Harvard and Caltech. Under the alumni recommendation system of American universities, a recommendation letter from Ron is definitely not light in the eyes of the university interviewer. Ron thought about it and nodded. It's okay for me to write a recommendation letter for him, but the question is what Luke plans to do in the future? I suggest you talk to him after you go back and see what he thinks. Are you willing to help? Claire was overjoyed. Of course, why not? The tire man said the classic quote of Toretto, "We are family." When Ron and Claire were discussing Luke's future, a group of old guys who looked very tough gathered in an old warehouse in Los Angeles. If Ron were here, he would immediately call out their names: Barney Ross, Christmas, Yin Yang, Thor. These men who were once the strongest in the world, even though they are old now, still have strength that cannot be underestimated. Some of them were even Ron's teachers. If it weren't for their careful teaching, Ron would have fallen in a mission long ago. You old man, you are not dead yet. I heard that you have been pretending to be a boxer and bullying children recently. As soon as they met, someone punched Barney in the chest affectionately. This is the way this group of old brothers greeted each other. Even if you die, I won't die, old playboy. I just saw a young man who looks exactly like you on the street. Did you bring your son with you? Barney also punched Christmas in the chest. Damn, do all handsome guys have to look like me? Hey, guys, if you want to reminisce, there's plenty of time later. The Black Caesar walked between the two men. Barney, you brought us together again. What's the matter? Any new work? Of course, someone wants us to go to a small island called Valana in Brazil. Some people are very interested in the resources there. Barney nodded. According to the information given to me by the guy named Church, there are about 6,000 people on that island. Barney had just said halfway when he was suddenly interrupted by Yin Yang. How many armed forces do they have? Probably about 200. This number of people is enough to control such a large island, isn't it? Barney said. Yet, they have 200. How many of us do we have? The Black Caesar glanced at Yin Yang's small stature and sneered, "Only 4.5 people, that's not funny." Yin Yang glared at him and looked at Barney. "You have to pay me more this time." "Why?" "Give me a reason." "I want to make money for my son. I want to send him to a better school." "When did you get married?" "I didn't even know," Barney asked in a surprised tone. "You didn't ask me." "Listen, brothers, the proportion of the profit sharing remains the same, just like before. I can't make an exception for you, Yin Yang, but this time the people are more generous. I think the final amount should satisfy you." Barney responded with an apologetic look and continued, "The target this time is a guy named Garza. I plan to go with Christmas to investigate and see if I should take this job. How much do they offer? My family is waiting for money urgently." Yin Yang was very uncooperative and interrupted him again. "Damn it, do you really have a family?" Barney still thought Yin Yang was joking with him. Although they had indeed worked together for a long time, Yin Yang's face still looked so young. "Of course," Yin Yang nodded. "Okay, after we succeed, each of us can get 500,000. Are you satisfied?" Barney said helplessly. "Of course, if you're really in a hurry to use the money, you can go to Ron to borrow some first. I heard that she is doing well in Los Angeles." Yin Yang thought about it, and finally shook his head. "Okay, if there is no other problem, Christmas and I will go to investigate first." "Wait," the last bald man who had been sitting next to Yanfa suddenly stood up with his mobile phone. "I think you should take a look at this before you leave. In the latest round of elections, the new politician Sophia was successfully elected as the mayor of Fortaleza. What kind of changes will she bring to this area? Let's wait and see. This girl looks good. You have a good eye." Toll roads. Christmas looked at Sophia's good figure on the mobile phone screen, his eyes shining. "No, that's not what I want you to see. It's this woman. She comes from a Brazilian politician family. I heard that she has recently started to contact the rebel forces." The man codenamed Toll Road shook his head angrily. "Villana Island is under the jurisdiction of Fortaleza City. I think it's a bit bad. Guys, the rebels are different from the soldiers under the warlords. I heard that they are all tough guys. Please, how many so-called tough guys have we killed since we started doing this kind of work? Most of them are just for show, and we are the real tough guys," Christmas said confidently. "Besides, I don't think this delicate beauty will take the initiative to send troops to occupy the island controlled by the warlord. Even if he does, with the level of Brazilians, we can get away with it." Christmas may have said this a bit arrogantly, but no one present said anything. After all, in a country where the army can't even beat the underworld, how strong can the so-called tough guy rebels be? After all, they were too old. Although they were mercenaries who had been paying close attention to the international situation, they had very limited knowledge of the emerging resistance forces in Brazil. This was not their fault. In fact, it was not only the Brazilian drug dealers and Barney who misjudged the strength of the resistance forces, but also the CIA, the real mastermind behind the mission. Ring, ring, ring. Ryan glanced at the number, answered the call and laughed happily. "Congratulations, Sophia, I knew you could do it, but I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. How does it feel to be the mayor?" "That's right, this Sophia was the daughter of a diplomat who had been protected by Ron before. It's quite bad. I didn't think so before, but now that I'm in this position, I realize that it's rotten here," Sophia complained dissatisfiedly. "Can you imagine? I drove to the village next to the city, and found that 1/3 of the land was planted with poppies." "It sounds good. Only 1/3 of the land is planted with drugs. I remember that almost all the land over there was planted with drugs before." "Not bad?" "Haha," Sophia sneered sarcastically. "Then why don't you ask what the remaining 2/3 are planted with?" "What are you planting?" "The remaining 2/3 of the land are all planted with avocados." Sophia's voice trembled with anger. "In order to plant these things, the gangs have almost pumped out all the underground water. Now half of the people in the city live on coke. Can you imagine? The water here is more expensive than coke." Ron had heard of the rumor that water was more expensive than coke, but he always thought it was a joke. Now it was confirmed by Sophia again, and he couldn't help frowning. Because of drinking coke, 3-year-old children here have started to get diabetes, and almost 80% of people over 40 have lost their ability to work. Do you know how terrible this is? Sophia's voice was a little sobbing. "Ron, you have to help me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, The Suicide Squad vs. the Suicide Squad. I think that to deal with a small local warlord, the guerrillas of the rebels are enough. Don't underestimate the guerrillas. They have rich combat experience. Plus, I taught them the guerrilla tactics that I heard about. It's easy to defeat the small warlord on the island, Ron said in his heart. That's a close call, he almost let it slip. That's different, Ron. The warlord on that island is not a simple small warlord. He is actually a transit point for CIA to sell drugs from Brazil to the United States. It's controlled by CIA people. So, I need some other help, Sophia bit her lip and begged. So after going around in circles, it's back to the CIA? Ron felt a little funny. The CIA really did everything it could to make money. Of course, it may also be that the demand for drugs in the United States is too great. It's not enough to rely on Mexico and Colombia alone, so they started to think about Brazilian drugs. As we all know, the United States is the largest drug market in the world today. How big is this market? In 2017, someone conducted a survey and found that the United States, which accounts for 5% of the world's population, consumes 80% of the world's opioids. It is really a drug-addicted country. This doesn't sound like an easy job. As he spoke, Ron found the island that Sophia mentioned on the map. The location of this island is very interesting. It is the northernmost island in Brazil, closer to French Guiana than to the Brazilian mainland. If it is used as a cargo transfer station, it is perfect. Please, Ron, for the sake of the 6,000 civilians on that island and the countless Brazilians controlled by the gangs, I heard from the rebels that you are a saint and only you can drive away the CIA's puppets. Forget about a saint, but that's right. Except for the CIA, no one will support such a tasteless little warlord to be their agent. Okay, I'll take this job. Anyway, I'm free anyway, so it's not bad to add some trouble to the CIA. Thank you, Ron. After hanging up the phone, Ron looked up at his men. I need a few volunteers to join a life or death operation. I declare in advance that there will be no benefits except for giving you an extra month's salary as a bonus. After all, this is a humanitarian rescue operation to save a group of civilians oppressed by warlords. Perhaps it was the memory sleeping in his blood that made Guan Yuming feel the same way. He was the first to raise his hand, followed by Hank, Arthur and others, especially Carl, who raised his hand high. Ron was very upset. Put your hands down. High school students should study hard in school and stop trying to make big news all day long. I've decided. Chris and Arthur will come with me this time. Okay, when? Chris was serious and answered as concisely as always. Go back and pack your things now. We will meet at the private airport in 2 hours. Remember to bring your best weapons. We will set off in 2 hours in the name of vacation. In addition, Andy, please notify the Resistance Army to arrange a fishing boat to take us to the island. Okay, no problem, Andy nodded. After the meeting, Ron immediately bought a vacation outfit, and then came to the airport. The other two had been waiting for a long time. After the plane landed in Miami, it changed its color and took off again, and then landed in French Guiana. The whole trip was extremely smooth. The only trouble was that when Ron opened the plane cargo hold and prepared to take away the luggage, he found that Carl had stuffed himself into the suitcase and followed him. Damn it. Why can't you go on a date like other kids your age? Go to parties, drink alcohol at parties, and try to cover up the smell of alcohol on your body when you go home, Ron said helplessly. At this moment, Luke and Manny, who were the same age as Carl, were probably doing what Ron said above, enjoying their youth. Come on, I'm not one of those childish guys, boss, Carl pouted disdainfully. I got tired of drinking when I was 10 years old. It's more interesting to carry out missions with you guys. Please, boss, don't send me back, okay? From now on, you follow me closely. If I find you doing anything, I'll kick you back to the plane immediately. Now that they were here, if Carl was sent back, who knows what kind of trouble this kid would make on the way. Ron didn't believe he would be obedient, so it was better to bring him with him. Yes, boss, Carl saluted Ron excitedly. The rebel guide who came to pick up Ron and his group was a white man who spoke like a rap. As soon as they met, he began to express his admiration for Ron. Dear mentor, I finally meet you. You have no idea how fierce the competition is for the opportunity to be your guide. You are as dazzling as the sun in the dark night. I am so lucky to have the opportunity. Stop. Stop, Ron interrupted the guide's endless praise and pointed to a chart area on the island's dock in confusion. What's going on? There's a fire here. Oh, that? It was caused by a seaplane the day before yesterday. It seems that two zoologists offended Garza. I heard that they molested his daughter, and then Garza sent people to kill them. Who knew that the two zoologists were actually tough guys? They used the seaplane's machine guns to shoot at Garza's soldiers, and then sprayed white phosphorus on the dock and ignited it with signal guns. I heard that they killed 30 of Garza's soldiers at one time. The guide spoke with great interest, but Ron felt more and more familiar as he listened. Wait? What do those two people look like? Ron had seen a seaplane equipped with machine guns and capable of spraying white phosphorus before. I don't know, I haven't seen them. I only heard about them from people on the island, the guide said, waving his hand embarrassedly, but I did see their seaplane when I was helping my mother fish. There was a strange logo painted on it, and I took a picture of it with my phone. The guide showed Ron the photo on his phone, and there was a logo of a crow standing on a skull painted on the fuselage with spray paint, and Ron's eyes twitched. What's wrong? Boss, do you know this group of people? Arthur asked curiously. More than knowing each other, I'm very familiar with them. Some of them were even my teachers, Ron said with an expression as if he had eaten a fly. If you've been in the killer business for long enough, you must have heard of some of their names, such as Barney, Yin Yang, Turnpike, and Christmas. At this point, Ron suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Arthur's face hard. I've always suspected that the old guy named Christmas might be your biological father who has been separated for many years. You two look exactly the same. This time, it was a case of the Suicide Squad meeting the Suicide Squad. Although Ron was not afraid of those old guys, he still prayed in his heart that it would be better not to meet them on the battlefield, because it would be very troublesome. There are many people who look alike in the world. Deckard Shaw and I look exactly the same. Why don't you ever suspect that I am also the son of Andy's girlfriend? Arthur rolled his eyes fiercely. Because I asked Andy privately, and Elizabeth assured him that she didn't give birth to twins at that time. Damn it, you actually asked, Arthur muttered, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. As an orphan, he has always wanted to trace his own life experience. Ron's answer is equivalent to saying that it cuts off another possibility, but fortunately it also provides another possibility. 1 for 1, no gain or loss. Of course, Ron had seen through his little thoughts a long time ago. It doesn't matter, maybe we will meet Christmas on the battlefield this time. I will definitely help you get a drop of blood and do a paternity test with you. How about it? It doesn't matter, I don't care about such trivial matters, Arthur answered hypocritically. This time it was Ron's turn to roll his eyes. The bald middle-aged man's son dear is really not cute at all. Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't care, Ron patted the guide on the shoulder. Come on, continue to tell me, what's the situation on the island now? Especially, how many soldiers does this guy named Garza have under his command? I remember the previous intelligence mentioned that he had 200 people, right? 30 of them were killed, which means that he has 170 left. No, it's 500 soldiers. The guide shook his head with a wry smile. After the two zoologists made trouble the day before yesterday, more than 300 people came from nowhere. They also listened to Garza's command, and their combat effectiveness is stronger than Garza's original men. How strong? Chris, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke, scaring Ron and Arthur. They almost forgot that there was another person on their side. Garza built a fortress-like palace at the highest point of the island, and set up checkpoints at all key locations, including both visible and hidden checkpoints, and even snipers. We tried to attack head-on twice before, but were both repelled and lost a lot of brothers. You really shouldn't attack with this terrain. Chris used the computer to call up the topographic map of the island, pointed to the floor plan of the palace on the top of the mountain and said, the area of this mountaintop is large enough, and he built the palace in the center of the flat cone on the top of the mountain. This way, the attacking troops will be knocked down as soon as they rush up the steep slope and show their heads. Why don't you use projectile firepower to send shells to the palace on the top of the mountain? After hearing what Chris said, Ron also cast his eyes on the guide to see how he would answer. He remembered that the rebels should have a lot of steel pipes that Yuri got, and they could make enough Kazan rockets to cover the top of the mountain with firepower. It's because of the terrain, sir, the guide said helplessly. The rockets are too big. If we launch them in the woods, we will hit branches flying everywhere and kill our own people. If we deploy them in the city, They will be discovered by his lackeys and bring people to attack our rocket positions. We don't have any other weapons. Ron snatched Chris's computer and studied the satellite map carefully, only to find that it was exactly as the guide said. Most of the island is covered by tropical rainforests. The dense forest trees do not allow any space for launching rockets. The only residential area on the island is built along the pier, in an open area monitored by the top of the mountain. In this case, it is simply a pipe dream to want to seize the island with the limited weapons in the hands of the rebels. For a moment, Ron didn't know what to do, but fortunately he still had 2 men. What do you think? Well, I think if we can use a few helicopters to strafe the top of the mountain, it might work. Arthur thought for a while and said uncertainly. Ron rolled his eyes in response. If I had a helicopter, I would still need you. Next, Chris, what do you think? Chris frowned. At least 2 elite teams of 20 people, one to make a feint attack in the front to attract firepower, and the other to climb up the mountain from the rainforest and penetrate from the back. Ron didn't say anything. This method was slightly better than Arthur's, but not much better. It was also not feasible. There were only 4 of them, and one of them was a child. Where could they find 2 elite teams of 20 people? As for finding militiamen from the resistance army to fill the number? Forget it. These recruits who had never experienced formal military training were just good enough to fight back and forth with a ragtag army under the warlord. The word elite was far from them. Boss, I have an idea. Carl raised his hand excitedly. He had raised his hand many times before when Ron asked, but he was ignored by Ron every time, and this time was no exception. Go do your homework. It's adults' business, kids, don't mind it. Ron waved his hands impatiently at him. Boss, I really have a solution. Carl kept jumping around in front of Ron anxiously. Ron was really annoyed by the noise and could only say helplessly, okay, although I know your solution is probably useless, but we just happen to have a lot of time to waste now. Just tell me, I hope it will make me see the light. If your solution is to use drones, then there's no need to say it. You know, our opponent this time is the CIA. As Americans, we must not reveal any clues. No matter how the drones are modified, they can always find us through the production chain. Of course not, I'm not that stupid. Don't always treat me like a child. Carl pouted unconvinced. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, shut up and continue to do your homework, Ron said with a dark face. In order to make Carl behave himself, he bought 2 math books in the store as soon as he got off the plane and gave them to Carl as homework. If he didn't do it, he would let him get back on the plane immediately. Isn't it possible? Carl's face fell, and he squeezed next to Ron, pointing at the satellite map and said, I think we can use our artillery to flatten all the checkpoints on the top of the mountain, and then go up and kill that son of a bitch. If we had artillery, would we still have not killed that son of a bitch until now? The guide said with a smile, and the children are indeed children. Unexpectedly, Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. Use artillery? This plan seems feasible. Chapter 521, Camouflage Operation. Cannon? Where do we get cannons? If we had cannons, our resistance army would have reached the capital long ago. Why would we still be entangled with that big bastard Garza? While the guide was still talking and Arthur and Chris were still confused, Ron and Carl's eyes were fixed on the gasoline barrels they had in the warehouse. During this period, Carl had been fascinated by the Chinese anti-Japanese war dramas for some reason, the kind where the Japanese were torn apart by hand. However, some things in the dramas are still useful, such as the use of some special weapons. The gasoline barrel cannon, also known as the conscienceless cannon, is very simple in structure. It only requires an open gasoline barrel and a bracket. When using it, first ignite a pre-calculated explosive pack and throw it in, and then quickly ignite the explosive pack for attack and put it in. Calculate the time of the 2 explosive packs' fuses, use the thrust of the first explosive pack's explosion, throw the second explosive pack out, and achieve the purpose of attack. Of course we have it, but it's not the kind of cannon you think of, but something that is more useful in a sense. Ron rubbed Carl's smooth little head, and the 2 of them showed the same signature smirk on their faces. You are really a talent. This is a good idea. Then there is only one problem now. Carl's eyes fell on the guide at the same time, scaring him so much. Do you have enough explosives? Enough. I promise. As many as you want, all are top quality high explosives, the guide quickly said, covering his butt. Then, let's start the action. Ron took out a long-lost white smiley mask from his backpack and put it on his face. Everyone started to act according to Ron's division of labor. Arthur was sent to transport explosives with a guide. Chris, who was originally an accountant and good at calculations, was left by Ron to calculate the amount of explosives in each explosive pack. This kind of hard work in the eyes of others is more exciting than playing games in the eyes of a paranoid like Chris. Ron took little Carl with him and filled the explosives into the explosive pack little by little according to Chris's calculations. Little Carl also took the initiative to add rusty nails and small steel balls that had been stained with feces into the explosive pack, which made Ron's eyelids jump. If you really get blown up by this thing at close range, you will be doomed. Stop. What are you doing? The car loaded with gasoline barrels was stopped by Garza's soldiers halfway through the drive. Ron poked the guide with his arm, and the guide immediately stuck his head out with a smile. We plan to open a shop selling seafood porridge in the town at the foot of the mountain. Please make an exception, here the guide said, and handed over a pack of cigarettes calmly. The soldier opened the cigarette box casually, put a cigarette in his mouth and lit it, and nodded with satisfaction. In addition to the cigarette he just took out, the cigarette box was filled with a stack of change, which added up to almost 50 reis. It's not that the guide was reluctant to spend more money. This amount was just right for the identity of a small vendor. Any more would be suspicious. Are you going to use this to make porridge? This is a secret recipe that my uncle got from another place. You must use a gasoline barrel to make that taste. Help me, let's go. The soldier kicked the gasoline barrel roughly twice, making a banging sound. After knowing that it was empty, he didn't bother anymore and waved his hand to let it go. The car successfully passed the checkpoint and came to the town. The palace of Garza on the top of the mountain from this town was less than 150 meters away, just within the range of the conscienceless cannon. Selling porridge, delicious seafood porridge, only 5 reis a bowl. Little Carl began to shout hard at Ron's signal. There were still many soldiers watching the fun around. Of course, Ron couldn't take action at the beginning, but let everyone do small business in an orderly manner. The soldiers also came to taste the taste out of curiosity, but they didn't pay. But even so, the popularity of the snack stand business exceeded Ron's imagination. Even if they set up 5 gasoline barrels to cook, they were still in short supply. After Ron tasted the seafood porridge made by the guide, he immediately understood why. Your seafood porridge is good. If you open a store, you will definitely make a lot of money. Ron was just looking for a reasonable excuse to transport the gasoline barrels to the town. Unexpectedly, this casual excuse, after tasting it, made him, who had tasted many Michelin chefs, praise it. Of course, this is my family's craft. My grandfather used to be the governor's chef. When we win, I plan to open a store and pass on our family's craft. The guide's eyes flashed with a strange light when he said this. Come on, you all won, why don't you become a general? Carl didn't understand, but Ron did. In his eyes, there was a light called hope. I believe that there will be such a day. Ron patted the guide on the shoulder solemnly. In his previous life, Ron had also heard of such a group of people. They were willing to give up their lives for the liberation of the nation, but after their careers finally succeeded, they returned to ordinary life and continued to live their ordinary lives. For a moment, the guide's figure actually overlapped with a great figure in Ron's impression. As the sky gradually darkened, the people gathered in front of the snack stand gradually dispersed, leaving only a few scattered customers. The porridge was about to be sold out. The soldiers had already lost their vigilance against them and hid somewhere to fish. Under the pretext of transporting materials, the trucks had already run back and forth between the town and the warehouse at the foot of the mountain several times, and the explosive packs prepared the night before had been delivered. Okay, today's porridge has been sold out. If you like it, come back another day, Ron said, knocking on the gasoline barrel with a pot spoon, and whispered, if I can meet him again another day. After shouting to close the stall, the few people did not start loading the things into the car, but simply brushed the gasoline barrel with a large mop, and 2 lit explosive packs were stuffed in. Just now, while doing business, the gasoline barrel has been half buried in the soil. The firewood around the gasoline barrel has been used to heat the porridge in the barrel. The soldiers were told that it was a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation. The actual reason is to share the chamber pressure of the gasoline barrel during the explosion in this way. 5 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Chris looked at his watch and began to count down. Fire, boom, the ground shook. and the explosive pack filled with high-powered explosives and various sundries added by Carl was blown up into the sky, but there was no explosion for a long time. Did you miscalculate, Chris? Or did the fuse of another explosive pack blow out during the explosion? Carl asked anxiously. Chapter 522, The Suicide Squad Can't Find an Opponent. Don't worry, let the explosive pack fly for a while, Chris said calmly as always. Oops, he tricked me. Ron was stunned, and then as soon as Chris finished speaking, the explosive pack exploded in the palace on the mountain, blowing up the entire palace checkpoint, and the orange-red flames dyed the moon a layer of blood. The night of killing has begun, guys, are you ready? Ron's voice changed, turning into a sarcastic tone that belonged to be ready. Everyone shouted, wearing the same white smiley face mask, and answered loudly. This V for Vendetta mask that Ron used to conceal his identity at the beginning has now become the spiritual totem of the resistance. Then let's start the action. Taking out the hidden weapons from the box, the 5 people did not rush to attack immediately, but once again lit the prepared explosive packs and stuffed them into 5 gasoline barrels. Boom, there was another earth-shaking, and 5 more explosive packs were thrown into the palace on the top of the mountain. After Chris calculated the charge of these explosive packs in advance, he would write numbers on them. Because once the gasoline barrels were buried in the soil, there was no way to adjust the angle, so the only way to control the flight angle of the explosive packs was to control the charge. As for the location that needed to be attacked, what if it was not on the strike line extended by the 5 gasoline barrel cannons? This problem was easier to solve. Just increase the charge of the explosive packs thrown out. Great power can make miracles happen. The soldiers on the Acer, who were hit by the gasoline barrel cannons twice in a row, could sense that something was wrong, even if they were stupid. The piercing alarm sounded, and the warlord's soldiers immediately gathered and marched towards the town below in a menacing manner. The truck full of soldiers was halfway down the dirt road when the metal disc that was run over by the wheels suddenly made a clicking sound, and then with a boom, the entire truck was lifted into the sky by the shock wave of the explosion. The truck behind stopped in a hurry. This dirt road that was so familiar in the past was now as scary as a demon trail, leading to hell in their eyes. How long can our minds hold them back? Ron asked Arthur while another round of explosives was fired. He had taken advantage of the opportunity to transport the explosives back and forth to bury mines on the mountain road. A loud noise that was not from the gasoline barrel gun officially announced that the mines had been triggered, so Ron asked this question. I don't know. I bought 8 mines in total. If it were a normal British army, they could clear them all in 10 minutes. But I really don't know about this kind of warlord army. Who knows if the others will still have the courage to move forward after one explodes. Really? Ron pondered Arthur's words, and suddenly patted Carl on the head. Pause. Dig a hole immediately and point your gasoline barrel in that direction. Ron pointed to the place where the explosion had just occurred, and said to Chris, now recalculate how long it will take to reload the explosives. I want to kill all the people coming down the mountain over there. Chris stared at the place where Ron pointed, and his brain began to work rapidly like a supercomputer. In the eyes of others, it was just a moment of stunned time. But Chris suddenly reached out and supported the gasoline barrel that Carl was responsible for. I want this angle. No need to reload the explosives. The amount of explosives in the number 6 explosive package is just right. Oh my god, how did you calculate that? While the other poor students were still stunned, Ron, because of his long-term relationship with Sheldon, finally managed to keep up with Chris's thinking. The amount of explosives in the launch pack is fixed, but the distance is unknown. Ron guessed that Chris should have calculated the distance based on the time difference between the appearance of the fire and the sound of the explosion, so he only needed to adjust the angle according to the amount of the original explosives. But the most amazing thing is that when Ron had not yet changed his target, Chris had already noticed the distance here. What does this mean? It means that Chris's superbrain, which is comparable to a computer, is calculating all the data around him all the time. It's scary to think about it. Maybe in terms of IQ alone, Chris might be scarier than Sheldon. Carl looked at Ron blankly, and Ron glared at him. What are you looking at me for? Chris said, how much is how much? Hurry up and bury the soil. Little Carl rolled his eyes, picked up the shovel and quickly filled the soil back, then threw the lit explosive pack into the gasoline barrel, and the 5 gasoline barrels fired another round of volleys. This time, while the 4 explosive packs destroyed the palace fortifications, The super double explosive pack specially selected by Chris also happened to fall in the middle of the convoy going down the mountain. Boom! The people in the two cars were shot through by the nails that flew out of the explosive packs that exploded in the air. The people in the last car were so scared that they quickly pointed their guns at the driver's head and drove the car back. Hearing that there were no new mine explosions on the mountain road, Ron was satisfied and adjusted the angle of the Calba gasoline barrel back. After the last round of bombing, when the pickup truck carrying 5 people drove to the top of the mountain, the original palace on the top of the mountain had become a ruin. Except for a middle-aged man in military uniform who looked mentally ill, there was no living person. "Mentor, he is Garza," the guide pointed at the man and said to Ron. "I thought he would be a heroic figure, but I didn't expect him to become like this after just a few rounds of bombing. It's really disgusting." Ron pulled out a pistol from his waist and stuffed it into the guide's hand. "Go, kill him with your own hands. This is your hometown, right? I think you must be very happy to kill this man who turned your hometown into hell." The guide struggled for a while, but the pistol walked towards the man. His steps became more and more firm, and finally came in front of him, raised his hand and pressed the pistol to the man's forehead. During the whole process, Garza was like a fool, sitting there motionless. Bang! Garza's body fell to the ground. "I succeeded, Mentor. I killed this man who harmed my hometown." "Boring. I thought you would say some color lines," Ron pouted, "like I'll eliminate you on behalf of the people." The guide scratched his head awkwardly. "Then how about I try it next time?" "Whatever you want, boss. Someone found a tied woman in the basement." "What should I do?" Carl, who was searching everywhere, dragged a woman back happily. "I'll give it to you as your wife. Do you want it?" Ron took a look and found her beauty acceptable, but far from the level of his female confidants, so he just used it as a joke. Carl shook his head like a rattle. "No. She's not even as pretty as my sister. I won't give it to you even if you want it." Ron glared at him with contempt. "The people in the basement should all be Garza's prisoners. Let them all go. You guys take care of these things. I should go to bed." Ron stretched and yawned as he walked towards the palace. Most of the palace was not actually damaged by the explosion. Garza's men were just scared by the explosion, so they fled everywhere in a hurry. But it doesn't matter. The rebels will take over this place tomorrow, and everything will return to order. You know what? The enemy is easily frightened by the sound of gunfire, especially this big baby that fires 230 rounds per minute. Black Caesar proudly held the shotgun in his arms and showed off to his comrades. "Tell me, who can withstand his power?" "Tanks, but fortunately our opponents don't have such equipment this time." Barney handed the plane to Christmas and came to the cabin to talk to his friends. "But this is not a reason for us to relax. Our situation is still extremely dangerous. The other side has more than 200 soldiers." "So what?" Yin Yang interrupted. "If we die, we die together. I believe you can bring us back alive." "I believe in myself too." Barney bumped fists with him and said solemnly, "We are already there. The plane will land soon. Pay attention. The battle starts from this moment." Several veterans clenched their weapons in their hands, and when the plane landed on the water, they jumped onto the dock without waiting to dock completely. However, they were not greeted by soldiers with long guns and short guns, but by civilians pushing carts to transport construction materials. They looked at several people as if they were looking at fools. Chapter 523 Sheldon is so jealous that he is deformed. Can someone explain to me what Sheldon's expression is? The last time I saw this expression, he was reading my scientific paper about the catalytic effect of sugar on thermite. After returning to Los Angeles, Ron disbanded the action team on the spot. As soon as Ron opened the door, he saw Sheldon sitting on his sofa, flipping through a document of some unknown nature. While reading, he made some faces from time to time, as if he had read something disgusting. "Come on, writing down the simplest principles of physics on paper can't be considered your paper," Sheldon complained without raising his head. "What's wrong with that kid?" Ron had no choice but to ask Leonard. "He's reading Bert's paper, the one who just won the MacArthur Genius Award at the School of Geology." Leonard laughed. "To be honest, it's always fun to watch him read other people's research results." Ron followed his gaze and saw Sheldon frowning, sometimes sarcastic, and occasionally curling his lips to express his disdain for the content. Just his face can perform a whole scene. With such acting skills, it would be a pity to do scientific research instead of acting. "Are you happy now, the people who let me read this? Bert's achievements are very remarkable, and I am even more unhappy now. Admitting this makes me more unhappy than the last time I had to admit that Ron is smart." Sheldon threw the paper on the sofa. Jealousy made him deformed, and the four people on the other side looked at each other, meaning who would go? There was no way. Ron was thrown out by them. Who made Ron spend the longest time with Sheldon? Everyone agreed that he had more experience. Okay, Sheldon, it's just a MacArthur Award. If you like, I will set up a Cooper Contribution Award tomorrow and give the first trophy to you. How about it? As long as you don't want the bonus, it doesn't matter how big you want the trophy to be. If it's too big, I can drive it back for you. Anyway, Chris had scraped a lot of money from the British for him some time ago, so there was no need to spend a little on Sheldon. The reason was certainly not because Sheldon was a hen that laid golden eggs or some other boring reason, but mainly because they were brothers. This is a precious brotherhood whether you believe it or not. Ron believed it anyway. Ron, if I want a trophy, I can also spend money to make one myself. I value the honor represented by the MacArthur Award. Sheldon glared angrily. Ron turned his head and spread his hands. Okay, I can't do anything. The rest is up to you. I have to go on a date. No way. You and Sheldon grew up together. Is this all you can do? Of course not. Every time this kid gets angry, in order to avoid me beating him up, I usually let him go for a walk, Ron said as he took his coat off the hanger. Will walking be useful for Sheldon? Amy's eyes lit up. After all, she is the one who will spend her life with Sheldon, and she needs this kind of successful experience to learn from the most. It's very useful. As long as he walks far enough, I won't be able to hear his nagging. If this guy bothers you in the future, I recommend you give it a try. Wait, Ron said, opening the door and preparing to leave, but was stopped by Leonard. Maybe we can go out for a walk together to calm Sheldon down. That's a good idea, Sheldon complained as he stood up. It seems that everyone has a good idea now, except me. I just want to help you, buddy. Okay. You can walk in front with Ron and help me scare away the pigeons. Sheldon put on his coat and followed with Leonard. Ron had no choice but to nod. Okay, I'll walk with you guys for a while. My God, Sheldon, you don't know what I gave up for you? If there is a selection of good brothers in the United States, I will definitely be elected first with a unanimous vote, Ron said in an exaggerated tone, but Leonard was full of doubt. Did you just give up one girl? No, two. Ron proudly raised two fingers and raised his eyebrows at Leonard. I just came back from outside. Of course I have to indulge myself, having just experienced a baptism of blood and fire. Of course only a gentle place can soothe Ron's injured heart. Ron plans to go to Max and Caroline tonight. Leonard was stunned. He had been dating girlfriends for so long that he could count them on one hand. He had never seen such a high-level operation. He could only envy it. In order to avoid embarrassment, he could only quickly change the subject. We are here to comfort Sheldon today. Do you feel better? Sure enough, it feels much more relaxed to go out for a walk. I admire you very much, Leonard. Sheldon nodded. Leonard glanced at Ron with a smug look on his face when he heard this. Really? Why do you admire me? Tell me in detail, especially let Ron know you are satisfied with your current situation. You don't envy or hate other people because you have no ambitions and you won't be dragged down by them. You are just a dead body floating on the river, drifting with the flow. Ha 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 ha. Your admiration is really enviable, Ron laughed. Why can't I just accept the compliment? Why do you have to ask the reason? Leonard said in annoyance, but seeing the unhappy Sheldon, Leonard walked over and continued to comfort him. I really understand how you feel now. Since I was a child, my brother and sister's achievements have always made me feel ashamed. Sheldon looked up. Then how did you deal with it? I didn't stop wetting the bed until I went to college, but I don't think this is a good solution. I can't believe that I was surpassed by a geologist, Sheldon said in disbelief. Ron, what about you? You have lived in the shadow of this genius's high IQ since you were a child. How do you adjust your mentality? Okay, I admit that your IQ is indeed a little higher, but don't forget, this is America. Ron rolled his eyes. It seems that Sheldon is looking for a sense of superiority and has found it here. In our country, people admire athletes with physiques like bulls or people with natural leadership qualities, and I happen to have both. To be honest, if you were not born unable to feel other people's emotions, I would worry that you would become like other nerds, inferior and sensitive. Leonard lowered his head guiltily. Ron was talking about people like him. Of course, he had no ill intentions. He was just using him as an example. To be honest, Leonard was really jealous of people like Ron when he was in school. Even now, he still feels jealous sometimes. It wasn't until he started dating Penny that he got better. Listen, Sheldon, I have a way to help you in your situation. To be precise, this is Georgia's way. Every time I play as the main player and he's on the bench, she uses this way to adjust her mood. What way? Sheldon's eyes lit up. Ron picked up a stone from the ground and handed it to him. Imagine him as your current anger. Or the person you particularly hate. I remember his name is Bert, right? From now on, this stone is Bert. Throw it out now, and the person you hate and all your anger will be swept away. I didn't expect that idiot George could have such a good idea. Sheldon took the stone. This stone contains all my negative emotions. I will throw you far away, and you can kill a pigeon when you are thrown out, Sheldon muttered, and his eyes that had been closed suddenly opened. He held the stone with one hand and threw it forward with force. However, the stone slipped out of his hand when it was halfway through soaking, and stabbed directly into Sheldon's feet. A scream like a pig being slaughtered rang out from the park. Ah-ha-ho-ho, Ron laughed and rolled on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Little George is such an idiot. His methods are useless. Leonard, Ron, help me, it hurts so much. Leonard hurried to help Sheldon, but Ron was still beside him, laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Little George is not as useless as you, he can't even throw a stone. She is the best tight end in high school, and can occasionally play the running back position. Missy is also a baseball expert. You are the only sports idiot in our family. Ron, can you help me get Sheldon up? Leonard helped Sheldon up by himself, feeling a little tired. Ron looked down at his watch. I'm afraid not. I'm going to be late for my date, and there are two of us tonight, so Sheldon is in your hands. The Williamsburg restaurant was closed, but the old utility room connected to the small window facing the street, which had been converted into a cake shop, was still brightly lit. Max, who was in a good mood, was decorating the cake while humming happily. Suddenly, a pair of big hands wrapped around her slender waist from behind. Ron took a deep sniff of her hair and said intoxicatedly, "Sometimes I can't tell the difference. Are you sweeter? Or is the cake sweeter?" "Sweetheart, of course it's me," Max said proudly without hesitation. "I sprayed it on myself, but it's the Yves Saint Laurent opium you gave me last time. It's specially prepared for you. Do you like it?" Of course, before he could say the word like, Ron's nose trembled slightly. Wait, what's this strange smell? Maybe it's milk. It's been away for a long time, and the milk search notice is thrown on the milk carton. Max put down the cream, put his arm around Ron's neck with his backhand and looked at him seductively. "Are you going to wait until we go back, or start now?" "No, this smell is wrong." Even with a beauty in front of him, Ron was still unmoved and pushed Max away, sniffing hard. "The smell is coming from this side. It's very pungent. What is this?" "Wait." Without waiting for Max to stop him, Ron had already opened the door of the closet, and a foul smell hit him in the face. Inside the closet, under the light of the room, a pot of smelly plants was growing vigorously. Ron immediately recognized the species of the plant from the special shape of the leaves. "Is this marijuana?" Ron's expression was more serious than ever. Maxton had known Ron for such a long time, but she had never seen him with this expression. But she thought Ron was joking with her, and continued in a joking tone, "Hey, marijuana is my favorite, and maybe it will be my final destination. Relax, men. Recreational marijuana is completely legal in California. These cute little guys can help us tonight. Why do you look so scary?" Even Max, who was as thick-skinned as he was, stopped talking halfway through the night when he noticed that Ron's expression was wrong. "I don't think it's exciting to fall into hallucinations." Ron roughly pushed away Max, who was blocking him, and pulled up the plants by the roots. "I suggest you don't touch these things. For your own sake, a bad life is not a reason for you to live a life of drunkenness and dreams. Besides, your life and Caroline's life have improved now. These things will drag you into the quagmire again." Perhaps the memories of his previous life were too deeply rooted. Even though marijuana is a common drug in the United States and even has a social attribute, Ron still hates it. "Who are you to interfere with my personal preferences? You damn control freak." Max looked at the plants thrown on the ground and yelled angrily, "These are just some marijuana. They are even less harmful than cigarettes." "Lower than cigarettes?" "Haha." Ron sneered twice. It turns out that some people have always believed this childish lie. "Max, think about it carefully. Do you really believe this sentence, or do you use this sentence to comfort yourself because you enjoy the indulgence that marijuana brings you?" After that, Ron stepped on the marijuana twice again, and walked away without looking back. Dang 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 dang. After a while, Caroline, dressed in a white bunny girl costume, suddenly rushed into the room. "Max, why don't you change into your black bunny girl clothes? We promised Ron that we would play the bunny game with him tonight." "Wait, Max, where are you? Why can't I see you? Ron has left." Max's low voice came from behind the cake. "Gone? Why?" Caroline walked around the cake and saw the things on the ground. She covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh my God, when did you grow marijuana in our cake shop?" Ron hates this kind of thing the most. He hates everything related to addiction. "This is not grown by me, this is Earl's." Max looked up at her expressionlessly. "Thank you for telling me now how much Ron hates them. Didn't I say that?" Caroline took off her rabbit ears and sat next to Max, hugging Max in her arms. "Well, I don't think I really said that when I was in high school. I smoked marijuana with my friends at a party, and Ron smelled it, and then she broke up with me on the spot. He hates these things very much. He said it's a matter of principle." Fortunately, Ron stroked Max's back. "Fortunately, this is all a misunderstanding. These are not yours, Max. These are really Earl's, right? Of course they are his. If I were to grow them myself, I wouldn't just plant so little." "That's good. Ron should not have gone far. I'll take you to find him to explain." Caroline pulled Max up. Chapter 524 Joining Forces with the FBI. Late at night, outside a cozy little house in a community in the north of Los Angeles, two strange crisp sounds suddenly sounded, which sounded very much like the sound of a silencer pistol. The bald big man who was originally sleeping soundly in the bed in the house reflexively grabbed the pistol under the pillow and rolled under the bed. The whole process was smooth. "Is it a killer? Oh no, my daughter is still upstairs." Hobbs stared out the window nervously. However, the expected attack did not occur. A familiar laugh came from outside the window. "Ha ha ha, you are still as sensitive as before. I really should have recorded it with my mobile phone and posted it on Twitter. Maybe it would make you famous. Damn it. Ron, this is not funny at all." Hobbs crawled out from under the bed awkwardly. "You actually fired a gun outside my house. Have you ever thought about what to do if stray bullets hurt people? You don't think this is the sound of a gun?" Ron picked up a completely dry branch and broke it in front of Hobbs. The crisp sound was exactly the same as what Hobbs had just heard. Hobbs knew that he was fooled again. "Asshole, you're not sleeping late at night, come to my place to mess up. Is it fun? If you have extra energy, can't you vent it on your women?" Hobbs complained loudly. "Do you think I don't want to?" When he talked about this, Ron's face was full of resentment. "Hope has a new female disciple and is training her intensively to prepare for the Olympics. I suspect that the two cake sellers are involved in drugs. You know what I'm used to. I never have anything to do with people who are involved in drugs. Even my girlfriend Collins went to watch her big brother's football game with her family. I remember, it was that Big Mike. He is now a star player. Everyone says he will make a career in the NFL." Hobbs couldn't help but admire. "You came to my house late at night to complain to me that your women are not at home." Ron nodded innocently. "What else can it be?" "Well, do you want to have a drink?" Hobbs took out a bottle and two glasses from under the bed and invited Ron helplessly. "Oh my God, is there a Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket under your bed? How come there's everything?" Ron jumped into Hobbs' room through the window and curiously lifted the bedboard. In addition to a wine cabinet with several bottles of wine under the bedboard, there is also a small door. "You know that we are agents. One day we may encounter some danger. It is better to be prepared." Hobbs handed Ron a glass filled with wine. "Here's a toast to you. You did a good job in Brazil a few days ago. The CIA was cut off by you again. I have told you so many times that I am not him, but I admit that under her smiling mask, there must be a handsome face that does not belong to me." Ron clinked glasses with Hobbs and said narcissistically, "Don't worry, I don't mean to track you down. I just want to remind you not to reveal such a big flaw next time. The whole world knows that you like to use all kinds of strange weapons," Hobbs said indifferently. Although the FBI is known as the three major law enforcement agencies in the United States, it has never been on an equal footing with the CIA and the IRS, and has almost always been at the bottom. The biggest problem here is the issue of money. After all, intelligence work costs money. The IRS itself is under the Ministry of Finance. So the Ministry of Finance naturally cannot deduct the pocket money of its own son. The CIA's expenses are directly paid by the military budget. Without the review of the Congress, even the president has no right to ask. What's more, the CIA's flourishing drug business can even occasionally feed back to the wallets of some military bosses. only the poor FBI. All its funds come from the financial allocation of the Ministry of Justice. Not to mention the small amount of money, it is often reviewed by the Ministry of Finance for various reasons. It can be said that it is a punching bag caught in the middle, and no one dares to offend. Ron said unexpectedly, "You seem to be gloating? I thought you would get closer to that side." "No, if you have to choose a side, I would rather stand with you. God knows when the CIA's grandchildren will put a big pot on you. Do you know? They have handed the case of the suit man to us. It's really hell." Ron's heart moved. The suit man is the nickname given to Reese by the police station because this guy always wears a neat suit when he does things. If you have time in the next 2 days, you can tell Finch about the FBI targeting them. Just for this reason, Ron's visit today is not in vain. Good luck to you. I heard that guy's very difficult to catch, but maybe you can go to the Los Angeles Police Department to find some police officers who are familiar with the case to help you, such as Officer Carter. Ron clinked his glass with Hobbs and took the initiative to recommend them all to him with a smile. "I'll consider your suggestion carefully." Hobbs thought for a while, and suddenly asked Ron, "I heard that you have a good relationship with Mike from the Secret Service." "Of course." Ron nodded. "You seem to have something to say. You might as well say it directly. Hesitation is not your style. Tell Mike to keep a close eye on the president's schedule recently." "I heard that someone is planning to assassinate the president." Ron shrugged and said easily, "We have so many enemies in the United States. There are people who want to assassinate the president every day." "Don't worry." Hobbs drank silently, and after hesitating for a while, he finally spoke again. "But this time is different. You still have to remind them." "What? Did you get any special news? Who wants to attack the president?" Hobbs has always been a very straightforward person. Even he would be entangled. It can be seen that the identity of this assassin is not ordinary. Ron began to feel that something was wrong. "I can't tell you who it is, but I can tell you that the military-industrial complex and the security group are planning a big plan. They plan to push a madman to the position of president. You may have heard of this person, Charlie Manning." "Ron, you must stop this from happening." Ron's heart trembled. With a military-industrial complex, there must be the shadow of the military behind the action. Although they didn't say it explicitly, the two knew it well. Maybe it was because of this that Hobbs kept silent about it and only dared to tell Ron, playing a roundabout way to save the country. Charlie Manning. Ron carefully recalled the name and found that he really had an impression. Is it the internet celebrity congressman from South Dakota? The idiot who proposed the National Cleansing Day every year? Ron remembered this person for a reason, because his campaign proposal was particularly weird. He suggested that a day be chosen every year as a cleansing day. After 7 p.m., a 12-hour national cleansing would be held. Everyone could take to the streets and commit crimes and kill without any legal responsibility, to release the depression and dissatisfaction in the hearts of citizens. What's even more bizarre is that this brainless proposal actually has quite a few supporters online. It can only be said that the world is so big that all kinds of strange things are possible. Only in this way can arms be sold better, right? Hobbs had a sneer on his face. While driving economic growth through arms sales, it can also make people kill each other, or the rich slaughter the poor. Guess who can't afford a pistol on the day of the purge? In this way, we can kill those who live on relief. Ron was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mike has survived 2 presidential assassinations, and he protected the president with me once. You should believe in his ability. What else can those assassins do? Can they really make such a big scene every time like the last time in London? This is not a movie. Let's toast. This bottle of whiskey is good. We must finish it today." The glasses touched each other again, and the two continued to drink happily. They were so excited that one bottle of wine was obviously not enough. Hobbs searched everywhere, and the two drank almost all the wine in the house, and slept until the next morning. However, when they were sleeping, there were always people who were restless and plotting something. "How are your preparations for the operation going?" In a secret office in the Pentagon, a man in a general's uniform asked a man hiding in the shadows. The man walked out of the shadows, wearing a white ninja costume. If Ron was here, he would definitely feel familiar. This was the white ghost who had fought him so hard before. Our people have infiltrated the South Korean president's guards, and some of them are disguised as tourists and are active in Washington. When the operation begins, they will immediately gather near the White House, but this alone is not enough. You promise to give us more support. Otherwise, this little force will not be able to capture the White House. Of course I understand. So I have prepared some other programs. The general smiled indifferently. The pilots you gave us to train have been arranged by me at the military airport north of Washington. In an hour, they will take advantage of the lax guards and steal an AC-130 gunboat to attack Washington's defense forces. And Washington's air defense missiles and fighter jets will also become unusable at that time because of hacker attacks. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. You still don't want to take any risks, of course. The target you want to assassinate is our American president. If it weren't for your price, we really don't want to help you. The general sat in the chair and took a puff of cigar comfortably. Can you really capture the White House? In fact, even if this group of people hadn't come to him, he would have found someone else to carry out this operation. The reason was certainly not that he had any lofty ideals or ambitions. It was simply that the arms company offered too much. The money offered by the arms company was at least 10 times the price offered by this mysterious group of people. Under the power of capital, he could only choose to surrender. There was no other way. In addition to his well-known wife and children, he also had 17 or 18 mistresses and illegitimate children to support. As long as you can ensure that the plane kills most of the White House's defense forces, we will definitely be able to occupy the White House. White Ghost nodded. Then, let's start the operation. The general grabbed the phone on the table and dialed it. 15 minutes later, an AC-130 gunboat took off from the Chicopee Bay Airport, 200 kilometers away from Washington. Tourist buses carrying Asian passengers stopped at different places near the White House. Passengers carrying large bags got off the bus and walked slowly towards the White House. At the same time, the Korean diplomatic mission also arrived at the White House. Welcome, Mr. Lee. I am Link, Deputy Director of the White House Secret Service. Welcome. The Deputy Director extended his hand to the ambassador very politely. Mike is on vacation today, and he is responsible for everything. Thank you. The ambassador shook his hand and said, "This is my personal bodyguard and top expert, Mr. Parker." The ambassador introduced the people next to him, and the deputy director greeted him politely again, and led the ambassador and his party into the White House. After more than 10 minutes, the air defense radar of the White House noticed the AC-130 flying in the sky with the intervention of some people. 2 F-22s were immediately sent to follow and issued an alarm. "We are the U.S. Air Force. On your starboard wing, you have entered the air control area, and now we order you to turn around and leave immediately. Turn around immediately. Please reply if you receive it." The warning was still repeated, but the pilot in the plane had already pressed the attack mode switch impatiently. 4 Gatling aircraft cannons on both sides stretched out from the fuselage. Aiming at the planes that sandwiched him on the left and right, the aircraft cannons had already opened fire before the F-22 pilot could react. Bang, 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 we're being attacked. I'm hit. The pilots of the 2 F-22s were already shot to pieces in the cabin before they could activate their ejection seats. FXXK, the aircrew angrily threw off their headphones, but this was not the end. The gunboat drew a gorgeous arc in the air, turned around, and flew towards the White House. Or maybe it was the White House's original target, which was the induced route that was made to confuse the radar. One of our gunboats is in the sky over Washington, D.C. It's gone crazy and attacked our own planes. Now it's flying towards the White House. What should we do? The air defense commander habitually looked at the commander-in-chief's position next to him, but it was already empty. FXXK. Where is the commander-in-chief? He was called by the Secretary of Defense to play golf earlier. The staff member next to him said weakly, "What should we do now?" The deputy commander gritted his teeth. "Launch all anti-aircraft missiles. I'm responsible." In the White House conference room, the Secret Service agent who received the news hurriedly whispered in the president's ear, "Mr. President, something is happening. Follow me now, Ambassador Lee. You guys come with us too." "Wait, this is against the rules." The subordinates next to him wanted to stop him, but the deputy director in charge of temporary command quickly interrupted him. "We can't repeat the London incident in the United States. Take them to the elevator. I'll be there soon." The Secret Service agents surrounded the president and the South Korean ambassador and quickly moved towards the emergency shelter basement of the White House, while the gunboat had already pointed its gun at the agents who were waiting on the grounds of the White House. "Don't worry, it can't do anything to us. We still have anti-aircraft missiles." The old agent patted the newcomer beside him and comforted him. However, just as he finished speaking, the missile that was ready to launch suddenly stopped and got stuck at this critical moment. Chapter 525, The Fall of the White House. Anti-aircraft missile jammed? There is probably no more funny black humor in the 21st century, but it really happened. The scary thing is that the Gatling gun of the AC-130 gunship did not jam. The black muzzle pointed at the agents on the ground and began to rotate. At the same time, Asian tourists visiting near the White House also began to move. They threw their backpacks forward and took out various guns from them. At Hobbs's house, his big bed seemed very crowded after two burly men squeezed in. The cell phone rang suddenly, and Ron kicked Hobbs unhappily. "Turn off your damn cell phone." Hobbs turned off his cell phone in a daze, but after a while, the cell phone rang again. He could only touch the cell phone again and press it, but it didn't work. He opened his eyes and found that his own cell phone had been turned off, and he was still thinking about Ron's cell phone. "Damn it, it's your phone," Hobbs kicked hard in anger, but Ron suddenly jumped like a slippery Magikarp, avoiding Hobbs's stinky feet, and then covered his head with a pillow and fell asleep again. Hobbs was helpless and was about to turn off Ron's phone, but he found that the person who called him was also known to him. "Ron, where are you now?" "Forget it, no matter where you are, come to Washington immediately." "Hello." Hobbs answered the phone, but he didn't expect a louder roar from the phone. "Hobbs? Why are you with Ron?" "Yesterday we drank together and slept at my house." Hobbs glanced at the bottles of wine thrown all over the floor. Yesterday they drank all the wine in Hobbs' house and went out to buy 2 boxes of beer. Otherwise, the bottles of whiskey in Hobbs's collection alone would not be enough to knock down 2 alcohol-tested warriors, but Hobbs sniffed and smelled a strange smell in the room. Following the smell, Hobbs's eyes finally locked on a plant in the bedroom. The plant was lush and green yesterday, but after just one night, the leaves turned yellow and emitted a disgusting smell. "What is this smell?" Hobbs' mind flashed through the scene of drinking last night. "Your plant doesn't look very energetic. Come, I'll help you fertilize it." Ron said this, unzipped his pants and watered the plants in the bedroom. Hobbs followed suit and came over. Together, drink more water and grow taller, and now, let alone growing taller, this plant is lucky not to be burned to death. Hobbs, are you still listening?" The anxious call of the anonymous person on the phone pulled Hobbs back from his thoughts. "Of course, what's the matter? Wake up Ron right now and have him report to Washington." "What happened?" Hobbs asked in confusion. In his impression, Anonymous was always very calm. Even in the most dangerous moments, he would issue every precise order in an orderly manner. This was the first time he had seen such an urgent situation. "Did you watch the news? You two just woke up." Anonymous paused. "A group of terrorists disguised as the Korean delegation just invaded the White House, and now the president has been controlled by them. I need Ron to come immediately to deal with them." "Wait. Why don't I go?" Hobbs was a little jealous. "Hobbs, you are also a very good agent, but this time is different. They actually attacked the White House. That is the political center of the United States." At this point, the anonymous voice was a little crazy. Someone must use tough means to hit them head on. Otherwise, any small character will want to try their skills here. Compared with Ron, your methods are not tough enough. Hobbs was very upset. It was the first time for him to be told that he was not tough enough, but this time he was still convinced. Compared with Ron, who would blow up several buildings with one move, Hobbs was indeed not tough enough. "Okay, I'll wake him up now." Hobbs looked down and Ron, who was still sleeping soundly, agreed. "Tell him to go directly to the military airport. I will prepare a fighter jet to send him here. Passenger planes are too slow. Also, ask her to send a list of what she needs. This time, as long as he doesn't blow up the entire White House, he can do whatever he wants." It is known that the straight line distance from Los Angeles to Washington is 1,544 kilometers. Ordinary civil airliners usually take about 3 hours to fly, but fighter jets are different. Take the F-16 currently in service in the U.S. military as an example. Its maximum speed is 2,175 kilometers per hour. Although it can't last for a few minutes, even at cruising speed, it is a level that civil airliners can't match. It only took less than an hour. Over Washington, the rear cockpit of the F-16 fighter jet that had just arrived here suddenly opened, and Ron was ejected. Then, with the cushioning of the parachute, as soon as he landed on the ground, several soldiers rushed up and quickly untied the parachute for him. This appearance is well arranged. It gives me a sense of mission to save the world. Maybe I can arrange more appearances like this in the future. Ron stretched out his hand to the unknown man. "That's because you are really doing a mission to save the world now." For the sake of world peace, I think the less people like you appear, the better. Anonymous grabbed Ron's hand and shook it hard. I brought some equipment. I don't know if it suits your taste. If you need anything else, tell me immediately and I will send someone to find it. I only have one request, to kill those bastards. Are you sure? Ron asked doubtfully. What about that small box? Ron was talking about the legendary Doomsday briefcase that the president carried with him and controlled the launch of nuclear weapons. Anonymous pulled Ron aside and whispered, "Don't worry, the Ministry of Defense has changed the password of that box." Ron's mouth twitched. Since the Ministry of Defense said to change the password, then what's the point of the president carrying it around? But now is obviously not the time to think about this. I am authorizing you on behalf of the Department of Homeland Security to take any action you deem necessary. How long will it take you to rescue the president? I don't know. First, you have to let me know what happened today. What is the situation inside? Did they put forward any conditions? What happened today? Someone will give you a briefing with an explanation in a while. As for the situation inside, I'm sorry, I only know that after the Secret Service agents escorted the president into the safe house, they were attacked by the ambassadors. They controlled the president. In addition, other terrorists who had ambushed nearby also rushed into the White House. The original fortifications in the White House have now become their weapons. As for what they want, I don't know. At this point, Anonymous couldn't help but urge again. Ron, you must act quickly before that idiot in the parliament exercises the power of the interim president. Hearing this, Ron frowned slightly. Parliament? Isn't that the third in line to the interim president? Where is the vice president? He's dead. In the attack just now, another killer went to assassinate the vice president. At this point, the anonymous person emphasized, "Do you know who the new Speaker of the House of Representatives is? It's Charlie Manning, who was promoted by the military-industrial complex. This is a conspiracy against the president. Our enemies are not just those terrorists, the enemy is in our power center. We must not let them succeed." Charlie Manning. This is the second time Ron has heard this name in 24 hours. Of course, he knows what kind of madman he is. He is not qualified to rule any country. Not to mention ruling a country. Just look at that watery head. It's hard for him to be a village chief. It's because of his whimsical crazy talk that he has a large number of fans on Twitter, so he has come to this point today. This is probably the tragedy of the American electoral system. Candidates have been showing off their personalities on various social media platforms, making it look like an entertainment talent show. Ordinary people don't have much ability to distinguish right from wrong, so those with higher popularity will eventually take the top position. The person who is finally elected may even be a comedian. Okay, I understand. When you receive my new number, immediately cut off all power supply and network signals to the White House. The White House generator is an old model. There will be a 1-minute interval when switching to the backup power supply. I will rush in through the main gate at that time. Ron looked at the defense map of the White House and immediately had an idea in his mind. Wait? From the main gate? Are you crazy? And you are alone? Anonymous pulled Ron, who was ready to act. No, I'm not crazy. It's because everyone thinks this is impossible that this is the place where they are most lax in their thinking, and it's easier for one person to act. Ron shook his head. Of course, in order to cover my actions, I need you to cover the entire White House with smoke bombs, and then let the Secret Service launch an assault from the side door to attract attention. Okay, we can only try it now. Anonymous gritted his teeth, and everyone immediately acted according to Ron's plan. The police, who had been waiting in a tight battle formation, suddenly fired a large number of smoke bombs at the White House with grenade launchers. Just as the terrorists were waiting in a tight battle formation, a burst of gunshots suddenly came from the side door. It was unknown in the smoke, so the terrorists immediately gathered in that direction and opened fire. Ron took this opportunity and sprinted towards the White House from the main door, like a runner who heard the starting gun. Bang! In the smoke, Ron seemed to have bumped into someone. Before the other person could speak, Ron cursed first. Asiba. Hi feet, Maya Hamida. The person who was knocked down by Ron apologized quickly, and it was indeed in Korean. Ron fooled him. Since they pretended to be a Korean delegation to attack the president, and they also had an Asian face, there were only two options for the identity of the terrorists. First, they were Koreans, and second, they were Japanese pretending to be Koreans. So the languages they used were nothing more than Korean and Japanese, and Korean was more likely. Ron had already studied the common expressions of these two languages on the plane. It was not a problem to fool them simply. Facts proved that he made the right bet. After dealing with a troublemaker, Ron rushed into the White House in one breath. "How is it? Did you succeed?" the anonymous person in the headset asked anxiously. "I succeeded," Ron panted lightly, "but don't stop the assault outside, increase the intensity, and remember, the more fun you have outside, the less they will suspect that someone has sneaked in." "I'm afraid that's unlikely." The anonymous man's voice was a little low. "Just now, Charlie Manning has exercised his third-in-line succession to the presidency. Now the rescue of the president has been transferred to the Temporary Disaster Response Command. Sorry, from now on, you can only rely on yourself, FXXK, Ron cursed inwardly. "I knew you were unreliable. Remember, you owe me another one." On the other side, inside a fortification in Washington, the Temporary Disaster Response Command formed by Charlie Manning had taken over the rescue of the president. "Who sent the commando?" Charlie looked at the video sent back from the front and jumped up and cursed. "Don't you know that this will continue to stimulate terrorists? Let them do something unfavorable to the president? Stop them. That's an order from the National Security Agency, no matter what agency it is. Now all rescue orders must come from me. Let them withdraw." Charlie cursed and sent her assistant away. When she turned to face her security consultant, she put on another flattering smile. Those who didn't know would think that the security consultant was the president. "Thank you for the help of Lockheed Martin. Please tell the board of directors that when I become president, I promise to increase military spending immediately and provide more orders for your company." "That's right. As long as you keep listening, I promise you will always sit in the position of president." The security consultant took a deep puff of the cigar and nodded with satisfaction. Before taking the job of security consultant, he was one of the executive presidents of Lockheed Martin. This is also a major feature of American politics, the revolving door between politics and business. These bigwigs with connections can freely switch between the identities of businessmen and politicians. "When are they going to kill the president?" Charlie asked hesitantly. "It may take some time. After all, we still need help from our Eastern friends to fulfill their little wishes. Otherwise, it will be unpleasant when we cooperate with them in the future." "What? You want to teach me how to do things?" "Of course not." The security consultant rolled his eyes, and Charlie's momentum immediately dropped a few points. "I'm just worried that things will change over time." "Don't worry, everything is under control." The security consultant was about to flick the ash, but he looked around the table and didn't find an ashtray. Charlie quickly offered his hands. The security consultant smiled and flicked the ash into his palm with satisfaction. "No matter who is sitting in the president's position, capital is the real master of this country." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.